The Anarchist by G. K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alarms and Excursions. Chapter 19. The Anarchist. I have now lived for about 2 months in the country, and have gathered the last rich autumnal fruit of a rural life, which is a strong desire to see London. Artists living in my neighbourhood talk rapturously of the rolling liberty of the landscape, the living peace of woods. But I say to them, with a slight Buckinghamshire accent, "Ah, that is how Cockneys feel. For us real old country people, the country is reality. It is the town that is romance. Nature is as plain as one of her pigs, as commonplace, as comic, and as healthy. But civilization is full of poetry, even if it be sometimes an evil poetry. The streets of London are paved with gold, that is, with the very poetry of avarice." With these typically bucolic words I touch my hat and go ambling away on a stick, with the stiffness of gait proper to the oldest inhabitants, while in my more animated moments I am taken for the village idiot. Exchanging heavy but courteous salutations with other gaffers, I reach the station, where I ask for a ticket for London, where the King lives. Such a journey, mingled of provincial fascination and fear, did I successfully perform only a few days ago, and alone and helpless in the capital, found myself in the tangle of roads around the Marble Arch. A faint prejudice may possess the mind that I have slightly exaggerated my rusticity and remoteness. And yet it is true, as I came to that corner of the park, that, for some unreasonable reason of mood, I saw all London as a strange city, and the civilization itself as one enormous whim. The Marble Arch itself, in its new insular position, with traffic turning dizzily all about it, struck me as a placid monstrosity. What could be wilder than to have a huge arched gateway, with people going everywhere except under it? If I took down my front door and stood it up all by itself in the middle of my back garden, my village neighbours, in their simplicity, would probably stare. Yet the Marble Arch is now precisely that, an elaborate entrance, and the only place by which no one can enter. By the new arrangement its last weak pretence to be a gate has been taken away. The cabman still cannot drive through it, but he can have the delights of riding round it, and even on foggy nights the rapture of running into it. It has been raised from the rank of a fiction to the dignity of an obstacle. As I began to walk across a corner of the park, this sense of what is strange in cities began to mingle with some sense of what is stern as well as strange. It was one of those queer coloured winter days when a watery sky changes to pink and grey and green like an enormous opal. The trees stood up grey and angular, as if in attitudes of agony, and here and there on benches under the trees sat men as grey and angular as they. It was cold even for me, who had eaten a large breakfast and purposed to eat a perfectly gargantuan lunch. It was colder for the men under the trees, and to the eastward, to the opalescent haze, the warmer whites and yellows of the houses in Park Lane shone as unsubstantially as if the clouds themselves had taken on the shape of mansions to mock the men who sat there in the cold. But the mansions were real, like the mockery. No one worth calling a man allows his moods to change his convictions. But it is by moods that we understand other men's convictions. The bigot is not he who knows he is right. Every sane man knows he is right. The bigot is he whose emotions and imagination are too cold. and too weak to feel how it is that other men go wrong. At that moment I felt vividly how men might go wrong, even unto dynamite. If one of those huddled men under the trees had stood up and asked for rivers of blood, it would have been erroneous, but not irrelevant. It would have been appropriate and in the picture, that lurid grey picture of insolence on one side and impotence on the other. It may be true, on the whole it is, that this social machine which we have made is better than anarchy. Still it is a machine, and we have made it. It does hold those poor men helpless, and it does lift those rich men high, and such men, good Lord! By the time I flung myself on a bench beside another man, I was half inclined to try anarchy for a change. The other was of more prosperous appearance than most of the men on such seats. Still he was not what one calls a gentleman, and he had probably worked at some time like a human being. He was a small, sharp-faced man, with grave, staring eyes, and a beard somewhat foreign. His clothes were black, respectable, and yet casual, those of a man who dresses conventionally because it was a bore to dress unconventionally, as it is. Attracted by this and other things, and wanting an outburst for my bitter social feelings, I tempted him into speech, first about the cold, and then about the general election. To this the respectable man replied, "Well, I don't belong to any party myself. I am an anarchist." I looked up and almost expected fire from heaven. This coincidence was like the end of the world. I had sat down feeling that somehow or other Park Lane must be pulled down, and I had sat down beside the man who wanted to pull it down. I bowed in silence for an instant under the approaching apocalypse, and in that instant the man turned sharply and started talking like a torrent. "Understand me," he said. "Ordinary people think an anarchist means a man with a bomb in his pocket. Herbert Spencer was an anarchist. But for that fatal admission of his on page 793 he would be a complete anarchist. Otherwise he agrees wholly with Pidge." This was uttered with such blinding rapidity of syllabification as to be a better test of teetotalism than the Scotch one of saying biblical criticism 6 times. I attempted to speak, but he began again with the same rippling rapidity. "You will say that Pidge also admits governments in that 10th chapter so easily misunderstood. Bolger has attacked Pidge on those lines. But Bolger has no scientific training. Bolger is a psychometrist, but no sociologist. To anyone who has combined a study of Pidge with the earlier and better discoveries of Kruxy, the fallacy is quite clear. Bolger confounds social coercion with coercional social action." His rapid rattling mouth shut quite tight suddenly, and he looked steadily and triumphantly at me with his head on one side. I opened my mouth, and the mere motion seemed to sting him to fresh verbal leaps. "Yes," he said, "that's all very well. The Finland group has accepted Bolger. But," he said, suddenly lifting a long finger as if to stop me, "but Pidge has replied. His pamphlet is published. He has proved that potential social rebuke is not a weapon of the true anarchist. He has shown that just as religious authority and political authority have gone, so must emotional authority and psychological authority. He has shown—" I stood up in a sort of daze. "I think you remarked," I said feebly, "that the mere common populace do not quite understand anarchism." "Quite so," he said with a burning swiftness. "As I said, they think any anarchist is a man with a bomb, whereas—" "But, great heavens, man," I said, "it's the man with the bomb that I understand. I wish you had half his sense. What do I care about how many German dons tie themselves in knots about how this society began? My only interest is about how soon it will end. Do you see those fat white houses over in Park Lane where your masters live?" He assented, and muttered something about concentrations of capital. "Well," I said, "if the time ever comes when we all storm those houses, will you tell me one thing? Tell me how we shall do it without authority. Tell me how you will have an army of revolt without discipline." For the first instant he was doubtful, and I had bidden him farewell and crossed the street again, when I saw him open his mouth and begin to run after me. He had remembered something out of Pidge. I escaped, however, and as I leapt on an omnibus I saw again the enormous emblem of the Marble Arch. I saw that massive symbol of the modern mind, a door with no house to it, the gigantic gate of nowhere. End of The Anarchist.
Bible Reading by Alexander Campbell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bible Reading. Nothing is more talked about amongst professors of Christianity, and nothing is less practiced, or indeed less understood in proportion to its acknowledged importance, than the reading of the Scriptures. The Bible is, upon the whole and in general, in churches, families, and closets, a neglected book. It is indeed occasionally and statedly read in many churches and in many families, but it is not read rationally nor religiously, and therefore, for the most part, fails in being relished, and consequently in reaching the heart, and in being practically believed and understood. To be read advantageously, the Bible must be read in the order of its books, at regular intervals, and with a solemn and religious reference to the most exact and full conformity in heart, in word, in action, to all its pure and holy and heavenly lessons and precepts. But even this is too vague and indefinite for the exigencies of the times. Permit me then to explain. It was not the design of the author of the Bible that men should have a synopsis or summary of its doctrine, either before their eyes in writing or committed to memory. Had such been his design, he would have given us, by the hand of some inspired person, just such a summary as would have been complete and infallible. But he has not done it, and therefore such a document would be, to say the least, inexpedient and unprofitable. It would have been a substitute for the constant reading and studying of the book. Now this is the very thing that the author of the Bible does not desire. It is his will that we be constant readers, that by the constant attrition or wearing of the truth upon our moral nature, our minds may be exactly conformed to the image of him who breathes into us, the Spirit of our God. It is impossible to keep any company long and constantly, without catching its spirit and becoming assimilated. Equally impossible is it to be frequently in company with Moses and David, Isaiah and Jeremiah, Jesus and his apostles, without catching their spirit. This is what God designs and desires in giving us the Bible to read. He would that we catch the Spirit, rather than learn the doctrine of this holy book. Now this is the philosophy of the fact, that there is no substitute for constant reading. For although all the precepts and promises, or the whole doctrine of the Bible, could be learned or committed to memory, and faithfully retained, it could not serve that special and supreme intention of the author of this book in giving it to us as the means of sanctification and of our being imbued and inspired with the Spirit of our God. Fortunes, it is now well established, are generally the ruin of their inheritors. The exceptions are just enough to make it a general rule that riches are laid up for children to their hurt. It is cruel in fathers to make fortunes for children, for in doing so they deprive them of the pleasure of employing their talents as they have done, and thus throw them in a great measure idle upon society. They also prevent them of the pleasure of doing and ultimately enjoying good, for we are so constituted that our powers of acquiring pleasure must ever be proportionate to our efforts in communicating it to others. And this is a work for which they are preeminently disqualified who are taught to live on energies not their own. Hereditary orthodoxy, or fortunes of sound doctrine, made and bequeathed by our fathers, are still more fatal to their heirs than large inheritances of earthly goods and chattels. If sons are generally ruined in this world by large inheritances from their parents, they are perhaps as often ruined in the next world by large inheritances of orthodox sentiments and opinions, of which they are possessed by the wills of their ancestors without the trouble of reading and thinking for themselves. There are not more helpless cases on earth than the heirs of orthodoxy, for they are infallibly right without evidence, without examination, without any concern of their own. These persons are wholly unapproachable. They are right by necessity, by prescription, by inheritance, because they are right. And you are wrong because you are wrong, or because you dissent from them. It is not intended by him that rules in heaven that we should possess either faith, knowledge, or grace, by inheritance from our earthly or ecclesiastic progenitors. He intends that every man should dig in the mines of faith and knowledge for his own fortune, that every man should live and be rich by his own efforts. He thus calls forth and employs all our faculties, and affords us the pleasure of profiting by our own exertions. If, says Solomon, thou criest after knowledge, and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, and searchest for her as for hid treasures, then thou shalt understand the fear of the Lord, true religion, and find the knowledge of God, which is eternal life. Bible reading is, therefore, as much an essential part of heaven's scheme of human sanctification as the giving of the Bible is essential to the communication of the light which it contains. There is no substitute for it. Sermons, prayers, conversations, catechisms, tracts, and each and every religious exercise superadded, can never compensate the neglect of Bible reading. It has a place, a power, and an influence peculiar to itself. There is a communion with the Father, and with his Son, our Savior, attainable by means of this sacred writing, which is not vouchsafed to mortals in any other way. But there is a critical reading of the Bible, a polemic reading, a sectarian reading, and a penance reading, which, however frequent and sincere, reach not within the circles of grace and spiritual enjoyment. The Bible is a sort of world in itself, and as men pursue and find many different objects in this wide world of nature and society, so Bible readers of all classes will find in it the respective objects of their pursuit. The politician, the jurisconsult, the orator, the rhetorical florist, the chronologist, the antiquary, the poet, the historian, the philosopher, the man of science, the artist, etc., may all read the Bible with advantage to themselves and to their professions. And indeed every class will find that in it congenial with its aims and designs in reading. But a devotional and sanctifying reading of that sacred book is essentially different from the readings of the theologian, the moralist, the sectary, and the virtuoso of every caste and school. The man of God reads the book of God to commune with God, to feel after him and find him, to feel his power and his divinity stirring within him, to have his soul fired, quickened, animated by the spirit of grace and truth. He reads the Bible to enjoy the God of the Bible, that the majesty, purity, excellency, and glory of its author may overshadow him, inspire him, transform him, and new create him in the image of God. Such a reader finds what he seeks in the Bible as every other person finds in it what he searches for. The words of Jesus to such a one are spirit and life. They are light and joy. They are truth and peace. Such a one converses with God as one who speaks by signs. His readings are heavenly musings. God speaks, he listens. Occasionally, and almost unconsciously, At intervals he forgets that he reads. He speaks to God, and his reading thus often terminates in a devotional conversation with God. The Lord says, "Seek you my face." He responds, "Thy face will I seek." Thy Spirit saith, "The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul." The Christian reader replies, "Open thou my eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law." The Spirit saith, "Blessed are they that keep his testimonies, and that seek him with the whole heart." And the devout reader answers, "With my whole heart I have sought thee. O let me not wander from thy commandments." The Bible reading of all enlightened Christians generally terminates in a sacred dialogue between the author and the reader. There is a peculiarity attendant on this reading, which I beg leave to remark with emphasis. The author of the Bible is always present with his book. This is not true of any other book in the world. Most authors are dead, and we sometimes regret that we cannot speak to them. But this author forever lives, and is forever present. And therefore, while we read his written word, it is as natural as life sometimes to speak to him on certain subjects as they occur. Truly then our communion is with the Father, and with his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Christians, do you read the Bible in your families every day? Do you read it in your closet every day? And do you read it not to quiet your conscience as a work of penance, but do you read it as a pleasure anxiously to be sought after? If you do, I need not tell you what utility, pleasure, and happiness is in the blessed employment. But if you do not, you may rest assured that there is something greatly wrong, which, if it is not abandoned, subdued, or vanquished soon, will cause you sorrows, if not agonies, when you will be less able to conflict with them than at present. Resolve this moment, I pray you, that you will begin today to read the Bible, to enjoy God and Christ, and the hope of immortality. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck, write them upon the table of thine heart. So shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. Then you will say with Solomon, "Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding, for the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared with her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace." Begin today. 'Tis madness to defer. The religious world, I mean the great majority of all professors of Christianity, are Bible neglectors. Their ignorance, prejudice, and error show it. I beseech you, daily, habitually, constantly, prayerfully, read the Bible in its proper connections, and you will grow in grace as you grow in the knowledge of God and of Jesus Christ our Lord. The Lord will bless you, as he has said, in this deed. Read James chapter 1, verses 22 through 25, and may you prove it true. End of Bible Reading by Alexander Campbell. Read by Brent Pascal.
Danger Signals, Chapters 3, 4, and 5, by John A. Hill and Jasper E. Brady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3, In a Wreck. The change from Alfreda to the chief dispatcher's office in Nicholson was indeed a pleasant one. The dispatchers, especially the first trick man, seemed somewhat dubious as to my ability to do the work, but I was rapidly improving in telegraphy, and in spite of my extreme youth I was allowed to remain. But the life of a railroad man is very uncertain, and one day we were much surprised to hear that the road had gone into the hands of receivers. There were charges of mismanagement made against a number of the higher officials on the road, and one of the first things the receivers did was to have a general house cleaning. The general manager, the general superintendent, and a number of the division superintendents resigned to save dismissal, and my friend, the chief dispatcher, went with them. He was succeeded by Ted Donahue, the man who had been working the first trick. Ted didn't like me worth a cent, and rather than give him an opportunity to dismiss me, I quit. I was at home idle for a few weeks, and then hearing that there might be an opening for operators on the C.Q.&R., a new road building up in Nebraska, I once more started out. It was an all-night ride to the division headquarters, and thinking I might as well be luxurious for once, I took a sleeper. My berth was in the front end of the last car on the train. I retired about 10:30, and soon dropped off into a sound sleep. I had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when I was awakened by the car giving a violent lurch, and then suddenly stopping. I was stunned and dazed for a moment, but I soon heard the cracking and breaking of timbers and the hissing of steam painfully near to my section. I tried to move and rise up, but found that the confines of my narrow quarters would not permit it. I then realized that we were wrecked, and that I was in a bad predicament. I had felt that I had no bones broken, and my only fear was that the wreck would take fire. My fears were not groundless, for I soon smelled smoke. I cried out as loudly as I could, but my berth had evidently become a sound-proof booth. Then I felt that my time had come, and had about given up all hope, and was trying to say a prayer, when I heard the train crew and passengers working above me. Again I cried out, and this time was heard, and soon was taken out. God, what a night it was, raining a perfect deluge, and the wind blowing a hurricane. I learned that our train had stopped on account of a hot driving box on the engine. The hind brakeman had been sent back to put out a flag, but imagining there was nothing coming, he had neglected to do his full duty, and before he knew it a fast freight came tearing round the bend, and a tail-end collision was the result. Seeing the awful effects of his gross neglect, the brakeman took out across the country, and was never heard of again. I fancy if he could have been found that night by the passengers and train crew, his lot would have been anything but pleasant. 2 people in the sleeper were killed outright, and 3 were injured, while the engineer and fireman of the freight were badly hurt by jumping. I didn't get a scratch. As I stood watching the wrecked cars burn, I heard the conductor say he wished to God he had an operator with him. I told him I was an operator, and offered my services. He said there was a pocket instrument in the baggage car, and asked me if I would cut in on the wire and tell the dispatcher of the wreck. I assented, and I went forward with him to the baggage car, where he gave me a pair of pliers, a pocket instrument, and about 8 feet of office wire. I asked for a pair of climbers and some more office wire, but neither was to be had. Here, therefore, was a pretty knotty problem. The telegraph poles were 30 feet high. How was I to make a connection with only 8 feet of wire and no climbers? I thought for a while, and then I put the instrument in my pocket and undertook to shin up the pole, as I used to do when I was a schoolboy. After many efforts, in which I succeeded in tearing nearly all the clothes off me, I finally reached the lowest cross arm and seated myself on it with my legs wrapped around the pole. There was only one wire on this arm, so I had, comparatively speaking, plenty of room. On each of the other 2 cross arms there were 4 wires, and there was also one strung along the tops of the poles. This made 10 wires in all, and I had not the least idea which one was the dispatcher's wire. The pole, being wet from the rain, made the wires mighty hot to handle. I had the fireman hand me up a piece of old iron wire he happened to have on the engine, and with this I made a flying cut in the 3rd wire of the 2nd cross arm. I attached a little pocket instrument, and found that upon adjusting it I was on a commercial wire. There I was, straddling a cross arm between heaven and earth, with the instruments held on my knee, and totally ignorant of any of the calls on the wire I was on. I yelled down to the conductor and asked him if he knew any of the calls. No, of course he didn't, and he was so excited he didn't have sense enough to look on his time card, where the calls are always printed. Finally, after carefully adjusting the instrument, I opened my key, broke in on somebody, and said, "Wreck." The answer came, "Sign." I said, "I haven't any sign. Number 2 on the case C&O has been wrecked out here, and I want the dispatcher's office. Can you tell me if he is on this wire?" Now there is a vast deal of difference between sending with a Bunnell key on a polished table and sending with a pocket instrument held on your knee, especially when you're perched on a 30-foot pole, with the rain pouring down in torrents, the wind blowing almost a gale, and expecting every minute to be blown off and have your precious neck broken. Consequently, my sending was pretty rocky, and someone came back at me, "Oh, get out, you big ham." But I hung to it, and finally made them understand who I was and what I wanted. The main office in Ouray cut me in on the dispatcher's wire, and I told him of the wreck. He said he had suspected that number 2 was in trouble, but he had no idea that it was as bad as I had reported. He said he would order out the wrecking outfit and would send doctors with it. Would I please stay close and do the telegraphing for them? He would see that I was properly rewarded. Then I told him about where I was, but promised to hold on as long as I could, but for him to be sure and set out some more wire and a pair of climbers on the wrecker. After waiting about an hour, the wrecker arrived, and with it the doctors. So our anxiety was relieved, the wounded taken care of, and a decent wrecking office put in. The division superintendent came out with them, and for my services he offered me the day office at X, which I accepted. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. A Woman Operator Who Saved a Train. X was a pretty good sort of an office to have, barring a beastly climate wherein all 4 seasons would sometimes be able and fully represented in one 24 hours. But 80 big round American dollars a month was not to be sneezed at. That was a heap of money to a young chap, and I hung on. In those days civilians had not advanced as far westward as it is today, and there was not much local business on the road, due to the sparsely settled country. The first office east of X was Dunraven, some 20 miles away. Between the two places were several blind sidings used as passing tracks. Dunraven was a cracking good little village, and the day operator there was Miss Mary Marsh. There was no night office. Now I was just at the age where all a young man's susceptibilities come to the surface, and I was a pretty fair sample. I weighed 150 pounds, and every ounce of me was as susceptible as a barometer on a stormy day. Consequently, it was not long until I knew Mary and liked her immensely. All my spare time was occupied in talking to her over the wire, except when the cussed dispatcher would chase me off with, "Oh, get out, you big spoon. You make every one tired." Then Mary would give me the Mary. Ha, ha, ha. One time I took a day off and ran down to Dunraven, and my impressions were fully confirmed. Mary was a little bit of a woman, with black hair, red lips, white teeth, and 2 eyes that looked like coals of fire, so bright were they. She was small, but when she took hold of the key she was jerk lightning, and I have never seen but one woman since who was her equal in that line. Our road was one of the direct connections of the overland route, west to San Francisco, and twice a day we had a train that in those days was called a flyer. Now it would be in a class with the first-class freights. The westbound train passed my station at 8 in the morning, and the eastbound at 7:30 in the evening. After that I gave D.S. good night, and was free until 7 the next morning. The eastbound flyer passed through Dunraven at 8:15 in the evening, and then Mary was through for the night. The town was a mile away from the depot, and the poor girl had to trudge all that distance alone. But she was as plucky as they make them, and was never molested. A mile west of Dunraven was Peach Creek, spanned by a wooden pile and a stringer bridge. Ordinarily you could step across Peach Creek, but sometimes after a heavy rain it would be a raging torrent of dirty, muddy water, and it seemed as if the underpinning must surely be washed out by the flood. One day, after I had been at X a couple of months, we had a stem winder of a storm. The rain came down in torrents unceasingly for 12 hours, and the country around X was almost a morass. The roadbed was good, however, and when the section men came in at 6 that night they reported the track firm and safe. But, my stars, how the rain was falling at 7:30 as the flyer went smashing by! I made my OS report, and then thought I'd sit around and wait until it had passed Dunraven, and have a little chat with Mary before going home for the night. At 7:45 I called her, but no answer. Then I waited. 8 o'clock, 8:15, 8:20, and still nothing from Dunraven. The dispatcher then started to call DU, but no answer. Finally he said to me, "You call DU. Maybe the wire's heavy and she can't adjust for me." I called steadily for 5 minutes, but still no reply. I was beginning to get scared. All sorts of ideas came into my head: robbers, tramps, fire, and murder. DS said, "I'm afraid something has happened to the flyer. Turn your red light on when number 26 comes along. I'll give them an order to cut loose with the engine and go through and find the flyer." 5 minutes later the wire opened and closed. Then the current became weak, but adjusting down I heard DS, DS, WK. Aha! That meant a wreck. DS answered, and I heard the following message: WDC Peach Creek 4:13:18 DS. Peach Creek Bridge washed out tonight, but I heard of it and arrived here in time to flag the flyer. Send an operator on the wrecking outfit to relieve me. Signed, Mary Marsh, Operator. 2 hours afterwards the wrecker came by X, and obedient to orders from the dispatcher I boarded it and went down to work the office. We reached there in about 40 minutes, and found that the torrent had washed out the underpinnings of the bridge, and nothing was left but a few ties, the rails, and the stringers. The half-witted boy who lived in Dunraven had been fishing that day like Simple Simon, and came tramping up to the office, telling Mary Marsh in an idiotic way that Peach Creek Bridge had washed out. Just then she heard me OS the flyer, and her office was next one to mine. As the flyer did not stop at Dunraven, the baggage man and helper went home at 6 o'clock, and she was absolutely alone, save for this half-witted boy. The section house was a mile and a half away to the east. A mile away to the south were the twinkling lights of the village, while but one short mile to the west was Peach Creek, with the bridge gone out, and the flyer thundering along toward it with his precious load of human freight. How could it be warned? The boy hadn't sense enough to pound sand. She must do it. So quick as a flash she picked up the red light standing near and started down the track. The rain was coming down in a perfect deluge, and the wind was sweeping across the Nebraska prairies like a hurricane. Lightning was flashing, casting a lurid glare over the soaked earth, and the thunder rolled peal after peal, resembling the artillery of great guns in a big battle. Truly it was like the setting for a grand drama. Undaunted by all this, the brave little woman, bareheaded, hair flying in the wind, and soaked to the skin, battled with the elements as she fought her way down the track. A mile ordinarily is a short distance, but now, to her, it seemed almost interminable, and all the time the flyer was coming nearer and nearer to the creek with the broken bridge. My God, would she make it? Presently, above the howling of the wind, she heard the mad waters as they went boiling and tumbling down the channel. At last she was there, standing on the brink, but the train was not yet saved. Just across the creek the road made an abrupt curve round a small hill, and if she could not reach that curve her labors would be to no avail, and a frightful wreck would follow. All the bridge was gone save the rails, stringers, and a few shaky ties. Only 40 feet intervened between her and the opposite bank, and get across she must. There was only one way, so, grasping a lantern between her teeth, she started across on her hands and knees. The stringer swayed back and forth in the wind, and her frail body, it seemed, would surely be caught up and blown away into the mad maelstrom of waters below. No, no, she could not fail now. Away up the road, borne to her anxious ears by the howling wind, she heard 2 long and 2 short blasts of the flyer's whistle as she signaled for crossing. God, would she ever get there? Straining every nerve, at last success was hers, and tottering she struggled up the other side. Flying up the track, looking for all the world like some eerie witch, she reached the curve, swinging her red light like mad. Bob Burns, who was pulling the flyer that night, saw the signal and immediately applied the emergency brakes. Then he looked again, and the red light was gone. But caution is a magic watchword with all railroad men, and he stopped. Climbing down out of the cab to the engine, he took his torch and started out to investigate. He didn't have to go far when he came upon the limp, inanimate form of Mary Marsh, the extinguished red light tightly clasped in her cold little hand. "My God, Mike," he yelled to his fireman, "it's a woman! Why, hang me if it isn't the little lady from Dunraven! Wonder what she is doing out here?" He wasn't long in ignorance, because a brakeman sent out ahead saw that the bridge had gone. Roughly but kindly hands bore her tenderly into the sleeper, and under the ministrations of her own sex she soon came round. So soon as she had seen the flyer stopping, she realized that she had succeeded, and, womanlike, she fainted. Her clothes were torn to tatters, and, taken all in all, this little heroine was a most woebegone specimen of humanity. A wrecking office was cut in by the baggageman, who happened to be an old lineman, and she sent the message to D.S. telling him the wreck. I relieved her, and she stayed in the sleeper all night, and the next day she returned to her work at Dunraven, but little worse for the experience. She had positively refused to accept a thing from the thankful passengers, saying she did but her duty. 2 months afterwards she married the chief dispatcher, and the profession lost the best woman operator in the business. I was dreadfully cut by the ending of affairs, but she had said this: red-headed operators were not in her class, and I reckon she was about right. Surely she was a direct descendant from the Spartan mothers. Chapter 5. A Night Office in Texas. A Stuttering Dispatcher. It was not long after Mary threw me over that I became tired of X and gave up my job and started south. I said it was on account of ill health, but the last thing that cussed first trick dispatcher said to me was, "Never mind, you old spoon, you'll get over this attack in a very short while." I landed in St. Louis one bright morning and went up to the office of the chief dispatcher of the Q, M. & S. and applied for an office on his division. He had none to give me, but wired the chief dispatcher at Big Rock, and in answer thereto I was sent the next morning to Healyville. And what a place I found! The town was down in the swamps of southeast Missouri, 4 miles north of the Arkansas line, and consisted of the depot and 20 or 25 houses, 5 of which were saloons. There was a branch road running from here to Honiton, quite a settlement on the Mississippi River, and that was the only possible excuse for an officer at this point. The atmosphere was so full of malaria that you could almost cut it with an axe. I stayed there just 3 days, and then, fortunately, the chief dispatcher ordered me to come to his office. He wanted me to take the office at Bowling Cross, near the Texas line. But I had the traveling fever and wanted to go further south, and he sent me down on the I.G.N.N., and the chief there sent me to Herron, Texas. There wasn't much sickness in the air around Herron, but there were just 1,000,000 fleas to every square inch of sand in the place. Herron was one of the few towns in a very extensive cattle belt, and a few days after I had arrived I noticed the town had filled up with cow punchers. They just had their semi-annual roundup and were in town spending their money, and having a whooping big time. You probably know what that means to a cowboy. I was a tenderfoot of the worst kind, and every one at the boarding house and depot seemed to take particular delight in telling me of the shooting scrapes and rackets of these cowboys, and how they delighted in making a warm for a tenderfoot. Bob Wolf, the day man at the depot, told me how at times they had come up and raised particular Cain at the station, especially when there was a new operator on hand. I didn't half believe all their stories, but I will confess that I had a few misgivings the first night when I went to work. One night passed safely enough, but the second was a hummer from the word go. The office was somewhat larger than the telegraph offices usually are in small towns. The table was in the recess of a big bay window, giving me a clear view of the I.G.N.N. tracks, while along the front ran the usual long, wide platform. The P, T, and C road crossed at right angles at one end of the platform, and one operator did the work for the two roads. There were two lamps over my desk, one on each side of the bay window, and one was out in the waiting rooms. I also kept a lantern lighted to carry when I went out to the trains. All through the early part of the night I heard sounds of revelry and carousing, accompanied by an occasional pistol shot up in the town. But about 11:30 these sounds ceased, and I was congratulating myself that my night would, after all, be uneventful. About 12 o'clock, however, there arose just outside the office the greatest commotion I had ever heard in my life. I was eating my midnight lunch and had a piece of pie in my hand when I heard the tramp of many feet on the platform. It sounded like a regiment of infantry, and in a minute there came the report of a shot, and with a crash out went one of my lights, a shower of glass falling on the table. Before I could collect myself there came another shot, and smash out went the other light. I dropped my pie and spasmodically grabbed the table. The only lights left were the one in the waiting room and my lantern, which made it in the office little better than total darkness. All the time the tramp on the platform was coming closer and closer, and my heart was gradually forcing its way up in my mouth. In a moment the waiting room door was thrown open, and with a wild whoop and a big hurrah the crowd came in. The door between the office and the waiting room was closed, but that made no difference to my visitors. They smashed it open and swarmed into the office. One of them picked up the lantern, and swaggering over to where I sat all trembling with fear, and expecting that my lights would go out next, raised it to my face. They all crowded round me, and one of them gave me a good punch in the ribs. Then the one with the lantern said, "Well, fellows, the little cuss is game. He didn't get under the table like the last one did. Kid, for a tenderfoot, you're a hummer." Get under the table? I couldn't. I would have given half my interest in the hereafter to have been able to crawl under the table, or have to run away. But fright held its sway, and locomotion was impossible. For about 5 minutes the dispatcher had been calling me for orders, and in a trembling voice I asked them to let me answer and take the order. "Sir," said one of them, who appeared to be the leader, "go and take the order, and then take a drink with us." By the dim light of the only lantern, with my order pad on the table covered with broken glass and smattered with pie, I finally copied the order. But it was about the worst attempt I had ever made, and the conductor remarked when he signed it that it would take a Philadelphia lawyer to read it. The cowpunchers, however, from that time on were very good friends of mine, and many a pleasant Sunday did I spend on their ranches. They afterwards told me that Bob Wolf had put them up to their midnight visit in order to frighten me. They certainly succeeded. My service at Heron was not very profitable, the road being in the hands of receivers, and for 4 months none of us received a cent of wages. The road was called the International and Great Northern, but we facetiously dubbed it the Independent and Got Nothing. Some months after this I was transferred down to the Southern Division and made night operator at Mankato. This was really about the best position I had yet struck. Good hours, plenty of work, and a fine office to do it in, and $80 a month. The agent and the day man were both fine fellows, and there was no chore work around the station. A baggage smasher did that. The dispatchers up in the DS office were pleasant to work with, and as competent a lot of men as ever touched a key. I never met any of them when I first took office, though of course I soon knew their names, and the following incident will disclose how, and under what unusual circumstances, I formed the acquaintance of one of them, Fred d'Armand, the second trick man. About 4 weeks after I took the Mankato office, engine 333, pulling a through livestock freight north, broke a parallel rod, and beside cutting the engineer into mincemeat, caused a great wreck. This took place about 2.5 miles north of Mankato. The hind man came back and reported it, and being off duty, I caught up a pocket instrument and some wire, and jumping on a velocipede, was soon at the wreck. I cut in an office in short order, and DS soon knew exactly how matters stood. One passenger train south was tied up just beyond the wreck, and in about an hour and a half the wrecker appeared in charge of the trainmaster. I observed a young man 28 or 30 years of age standing around looking on, and once when I was near him I noticed that he stammered very badly. I carefully avoided saying anything to that young man, because I too at times had a rather bad impediment in my speech. It asserted itself especially when I heard anyone else stutter, or when the weather was going to change. The men who knew me well said they could always foretell a storm by my inability to talk. From my own experience, however, I knew that when a stammerer heard another man stammer, he imagined that he was being made fun of, and all the fight in him came at once to the surface. And as this young man was about twice my size, I did my best to keep away from him. But in a few moments he came over to where I was and said to me, "Ask DS to send out my train raincoat on the 13th." Every other word was followed by a whistle. My great help in stammering was to kick with my right foot. I knew what was coming, and tried my best to avert the trouble. I drew in a long breath and said, "Who shall I say you are?" And my right foot was doing a great execution. True to its barometrical functions, my throat was predicting a storm. It came. He looked at me for a second, grew red in the face, then catching me by the collar, gave me a yank that made me see 40 stars, and said, "Blast you, what do you mean by mocking me? I'll smash you and the blamed head." Speech left me entirely then, and I'm afraid I would have been most beautifully thumped had not Sanders, the trainmaster, come over and stopped him. He called him d'Armand, and then I knew he was the second trick dispatcher. After many efforts, d'Armand told Sanders how I had mocked him. Sanders didn't know me, and the war clouds began to gather again. But Johnson, the conductor of the wrecker, came over and said, "Hold on there, d'Armand. That kid ain't mocking you. He stammers so bad at times that he kicks a hole in the floor. Why, I've seen him start to say something to my engineer pulling out of Mankato, and he'd finish it just as the caboose went by, and we had some 40 cars in the train at that." At this a smile broke over d'Armand's face, and he grasped my hand and said, "Excuse me, kid, but you know how it is yourself." You may well believe that I did know. One night shortly after this I was repeating an order to d'Armand, and in the middle of it I broke myself very badly. He opened his key and said, "Kick, you devil, kick," and I got the merry ha-ha from up and down the line. But in giving me a message a little while after, he flew the track, and I instantly opened up and said, "Whistle, you tarrier, whistle." Maybe he didn't get it back. The End of Danger Signals, Chapters 3, 4, and 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Encomium on Helen by Gorgias, written approximately 414 BCE. A city is adorned by good citizenship, the body by beauty, the soul by wisdom, acts by virtue, and speech by truthfulness. But the opposite of these virtues are a disgrace. Man and woman, word and deed, city and government, we ought to praise if praiseworthy, and blame if blameworthy. For if it is equally wrong and stupid to censure what is commendable, and to commend what is censurable, now I conceive it to be my duty, in the interest of justice, to refute the slanderers of Helen, the memory of whose misfortunes have been kept alive by the writings of the poets and the fame of her name. I propose, therefore, by argument to exonerate her from the charges of infamy, to convince her accusers of their error, and to remove their ignorance by revelation of the truth. There are few indeed who do not know that by birth Helen ranked among the first men and women of her time. Her mother was the celebrated Leda, her father the god Zeus, though Tyndareus was reputed to be her father. The former is the mightiest of gods, the latter the noblest of men. Born of such parents, she possessed divine beauty, which she made no attempt to conceal. Nearly all who met her were inspired with love for her, and by her personal charms she attracted many great and haughty suitors. Some of them had abundance of wealth. Others were renowned for their ancient nobility. Some were distinguished for their physical superiority and prowess in war, others for their mental acquirements. But all in common were filled with contentious love and an irresistible spirit of rivalry. Now which of them won Helen, and how he satisfied his love for her, I shall not pretend to say, for to tell people what they already know is a good enough way to gain credence, but not to give pleasure. Passing over, then, that period in my discourse, I shall now address myself to what I have to say, and to set forth the probable cause of Helen's voyage to Troy. Now Helen acted as she did, either by command of the gods and a decree of fate, or she was carried off by force, or yielded to persuasion, or was led captive by love. If, then, her act was the act of the first cause, she certainly ought not to be blamed, for human forethought and prudence can never thwart the will of the gods. In fact, it is a universal law, not that the stronger should yield to the weaker, but the weaker to the stronger, that the stronger should lead, and the weaker follow. Now the gods are mightier than men in strength and wisdom, and all things else. Accordingly, we must attribute the fault to fate and the gods, or clear Helen of infamy. But if she was unlawfully carried off by force and shamefully insulted, evidently it was the perpetrator of this outrage who did wrong. She, on the other hand, is to be pitied for the indignity and misfortune she was compelled to suffer. He alone, then, who attempted this barbarous deed deserves to pay the penalty of dishonor and reproach, while she ought rather to be pitied than abused for being violently torn from her friends and her native land. Helen was not a sinner, but a sufferer, and our feeling for her should not be one of hatred, but of compassion. But if it were the power of speech that moved and beguiled her soul, it will not be difficult to free her of all blame on this score. For the power of speech is mighty. Insignificant in themselves, words accomplish the most remarkable ends. They have power to remove fear and assuage pain. Moreover, they can produce joy and increase pity. That this is so there can be no doubt, as I shall undertake to show. All poetry I call, in accordance with my conception of it, measured speech. Now the readers of poetry are affected in various ways. At times they experience a shivering fear. Then again they feel a tender pity and a mournful longing. In short, every condition of happiness or unhappiness touches a responsive chord in the soul of the reader. Song, then, inspired by the gods, produces pleasure and removes pain. For the spirit of song, harmonizing with the sentiment of the soul, soothes and persuades and enchants it. Enchantment differs from magic in that it beguiles the soul, while magic deceives the mind. In this lies the power of song. How many, then, have been persuaded and are still persuaded by the captivating power of speech? Whereas if we had perfect memory of the past, full knowledge of the present, and a clear foresight of the future, the same language could not so easily present to us the same pictures of the present, past, and future as is now the case. The result would be that in nearly all cases people would not take counsel of their opinions, for opinions are slippery and insecure, and lead those who follow them into a slippery and insecure positions. Since so many have yielded to persuasion, why should we refuse assent to the belief that Helen too was overcome by its irresistible power? And if submission to necessity be a complete defense, why not also submission to persuasion, which is no less powerful than necessity, since it compels assent to what is said and approval of what is done? Paris, I admit, did wrong in exercising upon Helen the compulsory power of persuasion. But in submitting to that power, Helen did nothing to merit condemnation. That persuasion joined with argument can bend the soul to its will, we find illustrated in the discourses of the astronomers, who by overthrowing one theory and setting up another, make the unknown and the incredible appear clear to the mind's eye. Again, we see evidence of this fact in oratorical contest, in which a speech delights and persuades a great multitude, owing its effectiveness rather to the force of the rhetorical art than to the power of truth. Finally, the discussions of the philosophers show us how easily the mind may be changed by argument and persuasion. To conclude this part of my argument, then, words have the same effect on the soul that drugs have on the body. For just as different drugs expel different diseases from the body, and some cure sickness and others end life, so words produce various effects on the soul. Some cause pain, and others pleasure. Some terrify, and others encourage, while still other drugs enchant the soul with evil persuasion. In yielding to persuasion, then, Helen did no wrong, but suffered great misfortune. Let us now consider the case from a fourth point of view. And if we find that Helen acted as she did through love, we must acquit her of all fault. For all things in the visible world are constituted, not as we would have them, but as nature has ordained. And through the sight, this visible world affects the soul in various ways. When, for example, the eye catches sight of hostile bodies in conflict, of assault, and of defense, it is troubled, and in turn troubles the soul, so that not infrequently people flee in terror when there is no impending danger. Many a man in the past has lost his presence of mind at some terrible sight. To such an extent does fear paralyze the mind. Many, too, through fear, became dreadfully sick, or incurably mad, so powerful an impression does the eye make upon the mind of the things it has seen. To enumerate instances of sight that inspire terror is unnecessary, since in all cases the effect on the soul is the same as in the example I have given. When, however, from many colors and many forms a painter produces one perfect form and figure, he delights our eyes. The sight of beautiful images and statues affords us unspeakable pleasure. So too, the sight of many things and many persons inspires us with love and longing. Since this is so, what wonder if Helen's eye was captivated by the charms of Paris, and transmitted the sensation of love to her soul? And how, if he was a god and possessed of divine power, could she in her weakness repel his advances? But if this be human frailty, we ought not to condemn it as a fault, but regard it as a misfortune. For it comes to us through captivation of the soul, and not by design of the intellect. It results from the necessity of love, and not the premeditation of art. How then can we justly censure Helen? For whether she acted through love, persuasion, force, or divine necessity, her conduct is equally defensible. I have now by argument removed all stain from Helen's reputation, and accomplished this task I set myself at the beginning, by discrediting unjust censure and ignorant opinion. My purpose has been to make this discourse an encomium of Helen, and a pastime for myself. This ends the encomium of Helen, written by Gorgias in approximately 414 BCE.
The Factory Girl's Danger by Miriam Finn Scott. From the Outlook, April 15, 1911. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Factory Girl's Danger by Miriam Finn Scott. On Friday evening, March 24, two young sisters walked down the stairways from the 9th floor where they were employed, and joined the horde of workers that nightly surges homeward into New York's East Side. Since 8 o'clock they had been bending over shirt-waists of silk and lace, tensely guiding the valuable fabrics through their swift machines, with hundreds of power-driven machines whirring madly about them, and now the two were very weary, and were filled with that despondency which comes after a day of exhausting routine, when the next day and the next week and the next year hold promise of nothing better than just this same monotonous strain. They were moodily silent when they sat down to supper in the 3-room tenement apartment where they boarded. At last their landlady, who told me of that evening's talk, indelibly stamped upon her mind, inquired if they were feeling unwell. "Oh, I wish we could quit the shop," burst out Becky, the younger sister, aged 18. "That place is going to kill us some day." "It's worse than it was before the strike a year ago," bitterly said Gussie, the older. "The boss squeezes us at every point, and drives us to the limit. He carries us up in elevators of mornings so we won't lose a second in getting started. But at night, when we're tired and the boss has got all out of us he wants for the day, he makes us walk down. At 8 o'clock he shuts the doors so that if you come even a minute late you can't get in till noon, and so lose half a day. He does that to make sure that every person gets there on time or ahead of time. He fines us for every little thing. He always holds back a week's wages to be sure that he can be able to collect for damages he says we do, and to keep us from leaving. And every evening he searches our pocketbooks and bags to see that we don't carry any goods or trimmings away. Oh, you would think you are in Russia again." "That's all true, but what worries me more is a fire," said Becky, with a shiver. "Since that factory in Newark where so many girls were burnt up there's not a day when I don't wonder what would happen if a fire started in our shop." "But you could get out, couldn't you?" asked the landlady. "Some of us might," grimly said Gussie, who had been through last year's strike and still felt the bitterness of that long struggle. "What chance would we have? Between me and the doors there are solid rows on rows of machines. Think of all of us, hundreds of girls, trying to get across those machines to the doors. You see what chance we have." "Girls, you must leave that place," cried the landlady. "You must find new jobs." "How am I going to find a new job?" demanded Gussie. "If I take a day off to hunt a job, the boss will fire me. I might be out of work for weeks, and I can't afford that. Besides, if I found a new job, it wouldn't be any better. All the bosses drive you the same way, and our shop is as safe as any, and safer than some. No, we've got to keep on working, no matter what the danger. It's work or starve. That's all there is to it." The next morning the two sisters joined their 600 fellow workers at the close-packed, swift machines. All day they bent over endless shirtwaists. Evening came. A few more minutes and they would have been dismissed, when there was a sudden frantic cry of "Fire!" And what happened next all the country knows, for it was in the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory that Becky and Gussie Kampelman worked. The fire flashed through the 8th, 9th and 10th floors of the great building like a train of powder. Girls were driven to leap wildly, their clothes afire, from the lofty windows. And in a few brief moments after the first cry 143 workers, the vast majority young girls, were charred bodies heaped up behind doors they had vainly tried to beat down, or were unrecognizable pulp upon the street far below. And as for Gussie and Becky, who had gone to work that fatal day knowing their danger, as all the workers knew it, but helpless in their necessity, what of them? Gussie was one of those who met a horrible death. Becky, in some way unknown to herself, was carried down an elevator and today lies in a hospital, an arm and a leg broken and her head badly bruised. Frequently the young girl calls for her older sister, but her condition is too precarious for her to stand the shock of the awful truth, and the nurses have told her that Gussie is injured in another hospital. And so Becky lies in the white cot, waiting until her wounds and Gussie's shall have healed and they can again be together. Conservatives, liberals, radicals of all shades and intensity, are agreed in denouncing the criminal indifference that is shown to the murderous condition in which men, women, girls, and mere children are compelled to earn their bread. The Triangle disaster has revealed an appalling state of affairs that exists through the factory district of New York City, and that presumably exists in varying degrees of badness in other cities. From the standpoint of safety of the workers everything was wrong, and yet it is hard to single out one person or institution and say that there belongs the blame. The proprietors of the Triangle Company were violating no law, and were but following the instincts and practices common among manufacturers in their trade. The inspection of building department has been inadequate and loose, and ugly stories of graft have been set afloat. The ultimate blame must be traced back to the inadequate building laws, and thence to an indifference or unawakened public that allowed such laws to be passed and to continue in existence. The huge modern factory buildings of New York City are what is called fireproof. Such construction is safest to the builder and secures him a lower rate of insurance than would non-fireproof construction. The building in which the Triangle fire took place is as sound as ever. Outwardly, it bears a few signs of fire, and doubtless the comparatively trivial property loss was covered by insurance. The great impulse that brought the present New York laws into existence was the safety of the dollar and the best profit upon it. The safety of the hundreds of thousands of workers, their possible terrible deaths, the wide-spreading tragedies that death would bring upon the workers' families and loved ones, such things were given hardly a thought against the mightier dollar. The tragedies that such tragedies bring upon loved ones. 2 days after the fire I was in an East Side street that was a street of funerals. It was crowded with sobbing men and women. Children wept with their parents. Even little babies must have felt the bitter sorrow, for they clung tightly to their shawled mothers in an agony of terror. Among the poverty-stricken funeral cortege was a hearse containing a rough pine box, and behind the hearse was carried a Jewish wedding canopy, all of black, and here I learned the story of another Becky and her Jacob. Becky Kessler was out on strike for 16 weeks last year against the Triangle Company, and was among the most valiant of those who struggled for safer and fairer conditions. She picketed about the shop morning and night, in cold and rain. She suffered outrageous treatment from the police. She was 3 times arrested. When the strike of 40,000 shirtwaist makers was settled, the Triangle was one of the few big shops that did not sign the union agreement, though in order to get its workers back it made a verbal promise to maintain union conditions, which promise, by the way, it very quickly forgot. Becky did not want to return, but she was penniless, she was half-starved, she owed her kind landlady for 4 months' lodging, she had an old father in Russia dependent upon her wages. And so, after her 16 weeks' fight, she was driven by terrible necessity into her old position, and upon terms and conditions dictated by the company. The Triangle firm had 2 systems of payment, piecework and a fixed weekly wage, and it imposed upon each employee whichever method of payment is preferred. Becky was a swift and clever worker. In the busy season, working at the piece rate work scale, she could make from $18 to $20 a week. The Triangle Company, seeing how quick she was, with sharp business sense, changed her from piecework to a weekly wage, and managed to get the same amount of work out of her for half the money. In the case of slow workers, the reverse of this process was practiced. They were not given a regular weekly wage, but were put upon piecework. But though working at half her real value, Becky kept on. Out of her week's earnings she kept $1 with which to cover her car fares, breakfasts, and lunches, and the rest she divided between her debts and her father. Her great sustaining hope was that she was soon to be married. Her life with Jacob would be one of poverty, to be sure, but she would be free from the grind of the shop. Toward the end of winter Jacob begged her to give up her work and take a rest before their marriage, which was drawing very near. She needed a rest, he insisted, for she was sadly worn from hunger and exposure when she had gone back to the shop, and the strain of her hard, tense work had given her no chance to recover. But she refused. She must work up to the very day of the marriage, for she must come to him with all her debts paid and with some money laid aside for her father. Besides, the marriage was now but a few weeks off. So she worked on, joyously checking off the days till the wedding day. And the end of this love's young dream was what I saw in that East Side street of funerals, an incinerated bride-to-be in a pine box, a black marriage canopy, and in the next procession a bowed, white-faced young man with streaming eyes. How many love dreams were blasted by that Triangle fire, God only knows. But here is a matter of cold statistics. On one floor of the Triangle shop, where they had fallen from charred fingers, were found 14 engagement rings. The dangers that lurk in the factory, waiting their chance, do not menace to the worker alone. They strike blows, often irreparable, upon the worker's relatives. There was little Rebecca, who came from Russia 2 years ago at the age of 16. Too slight to operate a machine, she at first sewed on buttons, and later cut out the fabric underneath lace insertion, for which she was paid $6 a week. Shortly after her arrival here her father and mother died, back in Russia, leaving a boy of 8, who was taken into a neighbor's family, and a girl of 13. This sister Rebecca determined to send for, and she denied herself food, denied herself clothing, held tight to every penny, till at last she had scraped together enough to make the first payment on little Minnie's steerage ticket, which she bought on the installment plan. 3 months ago Minnie arrived, her only baggage the clothing upon her back. Of course Minnie had to go to work at once, but her sister-mother, Rebecca, dared not to stop work even for a day to help Minnie hunt a place. So Minnie looked for herself, and in a little shop on Grand Street she found a boss sufficiently disinterested to take on a little greenhorn like herself at nothing per week. Rebecca, with 2 mouths to feed on her $6, and with the regular installments on Minnie's ticket to pay, had even less for herself than ever. She became very thin and weak. Often she wished to stay away, but she dared not do so, not only because she could not afford the loss of a day's pay, but more because she feared her absence would lose her job. The company could not stand for having one of its machines idle for a day, and thus earning nothing for them. Once she fainted at her work. she was taken to a dressing-room, was revived, and instead of being sent home to rest, was sent directly back to her work. She clung desperately to her strength and her job. She had to, for Minnie's sake. On Friday night before the fire she came home very ill with the grippe. Her landlady urged her to stay at home for at least a day, but Rebecca would not consent to this. She said she would lose her job if she did so. All night she tossed about in fever, but the next morning she dressed herself and went weakly back to the shop. Well, Rebecca lost her job anyhow. She was among those who sought safety by the great building's single fire escape that gave way, and who were found dead at its foot. And behind there is left the little Minnie, penniless, unskilled, uneducated, the foothold Rebecca was trying to aid her when, not yet secured, no helpful relatives in Russia, not a friend or relative in America, and even the price of her ticket to this country not yet entirely paid for. If that factory had been built safe, Rebecca would have seen that Minnie got a chance. Minnie's kind-hearted but poverty-stricken landlady wailed to me, "But what is going to become of her now?" Yes, what is going to become of her? I had to echo in dismay, knowing the dangers and temptations with which New York surrounds the ignorant, penniless, unprotected girl. What is going to become of her? Perhaps the fate that heartless factory conditions inflicted on Rebecca is, after all, a kinder fate than that which these same factory conditions are holding in reserve for little Minnie. Yes, the danger to the worker is not limited to the worker. It reaches out and strikes down at the very ends of the world. Esther was the main support of her old parents in Rumania, though her brother Abraham, who was also in New York, contributed all he could. She was a very skilled waist trimmer, and when she went to work for the Triangle Company after the strike she received $12 a week. Her excellent work was noticed, and she was soon offered a place over 5 newly arrived Italian girls to supervise and instruct them. This offer was presented to her in the light of a promotion, and Esther so regarded it and gladly accepted. Under Esther's instruction, the eager Italian girls made rapid progress, and soon were able to do almost as good work as Esther herself. Moreover, they were willing to do it for $6 and $7 a week, which to their non-Americanized standards seemed a tremendous sum. Thereupon Esther was told by the company that they could no longer pay her old wages. She would have to accept a cut or go. Esther already perceived that, under promise of being promoted, she had been used to train girls who would underbid her. But she was in debt after the long strike. She must send money to her parents. She dared not be out of work, so there was nothing for her but to accept their reduction. She stayed on, lowering her own standard of living to the very minimum in order that her parents might suffer as little as possible from the cut in her wages. Esther was paid every 2 weeks, and Saturday, March 25th, her pay was due. On Friday evening she wrote a letter to her parents saying that she and her brother were together sending $25 for the Easter holidays. Saturday evening, after she had been paid, there would be nothing to do but buy the draft, enclose it, and mail the precious letter. Esther was paid, as was the custom, before her Saturday's work was quite done, but she never came home with her wages. She was among the scores who were trapped by insufficient exits, and who were crisped and blackened by the flames. Her money was lost in the vain, wild rush for life. To pay for her funeral, her brother used all his money, pawned all his belongings, including his overcoat, save the clothes in which he stood borrowed from all sides. And up in the tenement room which Esther shared with 3 other girls, in the top of her little trunk, was found the unsealed letter that was to carry her Easter present to her far-distant parents, a present that now was never to be sent. "Won't it ever be safe for us to earn our bread?" the agonized mother of one of the victims cried out to me. And sobbingly she told me of a generation-long struggle against the dangers and oppressions of the worker. As a girl, and even after her marriage, she had been a shirtwaist maker. She had seen the dangers from fire, from disease, from overwork, from underemployment, and she had joined every effort to secure some betterment of conditions. Her husband was a cloak-maker, and he, too, during all his working life had thrown himself into every struggle for improvement. They had tried to save, in order that their children might have an education and not be forced into factories. But the cost of living rose faster than wages, and they had been able to lay nothing aside. Last summer came the cloak-makers' strike, and for long weeks the husband did not earn a penny. Debts piled up, Their credit became exhausted. The mother would have gone back to her trade, but she was nursing a newborn baby. In this stress of circumstances they were forced to let their eldest child go to work, Rosie, then barely 14. Rosie found a place in the triangle factory. After the fire she did not come home. The parents searched distractedly among the burned and mangled bodies collected from, in, and about the building. Upon an unrecognizable heap of remains that had been gathered from the Belgian blocks that paved the street, they found a tarnished locket, and in the locket were their own pictures. That was how they knew their child. "For 20 years we have struggled for better conditions," the mother burst out to me in her black bitterness of soul. "For 20 years, and what have we won? A death like Rosie's. They have made their shops better and safer for their machines and their goods, but for us workers, oh, my God, how long will we have to stand it? How long?" And that mother who had fought the long fight, and now at the end of it all sat in her dark tenement kitchen, with a new life in her arms, mourning her mangled dead, that mother's anguished voice sounded in my ears as the outcry of the millions of workers. How long must we stand this, how long? Will it never be safe for us to earn our bread? End of The Factory Girl's Danger, by Miriam Finn Scott. Read by Leanne Howlett.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Todd Cutler. George Washington's Farewell Address, 1796. Friends and Citizens, the period for a new election of a citizen to administer the executive government of the United States being not far distant, and the time actually arrived when your thoughts must be employed in designating the person who is to be clothed with that important trust, it appears to me proper, especially as it may conduce to a more distinct expression of the public voice, that I should now apprise you of the resolution I have formed to decline being considered among the number of those out of whom a choice is to be made. I beg you at the same time to do me the justice to be assured that this resolution has not been taken without a strict regard to all the considerations appertaining to the relation which binds a dutiful citizen to his country, and that, in withdrawing the tender of service which silence in my situation might imply, I am influenced by no diminution of zeal for your future interest, no deficiency of grateful respect for your past kindness, but am supported by a full conviction that the step is compatible with both. The acceptance of and continuance hitherto in the office to which your suffragers have twice called me have been a uniform sacrifice of inclination to the opinion of duty, and to a deference for what appeared to be your desire. I constantly hoped that it would have been much earlier in my power, consistently with motives which I was not at liberty to disregard, to return to that retirement from which I had been reluctantly drawn. The strength of my inclination to do this, previous to the last election, had even led to the preparation of an address to declare it to you. But mature reflection on the then perplexed and critical posture of our affairs with foreign nations, and the unanimous advice of persons entitled to my confidence, impelled me to abandon the idea. I rejoice that the state of your concerns, external as well as internal, no longer renders the pursuit of inclination incompatible with the sentiment of duty or propriety, and am persuaded, whatever partiality may be retained for my services, that, in the present circumstances of our country, you will not disapprove my determination to retire. The impressions with which I first undertook the arduous trust were explained on the proper occasion. In the discharge of this trust, I will only say that I have, with good intentions, contributed towards the organization and administration of the government the best exertions of which a very fallible judgment was capable. Not unconscious in the outset of the inferiority of my qualifications, experience in my own eyes, perhaps still more in the eyes of others, has strengthened the motives to diffidence of myself. And every day the increasing weight of years admonishes me more and more that the shade of retirement is as necessary to me as it will be welcome. Satisfied that, if any circumstances have given peculiar value to my services, they were temporary. I have the consolation to believe that, while choice and prudence invite me to quit the political scene, patriotism does not forbid it. In looking forward to the moment which is intended to terminate the career of my public life, my feelings do not permit me to suspend the deep acknowledgment of that debt of gratitude which I owe to my beloved country, for the many honors it has conferred upon me, still more for the steadfast confidence with which it has supported me, and for the opportunities I have thence enjoyed of manifesting my inviolable attachment, by services faithful and persevering, though in usefulness unequal to my zeal. If benefits have resulted to our country from these services, let it always be remembered to your praise, and, as an instructive example in our annals, that under circumstances in which the passions, agitated in every direction, were liable to mislead, amidst appearances sometimes dubious, vicissitudes of fortune often discouraging, in situations in which not unfrequently want of success has countenanced the spirit of criticism, the constancy of your support was the essential prop of the efforts, and a guarantee of the plans by which they were effected. Profoundly penetrated with this idea, I shall carry it with me to my grave, as a strong incitement to unceasing vows that Heaven may continue to you the choicest tokens of its beneficence, that your union and brotherly affection may be perpetual, that the free constitution, which is the work of your hands, may be sacredly maintained, that its administration in every department may be stamped with wisdom and virtue, that, in fine, the happiness of the people of these States, under the auspices of liberty, may be made complete by so careful a preservation and so prudent a use of this blessing, as will acquire to them the glory of recommending to it the applause, the affection, and adoption of every nation which is yet a stranger to it. Here, perhaps, I ought to stop. But a solicitude for your welfare, which cannot end but with my life, and the apprehension of danger, natural to that solicitude, urge me, on an occasion like the present, to offer to your solemn contemplation, and to recommend to your frequent review, some sentiments which are the result of much reflection, of no inconsiderable observation, and which appear to me all important to the permanency of your felicity as people. These will be offered to you with the more freedom, as you can only see in them the disinterested warnings of a parting friend, who can possibly have no personal motive to bias his counsel, nor can I forget, as an encouragement to it, your indulgent reception of my sentiments on a former and not dissimilar occasion. Interwoven as is the love of liberty with every ligament of your hearts, no recommendation of mine is necessary to fortify or confirm the attachment. The unity of government which constitutes you one people is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquillity at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, of that very liberty which you so highly prize. But, as it is easy to foresee that, from different causes and from different quarters, much pains will be taken, many artifices employed to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth, as this is the point in your political fortress against which the batteries of internal and external enemies will be most constantly and actively, though often covertly and insidiously, directed. It is of infinite moment that you should properly estimate the immense value of your national unity to your collective and individual happiness, that you should cherish a cordial, habitual, and immovable attachment to it, accustoming yourself to think and speak of it as the palladium of your political safety and prosperity, watching for its preservation with jealous anxiety, discountenancing whatever may suggest even a suspicion that it can in any event be abandoned, and indignantly frowning upon the first dawning of every attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest, or to enfeeble the sacred ties which now link together the various parts. For this you have every inducement of sympathy and interest. Citizens, by birth or choice, of a common country, that country has a right to concentrate your affections. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations, With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts of common dangers, sufferings, and successes. But these considerations, however powerfully they address themselves to your sensibility, are greatly outweighed by those which apply more immediately to your interest. Here, every portion of our country finds the most commanding motives for carefully guarding and preserving the union of the whole. The North, in an unrestrained intercourse with the South, protected by the equal laws of a common government, finds in the productions of the latter great additional resources of maritime and commercial enterprise, and precious materials of manufacturing industry. The South, in the same intercourse, benefiting by the agency of the North, sees its agriculture grow and its commerce expand. Turning partly into its own channels the seamen of the North, it finds its particular navigation invigorated, and, while it contributes in different ways to nourish and increase the general mass of the national navigation, it looks forward to the protection of a maritime strength, to which itself is unequally adapted. The East, in a like intercourse with the West, already finds, and in the progressive improvement of interior communication by land and water, will more and more find, a valuable vent for the commodities which it brings from abroad, or manufactures at home. The West derives from the East supplies requisite to its growth and comfort, and what is perhaps of still greater consequence, it must of necessity owe the secure enjoyment of indispensable outlets for its own productions to the weight, influence, and the future maritime strength of the Atlantic side of the Union, directed by an indissoluble community of interest as one nation. Any other tenure by which the West can hold this essential advantage, whether derived from its own separate strength or from an apostate and unnatural connection with any foreign power, must be intrinsically precarious. While, then, every part of our country thus feels an immediate and particular interest in union, all the parts combined cannot fail to find in the united mass of means and efforts greater strength, greater resource, proportionably greater security from external danger, a less frequent interruption of their peace by foreign nations, and, what is of inestimable value, they must derive from union an exemption from those broils and wars between themselves, which so frequently afflict neighboring countries not tied together by the same governments, which their own rivalships alone would be sufficient to produce, but which opposite foreign alliances, attachments, and intrigues would stimulate and embitter. Hence, likewise, they will avoid the necessity of those overgrown military establishments, which, under any form of government, are inauspicious to liberty, and which are to be regarded as particularly hostile to republican liberty. In this sense it is that your union ought to be considered as a main prop of your liberty, and that the love of the one ought to endear you to the preservation of the other. These considerations speak a persuasive language to every reflecting and virtuous mind, and exhibit the continuance of the Union as a primary object of patriotic desire. Is there a doubt whether a common government can embrace so large a sphere? Let experience solve it. To listen to mere speculation in such a case were criminal. We are authorized to hope that a proper organization of the whole, with the auxiliary agency of governments for the respective subdivisions, will afford a happy issue to the experiment. It is well worth a fair and full experiment. With such powerful and obvious motives to union, affecting all parts of our country, while experience shall not have demonstrated its impracticability, there will always be reason to distrust the patriotism of those who in any quarter may endeavor to weaken its bands. In contemplating the causes which may disturb our union, it occurs as a matter of serious concern that any ground should have been furnished for characterizing parties by geographical discriminations, northern and southern, Atlantic and western, whence designing men may endeavor to excite a belief that there is real difference of local interests and views. One of the expedients of party to acquire influence within particular districts is to misrepresent the opinions and aims of other districts. You cannot shield yourself too much against the jealousies and heartburnings which spring from these misrepresentations. They tend to render alien to each other those who ought to be bound together by fraternal affection. The inhabitants of our western country have lately had a useful lesson on this head. They have seen, in the negotiation by the executive, and in the unanimous ratification by the Senate of the treaty with Spain, and in the universal satisfaction at that event throughout the United States, a decisive proof how unfounded were the suspicions propagated among them of a policy in the general government, and in the Atlantic States unfriendly to their interests in regard to the Mississippi. They have been witnesses to the formation of two treaties, that with Great Britain and that with Spain, which secure to them everything they could desire in respect to our foreign relations, towards confirming their prosperity. Will it not be their wisdom to rely for the preservation of these advantages on the union by which they were procured? Will they not henceforth be deaf to those advisers, if such they are, who would sever them from their brethren and connect them with aliens? To the efficacy and permanency of your union, a government for the whole is indispensable. No alliance, however strict between the parts, can be an adequate substitute. They must inevitably experience the infractions and interruptions which all alliances in all times have experienced. Sensible of this momentous truth, you have improved upon your first essay, by the adoption of a constitution of government better calculated than your former for an intimate union, and for the efficacious management of your common concerns. This government, the offspring of our own choice, uninfluenced and unawed, adopted upon full investigation and mature deliberation, completely free in its principles and the distribution of its powers, uniting security and energy, and containing within itself a provision for its own amendment, has a just claim to your confidence and your support. Respect for its authority, compliance with its laws, acquiescence in its measures are duties enjoined by the fundamental maxims of true liberty. The basis of our political systems is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of government. But the Constitution, which at any time exists, till changed by an explicit and authentic act of the whole people, is sacredly obligatory upon all. The very idea of the power and the right of the people to establish government presupposes the duty of every individual to obey the established government. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations, under whatever plausible character, with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or all the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities, are destructive of this fundamental principle and of fatal tendency. They serve to organize faction, to give it an artificial and extraordinary force, to put in the place of the delegated will of the nation the will of the party, often a small but artful and enterprising minority of the community, and according to the alternate triumphs of different parties, to make the public administration the mirror of the ill-concerted and incongruous projects of faction, rather than the organ of consistent and wholesome plans digested by common councils and modified by mutual interests. However combinations or associations of the above description may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people, and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Towards the preservation of your government and the permanency of your present happy state, it is requisite not only that you steadily discountenance irregular oppositions to its acknowledged authority, but also that you resist with care the spirit of innovation upon its principles, however specious the pretexts. One method of assault may be to effect, in the forms of the Constitution, alterations which will impair the energy of the system, and thus to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. In all the changes to which you may be invited, remember that time and habit are at least as necessary to fix the true character of governments as of other human institutions, that experience is the surest standard by which to test the real tendency of the existing constitution of a country, that facility in changes upon the credit of mere hypothesis and opinion exposes to perpetual change, from the endless variety of hypothesis and opinion. And remember especially that for the efficient management of your common interests, in a country so extensive as ours, a government of as much vigor as is consistent with the perfect security of liberty is indispensable. Liberty itself will find in such a government, with powers properly distributed and adjusted, its surest guardian. It is indeed little else than a name, where the government is too feeble to withstand the enterprises of faction, to confine each member of the society within the limits prescribed by the laws, and to maintain all in the secure and tranquil enjoyment of the rights of person and property. I have already intimated to you the danger of parties of the state, with particular reference to the founding of them on geographical discriminations. Let me now take a more comprehensive view, and warn you in the most solemn manner against the baneful effects of the spirit of party generally. This spirit unfortunately is inseparable from our nature, having its root in the strongest passions of the human mind. It exists under different shapes in all governments, more or less stifled, controlled, or repressed, but in those of the popular form it is seen in its greatest rankness, and is truly their worst enemy. The alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge, natural to party dissension, which in different ages and countries has perpetrated the most horrid enormities, is itself a frightful despotism. But this leads at length to a more formal and permanent despotism. The disorders and miseries which result gradually incline the minds of men to seek security and repose in the absolute power of an individual, and sooner or later the chief of some prevailing faction, more able or more fortunate than his competitors, turns this disposition to the purposes of his own elevation, on the ruins of public liberty. Without looking forward to an extremity of this kind, which nevertheless ought not to be entirely out of sight, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. It serves always to distract the public councils and enfeeble the public administration. It agitates the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, kindles the animosity of one part against another, foments occasionally riot and insurrection. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption, which finds a facilitated access to the government itself through the channels of party passions. Thus the policy and the will of one country are subjected to the policy and will of another. There is an opinion that parties in free countries are useful checks upon the administration of the government, and serve to keep alive the spirit of liberty. This within certain limits is probably true, and in governments of a monarchical cast patriotism may look with indulgence, if not with favor, upon the spirit of party. But in those of the popular character, in governments purely elective, it is a spirit not to be encouraged. From their natural tendency, it is certain there will always be enough of that spirit for every salutary purpose, and there being constant danger of excess, the effort ought to be by force of public opinion to mitigate and assuage it. A fire not to be quenched, it demands a uniform vigilance to prevent its bursting into flame, lest, instead of warming, it should consume. It is important, likewise, that the habits of thinking in a free country should inspire caution in those entrusted with its administration, to confine themselves within their respective constitutional spheres, avoiding in the exercise of the powers of one department to encroach upon another. The spirit of encroachment tends to consolidate the powers of all the departments into one, and thus to create, whatever the form of government, a real despotism. A just estimate of that love of power and proneness to abuse it which predominates in the human heart is sufficient to satisfy us of the truth of this position. The necessity of reciprocal checks in the exercise of political power, by dividing and distributing it into different depositaries, and constituting each the guardian of the public weal against invasions by the others, has been evinced by experiments ancient and modern, some of them in our country and under our own eyes. To preserve them must be as necessary as to institute them. If, in the opinion of the people, the distribution or modification of the constitutional powers be in any particular wrong, let it be corrected by an amendment in the way which the Constitution designates. But let there be no change by usurpation, for though this in one instance may be the instrument of good, it is the customary weapon by which free governments are destroyed. The precedent must always greatly overbalance in permanent evil any partial or transient benefit which the use can at any time yield. Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. The mere politician, equally with the pious man, ought to respect and cherish them. A volume could not trace all their connections with private and public felicity. Let it simply be asked, where is the security for property, for reputation, for life, if the sense of religious obligation desert the oaths which are the instruments of investigation in courts of justice? And let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Whatever may be conceded to the influence of refined education on minds of peculiar structure, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. It is substantially true that virtue, or morality, is the necessary spring of popular government. The rule indeed extends with more or less force to every species of free government. Who that is a sincere friend to it can look with indifference upon attempts to shake the foundation of the fabric? Promote, then, as an object of primary importance, institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge. In proportion as the structure of a government gives force to public opinion, it is essential that public opinion should be enlightened. As a very important source of strength and security, cherish public credit. One method of preserving it is to use it as sparingly as possible, avoiding occasions of expense by cultivating peace, but remembering also that timely disbursements to prepare for danger frequently prevent much greater disbursements to repel it, avoiding likewise the accumulation of debt, not only by shunning occasions of expense, but by vigorous exertion in times of peace to discharge the debts which unavoidable wars may have occasioned, not ungenerously throwing upon posterity the burden which we ourselves ought to bear. The execution of these maxims belongs to your representatives, but it is necessary that public opinion should cooperate. To facilitate to them the performance of their duty, it is essential that you should practically bear in mind that towards the payment of debts there must be revenue, that to have revenue there must be taxes, that no taxes can be devised which are not more or less inconvenient and unpleasant, that the intrinsic embarrassment, inseparable from the selection of the proper objects, which is always a choice of difficulties, ought to be a decisive motive for a candid construction of the conduct of the government in making it, and for a spirit of acquiescence in the measures for obtaining revenue, which the public exigencies may at any time dictate. Observe good faith and justice towards all nations. Cultivate peace and harmony with all. Religion and morality enjoin this conduct, and can it be that good policy does not equally enjoin it? It will be worthy of a free, enlightened, and at no distant period a great nation, to give to mankind the magnanimous and too novel example of a people always guided by an exalted justice and benevolence. Who can doubt that, in the course of time and things, the fruits of such a plan would richly repay any temporary advantages which might be lost by a steady adherence to it? Can it be that Providence has not connected the permanent felicity of a nation with its virtue? The experiment at least is recommended by every sentiment which ennobles human nature. Alas, is it rendered impossible by its vices? In the execution of such a plan, nothing is more essential than that permanent, inveterate antipathies against particular nations, and passionate attachments for others, should be excluded, and that, in place of them, just and amicable feelings towards all should be cultivated. The nation which indulges towards another a habitual hatred or a habitual fondness is in some degree a slave. It is a slave to its animosity or to its affection, either of which is sufficient to lead it astray from its duty and its interest. Antipathy in one nation against another disposes each more readily to offer insult and injury, to lay hold of slight causes of umbrage, and to be haughty and intractable when accidental or trifling occasions of dispute occur. Hence frequent collisions, obstinate, envenomed, and bloody contests. The nation prompted by ill will and resentment sometimes impels to war the government, contrary to the best calculations of policy. The government sometimes participates in the national propensity, and adopts through passion what reason would reject. At other times it makes the animosity of the nation subservient to projects of hostility instigated by pride, ambition, and other sinister and pernicious motives. The peace often, sometimes perhaps the liberty of nations, has been the victim. So likewise a passionate attachment of one nation for another produces a variety of evils. Sympathy for the favorite nation, facilitating the illusion of an imaginary common interest in cases where no real common interest exists, and infusing into one the enmities of the other, betrays the former into a participation in the quarrels and wars of the latter, without adequate inducement or justification. It leads also to concessions to the favorite nation, of privileges denied to others, which is apt doubly to injure the nation making the concessions, by unnecessarily parting with what ought to have been retained, and by exciting jealousy, ill will, and a disposition to retaliate, in the parties from whom equal privileges are withheld. And it gives to ambitious, corrupted, or deluded citizens, who devote themselves to the favorite nation, facility to betray or sacrifice the interests of their own country, without odium, sometimes even with popularity, gilding, with the appearances of a virtuous sense of obligation, a commendable deference for public opinion, or a laudable zeal for public good, the base or foolish compliances of ambition, corruption, or infatuation. As avenues to foreign influence in innumerable ways, such attachments are particularly alarming to the truly enlightened and independent patriot. How many opportunities do they afford to tamper with domestic factions, to practice the arts of seduction, to mislead public opinion, to influence or awe the public councils. Such an attachment of a small or weak towards a great and powerful nation dooms the former to be the satellite of the latter. Against the insidious wiles of foreign influence, I conjure you to believe me, fellow citizens, the jealousy of a free people ought to be constantly awake, since history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of republican government. But that jealousy, to be useful, must be impartial, else it becomes the instrument of the very influence to be avoided, instead of a defense against it. Excessive partiality for one foreign nation, and excessive dislike of another, cause those whom they actuate to see danger only on one side, and serve to veil and even second the arts of influence on the other. Real patriots who may resist the intrigues of the favorite are liable to become suspected and odious, while its tools and dupes usurp the applause and confidence of the people to surrender their interests. The great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is in extending our commercial relations, to have with them as little political connection as possible. So far as we have already formed engagements, let them be fulfilled with perfect good faith. Here let us stop. Europe has a set of primary interests, which to us have none, or a very remote relation. Hence, she must be engaged in frequent controversies, the causes of which are essentially foreign to our concerns. Hence, therefore, it must be unwise in us to implicate ourselves by artificial ties in the ordinary vicissitudes of our politics, or the ordinary combinations and collisions of our friendships or enmities. Our detached and distant situation invites and enables us to pursue a different course. If we remain one people under an efficient government, the period is not far off when we may defy material injury from external annoyance, when we may take such an attitude as will cause the neutrality we may at any time resolve upon to be scrupulously respected, when belligerent nations, under the impossibility of making acquisitions upon us, will not lightly hazard the giving us provocation, when we may choose peace or war as our interest, guided by justice, shall counsel. Why forego the advantages of so peculiar a situation? Why quit our own to stand upon foreign ground? Why, by interweaving our destiny with that of any part of Europe, entangle our peace and prosperity in the toils of European ambition, rivalship, interest, humor, or caprice? It is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world, so far, I mean, as we are now at liberty to do it. For let me not be understood as capable of patronizing infidelity to existing engagements. I hold the maxim no less applicable to public than to private affairs, that honesty is always the best policy. I repeat it, therefore, let those engagements be observed in their genuine sense, but in my opinion it is unnecessary and would be unwise to extend them. Taking care always to keep ourselves by suitable establishments on a respectable defensive posture, we may safely trust to temporary alliances for extraordinary emergencies. Harmony, liberal intercourse with all nations are recommended by policy, humanity, and interest. But even our commercial policy should hold an equal and impartial hand, neither seeking nor granting exclusive favors or preferences, consulting the natural course of things, diffusing and diversifying by gentle means the streams of commerce, but forcing nothing, establishing, with powers so disposed, in order to give trade a stable course, to define the rights of our merchants, and to enable the government to support them, conventional rules of intercourse, the best that present circumstances and mutual opinion will permit, but temporary, and liable to be, from time to time, abandoned or varied, as experience and circumstances shall dictate, constantly keeping in view that it is folly in one nation to look for disinterested favors from another, that it must pay with a portion of its independence for whatever it may accept under that character, that by such acceptance it may place itself in the condition of having given equivalents for nominal favors, and yet of being reproached with ingratitude for not giving more. There can be no greater error than to expect or calculate upon real favors from nation to nation. It is an illusion, which experience must cure, which a just pride ought to discard. In offering to you, my countrymen, these counsels of an old and affectionate friend, I dare not hope they will make the strong and lasting impression I could wish, that they will control the usual current of the passions, or prevent our nation from running the course which has hitherto marked the destiny of nations. But, if I may even flatter myself that they may be productive of some partial benefit, some occasional good, that they may now and then recur to moderate the fury of party spirit, to warn against the mischiefs of foreign intrigue, to guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism, this hope will be a full recompense for the solicitude for your welfare, by which they have been dictated. How far in the discharge of my official duties I have been guided by the principles which have been delineated, the public records and other evidences of my conduct must witness to you and to the world. To myself the assurances of my own conscience is, that I have at least believed myself to have been guided by them. In relation to the still subsisting war in Europe, my proclamation on the 22nd of April, 1793, is the index of my plan. Sanctioned by your approving voice, and by that of your representatives in both houses of Congress, the spirit of that measure has continually governed me, uninfluenced by any attempt to deter or divert me from it. After deliberate examination, with the aid of the best lights I could obtain, I was well satisfied that our country, under all the circumstances of the case, had a right to take, and was bound in duty and interest to take, a neutral position. Having taken it, I determined, as far as should depend upon me, to maintain it, with moderation, perseverance, and firmness. The considerations which respect the right to hold this conduct, it is not necessary on this occasion to detail. I will only observe that, according to my understanding of the matter, that right, so far from being denied by any of the belligerent powers, has been virtually admitted by all. The duty of holding a neutral conduct may be inferred, without anything more, from the obligation which justice and humanity impose on every nation, in cases in which it is free to act, to maintain inviolate the relations of peace and amity towards other nations. The inducements of interest for observing that conduct will best be referred to your own reflections and experience. With me, a predominant motive has been to endeavor to gain time to our country to settle and mature its yet recent institutions, and to progress without interruption to that degree of strength and consistency which is necessary to give it, humanly speaking, the command of its own fortunes. Though, in reviewing the incidents of my administration, I am unconscious of intentional error, I am nevertheless too sensible of my defects not to think it probable that I may have committed many errors. Whatever they may be, I fervently beseech the Almighty to avert or mitigate the evils to which they may tend. I shall also carry with me the hope that my country will never cease to view them with indulgence, and that, after 45 years of my life dedicated to its service with an upright zeal, the faults of incompetent abilities will be consigned to oblivion, as myself must soon be to the mansions of rest. Relying on its kindness in this as in other things, and actuated by that fervent love towards it, which is so natural to a man who views it in the native soil of himself and his progenitors for several generations, I anticipate with pleasing expectation that retreat in which I promise myself to realize, without alloy, the sweet enjoyment of partaking, in the midst of my fellow citizens, the benign influence of good laws under a free government, the ever favorite object of my heart, and the happy reward, as I trust, of our mutual cares, labors, and dangers. George Washington. The end of Washington's farewell address.
A few sanitary suggestions. From Vanity Fair, January 18th, 1862. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A few sanitary suggestions. An extremely amiable, agreeable friend of ours, who from his infancy has been subject to measles, whooping cough, nettle rash, croup, erysipelas, neuralgia, rheumatism, sciatica, jigger, lockjaw, chiago, shortness of breath, carbuncle, tetter, lumbago, pneumonia, delirium tremens, toothache, bronchitis, catarrh, salt rheum, chilblains, inverted nails, and depression of spirits, told us a few days ago that he had partially got over several of these little troubles by following some plain rules found by him in an excellent publication entitled Hall's Journal of Health. It has long been our opinion that the American people as a nation do not take sufficient care of their health. We are nationally, as all foreigners remark, addicted to reckless culture of muscle, regardless of the finer instincts which lead to the realization of large profits. There are but few of us who wear India rubber shoes, warm overcoats, and interior arrangements of flannel. Fewer still are those who carry umbrellas, and our houses and places of business are invariably regulated by thermometer to a maximum warmth of 60 degrees. We all gallop around on swift horses, box, fence, play single stick, kick footballs, climb greased poles, catch smelts, run foot races, indulge in rackets, swim, shoot, stalk deer, and cultivate other manly exercises, instead of sitting round stoves with cigars in our mouths, intensifying the idea of business. We are one big windship, in fact, and have been quite overdoing the muscle business, when we ought to have been cuddling ourselves up in warm dressing gowns and giving our minds to work. The day for that kind of thing is drawing to a close. Hall's Journal of Health is going to shut down upon it. Let us cull a few of the sanitary precepts from that valuable periodical. If we do not always give them in the exact words of the text, it is because we quote them partly from a memory to which they committed themselves unbidden. If we occasionally adulterate them with our own comments, it is because of our enthusiasm in the cause of humanity, of which the greatest blessing is health. Hall's Journal of Health has an intense and well-regulated objection to fresh air. In going into a colder air, says it, keep the mouth resolutely closed, that by compelling the air to pass circuitously through the nose and head, it may become warmed before it reaches the lungs. Also, after skating, you are to walk home, or at least half a mile, with your mouth closed. The above direction is well meant, but incomplete, inasmuch as it does not contain any clause respecting the length of the nose. In cases where that member is of unusual length and circuitousness, it is well to plug the nostrils with preserved ginger, which keeps the air aired as it passes through them. Never, says Hall's Journal of Health, never put on a new boot or shoe in beginning a journey. As everybody travels on foot nowadays, the above is a very important rule, and should be observed strictly. Indeed, so convinced are we of its value, that we never think of wearing our boots and shoes until they are nearly worn out, whether we are going on a journey or not. Never, pursues Hall's Journal of Health, never sit for more than 5 minutes at a time with the back against the fire or stove. This is a good rule, and should be observed by all persons except those who have neither fires nor stoves. Persons who are so fortunate as to possess these articles would do well to avoid sitting on them for a longer time than that specified above. Avoid sitting against cushions in the backs of pews in churches, says Hall's Journal of Health. If the uncovered board feels cold, continues it, sit erect without touching it. We personally owe the remarkable straightness of our spinal column to the fact of our always having avoided sitting against cushions in the backs of pews in churches. Mind now, we say in churches. In theatres and such other places you may plant your back against cushions as much as you will, and come out all right and straight in time for oysters. Here is a fine, practical maxim promulgated by Hall's Journal of Health. Never begin a journey until breakfast has been eaten. To this we have only one objection. Hall's Journal of Health neglects to instruct us by whom breakfast is to be eaten, whether by the careful person going to begin a journey, or by his horse, or by his dog, or by all three in banquet hall assembled, or by others. Upon skates, Hall's Journal of Health is particularly strong. If the thermometer is below 30, says it, and the wind is blowing, no lady or child should be skating. We don't know about this. If the lady is below 30 and good-looking, let her skate, thermometer or otherwise. If she is the reverse, let her slide. The following professional opinion of Hall's Journal of Health will collapse the flues of those foolish persons who imagine that the goddess Hygeia has an interest in Central Park lots. The grace, exercise, and healthfulness of skating on the ice can be had without any of its dangers by the use of skates with rollers attached, on common floors, better if covered with oilcloth. By doing this kind of thing you will keep your lungs inflated with plenty of good stale gas, which is wholesomer than fresh air, but do not neglect to cover yourself with oilcloth as directed. We think it is Hall's Journal of Health, but we are not sure, which states that a cold may be caught by spilling a couple of spoonfuls of water upon one's clothing. There is a curious principle involved in this, and it is the very same as that upon which a man may become thoroughly corned by placing a saltspoonful of salt upon the top of his head. It is to be hoped that our readers will follow carefully the precepts contained in Hall's Journal of Health. Thus doing they cannot fail of becoming strong and handsome and good, though of course these conditions would be sooner attained by them if they could only be prevailed upon to wrap themselves permanently up in tissue paper and live in bandboxes. End of A Few Sanitary Suggestions. Read by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter name Francis, of G. K. Chesterton's 12 Types. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asceticism is a thing which, in its very nature, we tend in these days to misunderstand. Asceticism in the religious sense is the repudiation of the great mass of human joys because of the supreme joyfulness of the one joy, the religious joy. But asceticism is not in the least confined to religious asceticism. There is scientific asceticism, which asserts that truth is alone satisfying. There is aesthetic asceticism, which asserts that art is alone satisfying. There is amatory asceticism, which asserts that love is alone satisfying. There is even Epicurean asceticism, which asserts that beer and skittles are alone satisfying. Wherever the manner of praising anything involves the statement that the speaker could live with that thing alone, there lies the germ and essence of asceticism. When William Morris, for example, says that love is enough, it is obvious that he asserts in those words that art, science, politics, ambition, money, houses, carriages, concerts, gloves, walking sticks, door knockers, railway stations, cathedrals, and any other things one may choose to tabulate, are unnecessary. When Omar Khayyam says, "A book of verse beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou sitting beside me in the paradise, O wilderness, were paradise enow," it is clear that he speaks fully as much ascetically as he does aesthetically. He makes a list of things and says that he wants no more. The same thing was done by a medieval monk. Examples might, of course, be multiplied 100-fold. One of the most genuinely poetical of our younger poets says, as the one thing certain, that from quiet home and first beginning out to the undiscovered ends, there's nothing worth the wear of winning but laughter and the love of friends. Here we have a perfect example of the main important fact that all true joy expresses itself in terms of asceticism. But if in any case it should happen that a class or a generation lose the sense of the peculiar kind of joy which is being celebrated, they immediately begin to call the enjoyers of that joy gloomy and self-destroying. The most formidable liberal philosophers have called the monks melancholy, because they denied themselves the pleasures of liberty and marriage. They might as well call the trippers on a bank holiday melancholy, because they deny themselves, as a rule, the pleasures of silence and meditation. A simpler and stronger example is, however, to hand. If ever it should happen that the system of English athletics should vanish from the public schools and the universities, if science should supply some new and non-competitive manner of perfecting the physique, if public ethics swung round to an attitude of absolute contempt and indifference towards the feeling called sport, then it is easy to see what would happen. Future historians would simply state that in the dark days of Queen Victoria young men at Oxford and Cambridge were subjected to a horrible sort of religious torture. They were forbidden by fantastic monastic rules to indulge in wine or tobacco during certain arbitrarily fixed periods of time before certain brutal fights and festivals. Bigots insisted on their rising at unearthly hours and running violently around fields for no object. Many men ruined their health in these dens of superstition. Many died there. All this is perfectly true and irrefutable. Athleticism in England is an asceticism as much as the monastic rules. Men have overstrained themselves and killed themselves through English athleticism. There is one difference, and one only. We do feel the love of sport. We do not feel the love of religious offices. We see only the price in the one case, and only the purchase in the other. The only question that remains is, what was the joy of the old Christian ascetics, of which their asceticism was merely the purchasing price? The mere possibility of the query is an extraordinary example of the way in which we miss the main points of human history. We are looking at humanity too close, and see only the details and not the vast and dominant features. We look at the rise of Christianity and conceive it as a rise of self-abnegation and almost of pessimism. It does not occur to us that the mere assertion that this raging and confounding universe is governed by justice and mercy is a piece of staggering optimism fit to set all men capering. The detail over which these monks went mad with joy was the universe itself, the only thing really worthy of enjoyment. The white daylight shone over all the world. The endless forests stood up in their order. The lightning awoke, and the trees fell, and the sea gathered into mountains, and the ship went down. And all these disconnected and meaningless and terrible objects were all part of one dark and fearful conspiracy of goodness, one merciless scheme of mercy. That this scheme of nature was not accurate or well founded is perfectly tenable, but surely it is not tenable that it was not optimistic. We insist, however, upon treating this matter tail foremost. We insist that the ascetics were pessimists because they gave up 80 years and 10 for an eternity of happiness. We forget that the bare proposition of an eternity of happiness is by its very nature 10,000 times more optimistic than 10,000 pagan Saturnalias. Mr. Adderley's Life of Francis of Assisi does not, of course, bring this out, nor does it fully bring out the character of Francis. It has rather the tone of a devotional book. A devotional book is an excellent thing, but we do not look in it for the portrait of a man, for the same reason that we do not look in a love sonnet for the portrait of a woman. Because men in such conditions of mind not only apply all virtues to their idol, but all virtues in equal quantities. There is no outline, because the artist cannot bear to put in a black line, This blaze of benediction, this conflict between lights, has its place in poetry, not in biography. The successful examples of it may be found, for instance, in the more idealistic odes of Spenser. The design is sometimes almost indecipherable, for the poet draws in silver upon white. It is natural, of course, that Mr. Adderley should see Francis primarily as the founder of the Franciscan order. We suspect this was only one, perhaps a minor one, of the things that he was. We suspect that one of the minor things that Christ did was to found Christianity. But the vast practical work of Francis is assuredly not to be ignored. For this amazingly unworldly and almost maddeningly simple-minded infant was one of the most consistently successful men that ever fought with this bitter world. It is the custom to say that the secret of such men is their profound belief in themselves, and this is true, but not all the truth. Workhouses and lunatic asylums are thronged with men who believe in themselves. Of Francis it is far truer to say that the secret of his success was his profound belief in other people. And it is the lack of this that has commonly been the curse of these obscure Napoleons. Francis always assumed that every one must be just as anxious about their common relative, the water rat, as he was. He planned a visit to the Emperor to draw his attention to the needs of his little sisters, the larks. He used to talk to any thieves and robbers he met about their misfortune in being unable to give rein to their desire for holiness. It was an innocent habit, and doubtless the robbers often got round him, as the phrase goes. Quite as often, however, they discovered that he had got round them, and discovered the other side, the side of secret nobility. Conceiving of St. Francis as primarily the founder of the Franciscan order, Mr. Adderley opens his narrative with an admirable sketch of the history of monasticism in Europe, which is certainly the best thing in the book. He distinguishes clearly and fairly between the Manichaean ideal that underlies so much of Eastern monasticism and the ideal of self-discipline which never wholly vanished from the Christian form. But he does not throw any light on what must be for the outsider the absorbing problem of this Catholic asceticism, for the excellent reason that, not being an outsider, he does not find it a problem at all. To most people, however, there is a fascinating inconsistency in the position of St. Francis. He expresses in loftier and bolder language than any earthly thinker the conception that laughter is as divine as tears. He called his monks the mountebanks of God. He never forgot to take pleasure in a bird as it flashed past him, or a drop of water as it fell from his finger. He was perhaps the happiest of the sons of men. Yet this man undoubtedly founded his whole polity on the negation of what we think the most imperious necessities. In his 3 vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, he denied to himself and those he loved most property, love, and liberty. Why was it that the most large-hearted and poetic spirits of that age found their most congenial atmosphere in these awful renunciations? Why did he, who loved where all men were blind, seek to blind himself where all men loved? Why was he a monk and not a troubadour? These questions are far too large to be answered fully here, but in any life of Francis they ought at least to have been asked. We have a suspicion that if they were answered, we should suddenly find that much of the enigma of this sullen time of ours was answered also. So it was with the monks. The 2 great parties in human affairs are only the party which sees life black against white, and the party which sees white against black, the party which macerates and blackens itself with sacrifice, because the background is full of the blaze of a universal mercy, and the party which crowns itself with flowers and lights, itself with bridal torches, because it stands against a black curtain of incalculable night. The revellers are old and the monks are young. It was the monks who were the spendthrifts of happiness, and we who are its misers. Doubtless, as is apparent from Mr. Adderley's book, the clear and tranquil life of the Three Vows had a fine and delicate effect on the genius of Francis. He was primarily a poet. The perfection of his literary instinct is shown in his naming the fire brother and the water sister, in the quaint demagogic dexterity of the appeal in the Sermon to the Fishes that they alone were saved in the flood, in the amazingly minute and graphic dramatization of the life, disappointments, and excuses of any shrub or beast that he happened to be addressing. His genius has a curious resemblance to that of Burns. But if he avoided the weaknesses of Burns' verses to animals, the occasional morbidity, the bombast and moralization on himself, the credit is surely due to a cleaner and more transparent life. The general attitude of St. Francis, like that of his master, embodied a kind of terrible common sense. The famous remark of the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland, "Why not?" impresses us as his general motto. He could not see why he should not be on good terms with all things. The pomp of war and ambition, the great empire of the Middle Ages and all its fellows, begin to look tawdry and top-heavy under the rationality of that innocent stare. His questions were blasting and devastating, like the questions of a child. He would not have been afraid even of the nightmares of cosmogony, for he had no fear in him. To him the world was small, not because he had any views as to its size, but for the reason that gossiping ladies find it small, because so many relatives were to be found in it. If you had taken him to the loneliest star that the madness of an astronomer can conceive, he would have only beheld in it the features of a new friend. End of chapter Francis. History of Steam on the Erie Canal. Appeal for the extension of the Act of April 1871 to foster and develop the inland commerce of the State for the benefit of the canals and the commercial community. Author anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 1. Screw propellers from 1858 to 1862. During the maple sugar season of the spring of 1858, a well-to-do farmer of western New York whittled out a spiral or augur-like screw propeller in miniature, which he thought admirably adapted to the canal. He soon after went to Buffalo and contracted for a boat to be built with two of his Archimedean screws for propulsion by steam. Although advised by his builders to substitute the common four-bladed propellers, he adhered to his original design, and with one propeller at either side of the rudder, called twin propellers, she was soon ready for duty. She is the vessel known to history as the Charles Wack. She carried 3/4 cargo and towed another boat with full cargo, and made the trip from Buffalo to West Troy in 7 days total time, averaging 2 miles per hour. But she returned from Troy to Buffalo with half freight in 4 days and 16 hours net time, averaging 3 1/12 miles per hour without tow. This initiated the series of steamers from 1858 to 1862, and with others that soon followed, created a general enthusiasm in behalf of steam transportation, which led to a trip through the canal that fall on a chartered steam tug by the Governor of the State, the Canal Board, and other notables, and with public receptions, speeches, etc., at different cities along the route. That boat was soon followed by the S. B. Ruggles, a first-class steam canal boat built by the Hon. E. S. Prosser of Buffalo, with a first-class modern propeller, and with double the engine capacity of the former. The P. L. Sternberg soon followed, and was a first-class boat with modern twin propellers, but with less engine capacity than the Wack. The same season there were some local steamers built to run regularly between different cities on the line of the canal. The following season of 1859 was the most active year the Erie Canal has ever known in regard to steam. The C. Wack was sold to Mr. Prosser, who took out her Archimedean propellers and substituted a modern propeller, and doubled her engine capacity, and reproduced her as the City of Buffalo. The Gold Hunter was produced by the Western Transportation Company of Buffalo. She was a short oblong tub with a square box-like bow and rounded stern, designed only to carry machinery and coal, and was to be recessed into the stern of ordinary horse boats by cutting away an equivalent space therefrom. She was designed to make a trip on the canal and be immediately transferred to another boat for return trip, thus to avoid the usual loss of time at the termini of the canal. She was abandoned after a brief trial. The canal boat Niagara had the Cathcart propeller supplied, which consisted of a union of the propeller and rudder by a universal joint in the shaft, and so adjusted as to unite them for steerage purposes. This design was tried on the steamer Cathcart upon the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal in 1858, and with considerable newspaper éclat. The Rotary of New York was a new steamer for freighting purposes, with a rotary engine and common propeller. This occupied but little space, and worked prettily on exhibition. The Eclipse of New York was new, and had an oscillating propeller engine. Screw tugs. The Governor King was a medium-sized New York harbor propeller, and made repeated trips with 3 boats in tow, and 1 trip with 5 boats. She was so slow as to be unremunerative as compared with horses. The Western Transportation Company, after the failure of the Gold Hunter, built 2 powerful tugs, the Washington and Lafayette. They were soon withdrawn. Mr. Prosser built the first-class tug Stimmers, but she had a short canal history. The tugs Bemis and Dan Brown made good runs each, with 3 boats in tow, but were short-lived canallers. Paddle wheels and other devices. During these years the paddle wheel system was thoroughly tried, and under varied circumstances. As the locks prevented the use of side wheels for full freights, an adjustable stern wheel was tried. This could be raised or lowered in adaptation to the light or full cargo. The H.K. Veely was a first-class canal steamer, with stern wheel and vertical or eccentric acting paddles. These were considered by some as peculiarly well adapted to canal purposes, yet in practice proved otherwise. The Fallbrook was built by Mr. John McGee of Seneca Lake, renowned for towing purposes, intended to establish a line between Seneca Lake and New York City, but her canal abilities were so poor as to cause her withdrawal to lake duty. She had powerful engines with vertical acting paddle wheel set amidships between twin hulls, with a full flow of water from bow to stern, and was decked across forward and aft of her wheel. The Lady Jane of Utica was a bow paddle wheel boat with small engines. She accomplished but little. As paddle wheel canallers have proven less efficient than screw propellers, they are more limited in numbers. Other contemporary devices were tried. The canal boat Oswego had her stern recessed to receive a submerged horizontal centrifugal acting water wheel, which received water at a central and ejected it at a peripheral opening for propulsion. This opening could be turned for steerage or backing purposes. She was altered at Green Point and received good machinery at Brooklyn, but was soon restored to horses. Duck's feet paddles were experimented with at Buffalo. A scull propulsion was tried upon the Hudson. Also hinge-bladed propellers to open and close with a fore and aft movement at the stern. This last device was tried by a Dr. Hunter, who has more recently tried a fish-tail propeller, the blades being made of rubber to imitate the form and elasticity of the tail with mechanical imitations of movement. It is hardly necessary to add that these devices were all worthless, and others of miscellaneous character may have been tried, yet without merit. Remarks. Wealth, experience, and skill have marked this first era of steam, and though combined, they utterly failed. Both Mr. Prosser and the Western Transportation Company were owners of fleets of splendid lake propellers, and were wealthy, with interests intimately identified with canals. It is evident there was no want either of money, mechanical resources, or knowledge of canal business as the basis of their failures with steam. Capital flowed into the steam enterprise from various resources, and ambition multiplied experiments, but with no appreciable success. The difficulties lay beyond the reach of capital and beyond the reach of known resources, and no adequate knowledge had been developed to solve the problem. Therefore, after suffering failures for several years, the State wisely volunteered to add extraordinary inducements by a large appropriation to encourage success. It could not have been to encourage the reproduction of former failures by the repetition of former trials. The inquiry is therefore proper as a lesson from the history of the early era of steam. What are the difficulties? Why has steam failed so absolutely and so universally? Why did the State subsequently offer a large bounty to foster and develop steam? Obviously there is some hidden difficulty, some unknown inability, because steam is the arbiter of the age. It is the great supreme motor of man's agencies throughout the world. Hence we come from the sublime to the ridiculous when we use it to load boats at Buffalo to be towed 350 miles by horses. The lessons of the early era are worthless for repetition. There is no better screw-propelling machinery known than was then tried and abandoned. But the lessons are of value to discover the difficulties which must be remedied, to teach that the success of steam lies beyond the reach of publicly known mechanical resources. The trials establish plainly and incontrovertibly that the failures were owing to the want of mechanical adaptation to required duty, to a mechanical inability to utilize the power of steam, to a mechanical waste of power beyond their ability to control or remedy, and that the wasted power was extravagantly large and the utilized insignificantly small. A very intelligent captain of one of the best and most powerful steamers known to the Erie Canal, who had a full and carefully kept log, stated that when his engine exceeded 100 horsepower of steam, he could only equal 12 horses on the towpath. Thus over 7/8 of his power was wastefully developed in order to render 1/8 useful. But this occurred when he was moving only 2 loaded boats, the steamer and 1 tow. But when moving 4 boats, 3 in tow, the percentage of utility was lessened, and he could not exceed 8 to 10% of his steam, as shown in slower movement when fewer horses on the towpath could equal him. The steamer is a reservoir, and its rotary power is free to be developed inversely as its resistances. Hence, when fastened to a pier, it is all developed in its receding currents, and, per contra, when moving, if its machinery had a perfect fulcrum, it would all be developed in the run of the boat. Consequently, on rivers and lakes with fine-lined steamers that cut the water like a knife, it is like standing in a small boat and pushing from a large one. But on canals with their full bows, it is like standing in a large boat and pushing from a smaller one. The little one runs away with the power. The more than 100 square feet area of immersed section of the full bow represents the large boat, and the dozen square feet effective area of the propeller blades, set at an easy angle for spiral motion and recession velocity, is the little one that squanders the power so extravagantly. Increase in number of boats increases this contrast. The propeller blades of a good canaller will move 12 to 15 miles in their line of spiral movement to get 2 to 3 miles headway for the boat. A correct scientific analysis can trace the developments of the 85 to 90% of the inherent power of the steam that is wasted on the common canal boat, and that has no resultant effect whatever in the motion of the boat, just as positively as it can trace the co-developments of 15 to 10% that is utilized and that moves the boat. The practical man sees the truths of these statements. He sees steam used with small, medium, and large engines for canal purposes, and sees them all fail to meet the economy of transportation established by horses. But he would just as soon put men on the towpath to compete with the horses as to put horses into his elevators to compete with steam, and that because in the elevators the power of the steam is chiefly utilized, whilst on the canal it is chiefly wasted. It is therefore conclusive that there is an absolute necessity for a new mechanical system, for a radically different system of transmissive mechanism, for a system that can develop a considerable portion of the power of the steam in the movement of the boats. The variations of the old system of propulsion that are being continuously tried are worthless in the very nature of the case, because they are in no sense a remedy for existing inabilities, and because they do not, in any sense whatever, meet the difficulties. End of the first section.
Laughter by Anonymous, from the collection Autumn Leaves. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chloe Winters, January 2008. In some individuals, the risibles lie so near the surface that you may tickle them with a feather. In others, they are so deeply embedded in phlegm, or so protected by the crust of ill humor, that a strong thrust and a keen weapon are required to reach them. A laugh is in itself a different thing in different individuals. Some persons laugh inwardly, unsocially, bitterly. It is a pure grimace on your part when you join in their merriment, unless you are superior to the fear of ridicule. On the other hand, there is a laugh of so contagious a nature that you are irresistibly moved to sympathy while ignorant of the exciting cause, or out of the sphere of its influence. You will laugh loud and long, and afterwards confess that you had not the least gleam of a funny idea all the while. You doubt the power of the sympathetic laugh? Come with me into the nursery. Here is a rosy little horror, a year and a half old. Sit down and take him upon your knees. Hold his dimpled hands in yours, and look steadily into his roguish eyes. Repeat a nursery rhyme, no matter what, in a humdrum recitative. He is sober and very attentive. Suddenly spring a mine upon him with a boo. His hickety-hick follows, and his eyes begin to shine. Repeat the experiment. Hickety-hick again, more heartily than at first, with the baby encore, a-din. The same process awakens the rapturous little pearls again and again, and you are quite in the spirit of the thing yourself. Now for a more ecstatic burst. You purposefully prolong his suspense. He is all atilt, expecting the delightful surprise. You drawl out each word, you drone the ditty over and over again, till every tiny nerve is tense with expectation. Boo! At last, and over he goes in the complete abandon of baby glee. His cherry lips are wide asunder, his head hangs powerless back, and the hickety-hicks burst tumultuously from his little beating throat. And you, sir, what are you doing? Laughing, I declare, in full roar, till the tears run down your cheeks. You catch the boy in your arms, toss him, almost throttle him with kisses, and so enhance the merry spasms that mamma, who has a philosophical instinct with regard to excited nerves, and dreads the reaction, comes to the rescue. Let me introduce you to another effective laughter. You shall not hear a sound, yet you cannot choose but laugh if she does, quiet as she is about it. See how her shoulders shake, and look at her face. Every feature is instinct with mirth. The color mounts to the roots of the hair, the curls vibrate, the eyes sparkle through tears, the white teeth glisten, the very nose and ears seem to take a part. Like Nourmahal, she laughs all over, and while you wonder what the joke may be, you are laughing too. Do you feel dismal or anxious? You should hear Elle tell a story. She is one of the very few who can undertake with impunity to talk and laugh at the same time. Look and listen while she describes some comic occurrence. There is no unladylike boisterous noise, but musical peals of laughter come thick and fast, and faster and thicker. Preternaturally fast and thick come the words with them. And yet each word is distinct. You do not lose a syllable. And I should like to see the man who can resist her, if she chooses he should laugh, even at his own expense. There is an odd sort of power, too, in the gravity with which B tells a humorous anecdote. He invariably maintains a sober face, while everybody is in an agony of laughter around him. Just as it begins to subside, the echo of his own wit comes back to him, and, as if he had just caught the idea, he bursts into one little abrupt explosion, so genuine, so full of heartiness, that it sets everybody off upon a fresh score. Nothing so melts away reserve among strangers, nothing so quickly develops the affinities in chance society, as laughter. A person might be ever so polite, and even kind, and talk sentiment a whole day, and it would not draw me so near to him as the mutual enjoyment of one heartfelt laugh. It is a perfect bond of union. For the time being, you have but one soul between you. End of Laughter by Anonymous. Read by Chloe Winters, January 2008.
Lincoln's Last Hours by Charles A. Leal, M.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Address delivered before the Commandery of the State of New York, Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States, at the regular meeting, February 1909, City of New York, in observance of the 100th anniversary of the birth of President Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln's Last Hours. Commander and companions of the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. At the historic pageant in Washington, when the remains of President Lincoln were being taken from the White House to the Capitol, a carriage immediately preceding the catafalque was assigned to me. Outside were the crowds, the martial music, but inside the carriage I was plunged in deep self-communion, until aroused by a gentle tap at the window of my carriage door. An officer of high rank put his head inside and exclaimed, "Dr. Leal, I would rather have done what you did to prolong the life of the President than to have accomplished my duties during the entire war." I shrank back at what he said, and for the first time realized the importance of it all. As soon as I returned to my private office in the hospital, I drew down the window shade, locked the door, threw myself prostrate on the bare wood floor, and asked for advice. The answer came as distinctly as if spoken by a human being present. Forget it all. I visited our Surgeon General, Joseph K. Barnes, and asked his advice. He also said, "Cast it from your memory." On April 17, 1865, a New York newspaper reporter called at my army tent. I invited him in, and expressed my desire to forget all the recent sad events, and to occupy my mind with the exacting present and plans for the future. Recently, several of our companions expressed the conviction that history now demands, and that it is my duty to give the detailed facts of President Lincoln's death as I know them, and in compliance with their request, I this evening for the first time will read a paper on the subject. Lincoln's Last Hours. One of the most cruel wars in the history of the world had nearly closed. The people of the United States were rejoicing at the prospect of peace and returning happiness. President Lincoln, after the surrender of General Robert E. Lee, visited Richmond, Virginia, exposing himself to great danger, and on his return delivered an address from the balcony of the White House. I was then a commissioned officer in the medical department of the United States Army, having been appointed from my native state, New York, and was on duty as surgeon in charge of the wounded commissioned officers' ward at the United States Army General Hospital, Armory Square, Washington, District of Columbia, where my professional duties were of the greatest importance and required constant and arduous attention. For a brief relief and a few moments in the fresh air I started one evening for a short walk on Pennsylvania Avenue. There were crowds walking toward the President's residence. These I followed, and arrived just at the commencement of President Lincoln's last public address to his people. From where I stood I could distinctly hear every word he uttered, and was profoundly impressed with his divine appearance as he stood in the rays of light which penetrated the windows of the White House. The influence thus produced me gave an intense desire again to behold his face and study the characteristics of the savior of his country. Therefore, on the evening of April 14th, 1865, after the completion of my daily hospital duties, I told my ward master that I would be absent for a short time. As a very large number from the army stationed near Washington frequently visited the city, a general order was in force that none should be there without a special pass, and all wearing uniform and out at night were subject to frequent challenge. To avoid this inconvenience, officers stationed in Washington generally removed all signs of their calling when off duty. I changed to civilian's dress and hurried to Ford's Theater, where I had been told President Lincoln, General Grant, and members of the cabinet were to be present to see the play, Our American Cousin. I arrived late at the theater, 8:15 p.m., and requested a seat in the orchestra, whence I could view the occupants of the President's box, which, on looking into the theater, I saw had been beautifully decorated with American flags in honor of the occasion. As the building was crowded, the last place vacant was in the dress circle. I was greatly disappointed, but accepted this seat, which was near the front on the same side and about 40 feet from the President's box, and soon became interested in the pleasing play. Suddenly there was a cheering welcome. The acting ceased temporarily out of respect to the entering presidential party. Many in the audience rose to their feet in enthusiasm and vociferously cheered, while looking around. Turning, I saw in the aisle a few feet behind me President Lincoln, Mrs. Lincoln, Major Rathbone, and Miss Harris. Mrs. Lincoln smiled very happily in acknowledgment of the loyal greeting, gracefully curtsied several times, and seemed to be overflowing with good cheer and thankfulness. I had the best opportunity to distinctly see the full face of the President, as the light shone directly upon him. After he had walked a few feet, he stopped for a moment, looked upon the people he loved, and acknowledged their salutations with a solemn bow. His face was perfectly stoical. His deep-set eyes gave him a pathetically sad appearance. The audience seemed to be enthusiastically cheerful, but he alone looked peculiarly sorrowful, as he slowly walked with bowed head and drooping shoulders toward the box. I was looking at him as he took his last walk. The memory of that scene has never been effaced. The party was preceded by a special usher who opened the door of the box, stood to one side, and after all had entered, closed the door and took a seat outside, where he could guard the entrance to the box. The play was resumed and my attention was concentrated on the stage until I heard a disturbance at the door of the President's box. With many others I looked in that direction and saw a man endeavoring to persuade the reluctant usher to admit him. At last he succeeded in gaining an entrance, after which the door was closed and the usher resumed his place. For a few moments all was quiet, and the play again held my attention until suddenly the report of a pistol was heard, and a short time after I saw a man in mid-air leaping from the President's box to the stage, brandishing in his hand a drawn dagger. His spur caught in the American flag festooned in front of the box, causing him to stumble when he struck the stage, and he fell on his hands and knees. He quickly regained the erect posture and hopped across the stage, flourishing his dagger, clearing the stage before him, and dragging the foot of the leg, which was subsequently found to be broken, he disappeared behind the scene on the opposite side of the stage. Then followed cries that the President had been murdered, interspersed with cries of "Kill the murderer," "Shoot him," etc., from different parts of the building. The lights had been turned down, a general gloom was over all, and the panic-stricken audience were rushing toward the doors for exit and safety. I instantly arose, and in response to cries for help and for a surgeon, I crossed the aisle and vaulted over the seats in a direct line to the President's box, forcing my way through the excited crowd. The door of the box had been securely fastened on the inside to prevent anyone following the assassin before he had accomplished his cruel object and made his escape. The obstruction was with difficulty removed, and I was the first to be admitted to the box. The usher, having been told that I was an army surgeon, had lifted up his arm and had permitted me alone to enter. I passed in, not in the slightest degree knowing what I had to encounter. At this moment, while in self-communion, the military command "Halt" came to me, and in obedience to it I stood still in the box, having a full view of the 4 other occupants. Then came the advice, "Be calm," and, with the calmest deliberation and force of will, I brought all my senses to their greatest activity, and walked forward to my duty. Major Rathbone had bravely fought the assassin. His arm had been severely wounded and was bleeding. He came to me holding his wounded arm in the hand of the other, beseeching me to attend his wound. I placed my hand under his chin. Looking into his eyes, an almost instantaneous glance revealed the fact that he was in no immediate danger, and in response to appeals from Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris, who were standing by the high-backed armchair in which President Lincoln sat, I went immediately to their assistance, saying I was a United States Army surgeon. I grasped Mrs. Lincoln's outstretched hand in mine, while she cried piteously to me, "Oh, doctor, is he dead? Can he recover? Will you take charge of him? Do what you can for him, oh my dear husband," etc., etc. I soothingly answered that we would do all that possibly could be done. While approaching the President, I asked a gentleman who was at the door of the box to procure some brandy and another to get some water. As I looked at the President, he appeared to be dead. His eyes were closed and his head had fallen forward. He was being held upright in his chair by Mrs. Lincoln, who was weeping bitterly. From his crouched down sitting posture it was evident that Mrs. Lincoln had instantly sprung to his aid after he had been wounded and had kept him from stumbling to the floor. By Mrs. Lincoln's courage, strength, and energy, the President was maintained in this upright position during all the time that elapsed while Major Rathbone had bravely fought the assassin and removed the obstruction from the door of the box. I placed my finger on the President's right radial pulse but could perceive no movement of the artery. For the purpose of reviving him, if possible, We removed him from his chair to a recumbent position on the floor of the box, and as I held his head and shoulders while doing this, my hand came in contact with a clot of blood near his left shoulder. Remembering the flashing dagger in the hand of the assassin, and the severely bleeding wound of Major Rathbone, I supposed the President had been stabbed, and while kneeling on the floor over his head, with my eyes continuously watching the President's face, I asked a gentleman to cut the coat and shirt open from the neck to the elbow to enable me, if possible, to check the hemorrhage that I thought might take place from the subclavian artery or some other blood vessel. This was done with a dirk knife, but no wound was found there. I lifted his eyelids and saw evidence of a brain injury. I quickly passed the separated fingers of both hands through his blood-matted hair to examine his head, and I discovered his mortal wound. The President had been shot in the back of the head behind the left ear. I easily removed the obstructing clot of blood from the wound, and this relieved the pressure on the brain. The assassin of President Lincoln had evidently carefully planned to shoot to produce instant death, as the wound he made was situated within 2 inches of the physiological point of selection when instant death is desired. A Derringer pistol had been used, which had sent a large round ball on its awful mission through one of the thickest, hardest parts of the skull and into the brain. The history of surgery fails to record a recovery from such a fearful wound, and I have never seen or heard of any other person with such a wound and injury to the sinus of the brain and to the brain itself, who ever lived even for an hour. As the President did not then revive, I thought of the other mode of death, apnea, and assumed my preferred position to revive by artificial respiration. I knelt on the floor over the President, with a knee on each side of his pelvis and facing him. I leaned forward, opened his mouth, and introduced 2 extended fingers of my right hand as far back as possible, and by pressing the base of his paralyzed tongue downward and outward, opened his larynx and made a free passage for air to enter the lungs. I placed an assistant at each of his arms to manipulate them in order to expand his thorax, then slowly to press the arms down by the side of the body, while I pressed the diaphragm upward, methods which caused air to be drawn in and forced out of his lungs. During the intermissions I also, with the strong thumb and fingers of my right hand, by intermittent sliding pressure under and beneath the ribs, stimulated the apex of the heart, and resorted to several other physiological methods. We repeated these motions a number of times before signs of recovery from the profound shock were attained. Then a feeble action of the heart and irregular breathing followed. The effects of the shock were still manifest by such great prostration that I was fearful of any extra agitation of the President's body, and became convinced that something more must be done to retain life. I leaned forcibly forward directly over his body, thorax to thorax, face to face, and several times drew in a long breath, then forcibly breathed directly into his mouth and nostrils, which expanded his lungs and improved his respirations. After waiting a moment, I placed my ear over his thorax and found the action of the heart improving. I arose to the erect kneeling posture, then watched for a short time, and saw that the President could continue independent breathing, and that instant death would not occur. I then pronounced my diagnosis and prognosis. His wound is mortal. It is impossible for him to recover. This message was telegraphed all over the country. When the brandy and water arrived, I very slowly poured a small quantity into the President's mouth. This was swallowed and retained. Many looked on during these earnest efforts to revive the President, but not once did anyone suggest a word or in any way interfere with my actions. Mrs. Lincoln had thrown the burden on me and sat near by looking on. In the dimly lighted box of the theater, so beautifully decorated with American flags, a scene of historic importance was being enacted. On the carpeted floor lay prostrate the President of the United States. His long, outstretched, athletic body of 6 feet 4 inches appeared unusually heroic. His bleeding head rested on my white linen handkerchief. His clothing was arranged as nicely as possible. He was irregularly breathing. His heart was feebly beating. His face was pale and in solemn repose. His eyelids were closed. His countenance made him appear to be in prayerful communion with the universal God he always loved. I looked down upon him and waited for the next inspiration, which soon came. Remove to safety. From the time Mrs. Lincoln had placed the President in my charge, I had not permitted my attention to be diverted. Again I was asked the nature of his wound, and replied in these exact words: "His wound is mortal. It is impossible for him to recover." While I was kneeling over the President on the floor, Dr. Charles S. Taft and Dr. Albert F.A. King had come and offered to render any assistance. I expressed the desire to have the President taken, as soon as he had gained sufficient strength, to the nearest house, on the opposite side of the street. I was asked by several if he could not be taken to the White House, but I responded that if that were attempted, the President would die long before we reached there. While we were waiting for Mr. Lincoln to gain strength, Laura Keene, who had been taking part in the play, appealed to me to allow her to hold the President's head. I granted this request, and she sat on the floor of the box and held his head on her lap. We decided that the President could now be moved from the possibility of danger in the theater to a house where we might place him on a bed in safety. To assist in this duty I assigned Dr. Taft to carry his right shoulder, Dr. King to carry his left shoulder, and detailed a sufficient number of others, whose names I have never discovered, to assist in carrying the body, while I carried his head, going first. We reached the door of the box and saw the long passage leading to the exit crowded with people. I called out twice, "Guards, clear the passage! Guards, clear the passage!" A free space was quickly cleared by an officer and protected by a line of soldiers in the position of present arms with swords, pistols, and bayonets. When we reached the stairs, I turned so that those holding the President's feet would descend first. At the door of the theater I was again asked if the President could be taken to the White House. I answered, no, the President would die on the way. The crowd in the street completely obstructed the doorway, and a captain, whose services proved invaluable all through the night, came to me saying, "Surgeon, give me your commands and I will see that they are obeyed." I asked him to clear a passage to the nearest house opposite. He had on side arms and drew his sword. With the sword and word of command he cleared the way. We slowly crossed the street. It was necessary to stop several times to give me the opportunity to remove the clot of blood from the opening to the wound. A barrier of men had been formed to keep back the crowds on each side of an open space leading to the house. Those who went ahead reported that the house directly opposite the theater was closed. I saw a man standing at the door of Mr. Peterson's house, diagonally opposite, holding a lighted candle in his hand and beckoning us to enter. This we did, not having been interrupted in the slightest by the throngs in the street, but a number of the excited populace followed us into the house. The great difficulty of retaining life during this brief time occupied in moving the President from the theater to Mr. Peterson's house conclusively proved that the President would have died in the street if I had granted the request to take him such a long distance as to the White House. I asked for the best room, and we soon had the President placed in bed. He was lifted to the longitudinal center of the bed and placed on his back. While holding his face upward and keeping his head from rolling to either side, I looked at his elevated knees caused by his great height. This uncomfortable position grieved me, and I ordered the foot of the bed to be removed. Dr. Taft and Dr. King reported that it was a fixture. Then I requested that it be broken off. As I found this could not satisfactorily be done, I had the President placed diagonally on the bed and called for extra pillows, and with them formed a gentle inclined plane on which to rest his head and shoulders. His position was then one of repose. The room soon filled with anxious people. I called the officer and asked him to open a window and order all except the medical gentlemen and friends to leave the room. After we had given the President a short rest, I decided to make a thorough physical examination, as I wished to see if he had been wounded in any other part of the body. I requested all except the surgeons to leave the room. The captain reported that my order had been carried out with the exception of Mrs. Lincoln, to whom he said he did not like to speak. I addressed Mrs. Lincoln, explaining my desire, and she immediately left the room. I examined the President's entire body from his head to his feet, and found no other injury. His lower extremities were very cold, and I sent the hospital steward, who had been of great assistance to us in removing the President from the theater, to procure bottles of hot water and hot blankets, which were applied. I also sent for a large sinapism, and in a short time one very nicely made was brought. This I applied over the solar plexus and to the anterior surface of his body. We arranged the bedclothes nicely, and I assigned Dr. Taft and Dr. King to keep his head upon the pillows in the most comfortable position, relieving each other in this duty, after which I sent an officer to notify Mrs. Lincoln that she might return to her husband. She came in and sat on a chair placed for her at the head of the bed. As the symptoms indicated renewed brain compression, I again cleared the opening of clotted blood, and pushed forward the button of bone, which acted as a valve, permitted an oozing of the blood, and relieved pressure on the brain. I again saw good results from this action. After doing all that was professionally necessary, I stood aside for a general view and to think what to do next. While thus watching, several army officers anxiously asked if they could in any way assist. I told them my greatest desire then was to send messengers to the White House for the President's son, Captain Robert T. Lincoln, also for the Surgeon General, Joseph K. Barnes, Surgeon D. Willard Bliss, in charge of Armory Square General Hospital, the President's family physician, Dr. Robert K. Stone, and to each member of the President's cabinet. All these desires of mine were fulfilled. Having been taught in early youth to pay great respect to all religious denominations in regard to their rules concerning the sick or dying, it became my duty as surgeon in charge of the dying President to summon a clergyman to his bedside. Therefore, after inquiring and being informed that the Reverend Dr. Gurley was Mrs. Lincoln's pastor, I immediately sent for him. Then I sent the hospital steward for a Nelaton probe. No drug or medicine in any form was administered to the President, but the artificial heat and mustard plaster that I had applied warmed his cold body and stimulated his nerves. Only a few were at any time admitted to the room by the officer whom I had stationed at the door, and at all times I had maintained perfect discipline and order. While we were watching and letting nature do her part, Dr. Taft came to me with brandy and water and asked permission to give some to the President. I objected, stating as my reason that it would produce strangulation. Dr. Taft left the room and again came to me, stating that it was the opinion of others also that it might do good. I replied, "I will grant the request, if you will please at first try by pouring only a very small quantity into the President's mouth." This Dr. Taft very carefully did. The liquid ran into the President's larynx, producing laryngeal obstruction and unpleasant symptoms, which took me about half a minute to overcome, but no lasting harm was done. My physiological and practical experiences had led to correct conclusions. On the arrival of Dr. Robert K. Stone, who had been the President's family physician during his residence in Washington, I was presented to him as the one who had been in charge since the President was shot. I described the wound and told him all that had been done. He said he approved of my treatment. Surgeon General Joseph K. Barnes' long delay in arriving was due to his going first to the White House, where he expected to find the assassinated President, then to the residence of Secretary Seward and his son, both of whom he found requiring immediate attention, as they had been severely wounded by the attempts of another assassin to kill them. On the arrival of the Surgeon General and Assistant Surgeon General, Charles H. Crane, I reported what we had done and officially detailed to the Surgeon General my diagnosis, stating that whenever the clot was allowed to form over the opening to the wound, the President's breathing became greatly embarrassed. The Surgeon General approved the treatment, and my original plan of treatment was continued in every respect until the President's death. The hospital steward arrived with the Nelaton probe, and an examination was made by the Surgeon General and myself, who introduced the probe to a distance of about 2½ inches, where it came in contact with a foreign substance which lay across the track of the ball. This was easily passed, and the probe was introduced several inches further, where it again touched a hard substance, at first supposed to be the ball, but as the white porcelain bulb of the probe on its withdrawal did not indicate the mark of lead, it was generally thought to be another piece of loose bone. The probe was introduced the second time, and the ball was supposed to be distinctly felt. After this second exploration, nothing further was done with the wound, except to keep the opening free from coagula, which, if allowed to form and remain for a short time, produced signs of increased compression, the breathing becoming profoundly stertorous and intermittent, the pulse more feeble and irregular. After I had resigned my charge, all that was professionally done for the President was to repeat occasionally my original expedient of relieving the brain pressure by freeing the opening to the wound, and to count the pulse and respirations. The President's position on the bed remained exactly as I had first placed him, with the assistance of Dr. Taft and Dr. King. Captain Robert T. Lincoln came and remained with his father and mother, bravely sustaining himself during the course of the night. On that awful, memorable night, the great War Secretary, the Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, one of the most imposing figures of the 19th century, promptly arrived and recognized at that critical period of our country's history the necessity of a head to our government, and as the President was passing away, established a branch of his War Department in an adjoining room. There he sat, surrounded by his counselors and messengers, pen in hand, writing to General Dix and others. He was soon in communication with many in authority, and with the government and army officials. By Secretary Stanton's wonderful ability and power in action, he undoubtedly controlled millions of excited people. He was then the master, and in reality, acting President of the United States. During the night, Mrs. Lincoln came frequently from the adjoining room, accompanied by a lady friend. At one time Mrs. Lincoln exclaimed, sobbing bitterly, "Oh, that my little Taddy might see his father before he died." This was decided not advisable. As Mrs. Lincoln sat on a chair by the side of the bed, with her face to her husband's, his breathing became very stertorous, and the loud, unnatural noise frightened her in her exhausted, agonized condition. She sprang up suddenly with a piercing cry and fell fainting to the floor. Secretary Stanton, hearing her cry, came in from the adjoining room and with raised arms called loudly, "Take that woman out and do not let her in again." Mrs. Lincoln was helped up kindly and assisted in a fainting condition from the room. Secretary Stanton's order was obeyed, and Mrs. Lincoln did not see her husband again before he died. As Captain Lincoln was consoling his mother in another room, and as I had promised Mrs. Lincoln to do all I possibly could for her husband, I took the place of kindred and continuously held the President's right hand firmly, with one exception of less than a minute, when my sympathies compelled me to seek the disconsolate wife. I found her reclining in a nearby room, being comforted by her son. Without stopping in my walk, I passed the room where Secretary Stanton sat at his official table, and returning took the hand of the dying President in mine, the hand that had signed the Emancipation Proclamation liberating 4,000,000 slaves. As morning dawned, it became quite evident that the President was sinking, and at several times his pulse could not be counted, 2 or 3 feeble pulsations being noticed, followed by an intermission when not the slightest movements of the artery could be felt. The inspirations became very prolonged and labored, accompanied by a guttural sound. The respiration ceased for some time, and several anxiously looked at their watches until the profound silence was disturbed by a prolonged inspiration, which was followed by a sonorous expiration. During these moments, the Surgeon General occupied a chair by the head of the President's bed, and occasionally held his finger over the carotid artery to note its pulsations. Dr. Stone sat on the edge of the foot of the bed, and I stood holding the President's right hand with my extended forefinger on his pulse, being the only one between the bed and the wall, the bed having been drawn out diagonally for that purpose. While we were anxiously watching in profound, solemn silence, the Reverend Dr. Gurley said, "Let us pray," and offered a most impressive prayer. After which we witnessed the last struggle between life and death. At this time, my knowledge of physiology, pathology, and psychology told me that the President was totally blind as a result of blood pressure on the brain, as indicated by the paralysis, dilated pupils, protruding and bloodshot eyes. But all the time I acted on the belief that if his sense of hearing or feeling remained, he could possibly hear me when I sent for his son, the voice of his wife when she spoke to him, and that the last sound he heard may have been his pastor's prayer, as he finally committed his soul to God. Knowledge that frequently just before departure recognition and reason return to those who have been unconscious caused me for several hours to hold his right hand firmly within my grasp, to let him in his blindness know, if possible, that he was in touch with humanity and had a friend. The protracted struggle ceased at 20 minutes past 7 o'clock on the morning of April 15th, 1865, and I announced that the President was dead. Immediately after the death, the few remaining in the room knelt around the bed while the Reverend Dr. Gurley delivered one of the most impressive prayers ever uttered, that our Heavenly Father look down in pity upon the bereaved family and preserve our afflicted and sorrow-stricken country. Then I gently smoothed the President's contracted facial muscles, took 2 coins from my pocket, placed them over his eyelids, and drew a white sheet over the martyr's face. I had been the means, in God's hand, of prolonging the life of President Abraham Lincoln for 9 hours. Every necessary act of love, devotion, skill, and loyalty had been rendered during his helpless hours to the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, to the beloved of millions of people throughout the world. Many reported, anxious in any way to be of service. I accepted their offers to the extent of abundantly filling every want. Of all the people I have met in different parts of the world, I have found that as a class, good Americans are not to be excelled when occasions demand in strength, endurance, calmness, good judgment, ardent loyal devotion, and self-sacrificing love. By prolonging the life of President Lincoln, his son Robert, whom I sent for, was enabled to see his father alive. Physicians and surgeons, lawyer and clergymen, whom I sent for, visited the President and were given time to deliberate. Members of the Cabinet, whom I sent for with soldiers and sailors and friends, had the opportunity to surround him. Millions of dangerous, excited, and disappointed people were morally dissuaded from acts of discord. The nation was held in suppressed, sympathetic suspense and control when the people heard that the President was living, though severely wounded and dying. Before the people had time to realize the situation, there was another President of the United States, and the grandeur of the continuity of the Republic was confirmed. After all was over, and as I stood by the side of the covered mortal remains, I thought, "You have fulfilled your promise to the wife. Your duty now is to the many living, suffering, wounded officers committed to your care in your ward at Armory Square General Hospital." And I left the house in deep meditation. In my lonely walk, I was aroused from my reveries by the cold, drizzling rain dropping on my bare head. My hat I had left in my seat at the theater. My clothing was stained with blood, and I had not once been seated since I first sprang to the President's aid. I was cold, weary, and sad. The dawn of peace was again clouded. The most cruel war in history had not completely ended. Our long sorrowing country vividly came before me as I thought how essential it was to have an organization composed of returning soldiers to guard and protect the officers of state and uphold the Constitution. This great need was simultaneously recognized by others, for on that day, April 15, 1865, there assembled at Philadelphia a few army officers for that purpose, and originated the military order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. Among the archives of our organization, the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States, we have recorded: Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, March 4, 1861 to April 15, 1865. Born February 12, 1809, Hardin, LaRue County, Kentucky. Assassinated April 14, 1865. Died April 15, 1865, at Washington, D.C. Enrolled by special resolution to date from April 15, 1865. I herewith give, in the order in which they arrived, the names of the physicians and surgeons and the clergymen whom I recognize as taking a professional part in the physical, mental, or spiritual welfare of the President from the time he was shot until his death. The first person to enter the box after the President was shot, and who took charge of him at the request of Mrs. Lincoln, was myself, Charles A. Leal, M.D., Assistant Surgeon, United States Volunteers, and the surgeon in charge of the ward containing the wounded commissioned officers at the United States Army General Hospital, Armory Square, Washington, D.C. The next who reported and simultaneously offered their services to me, which were accepted, were Charles S. Taft, M.D., Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, and Albert F. A. King, M.D., Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army. Then apparently, a very long time after we had cared for the President in Mr. Peterson's house, and in response to the numerous messengers whom I had sent, there arrived Robert K. Stone, M.D., Mrs. Lincoln's family physician; Joseph K. Barnes, M.D., Surgeon General, United States Army; Charles H. Crane, M.D., Assistant Surgeon General, United States Army; and the Reverend Dr. Gurley, Mrs. Lincoln's pastor. During the night several other physicians, unknown to me, called, and through courtesy I permitted some of them to feel the President's pulse, but none of them touched the wound. Later in the forenoon, as I was in the midst of important surgical duties at our hospital, I was notified by my lady nurse that a messenger had called inviting me to be present at the necropsy. Later a doctor called for the same purpose. I respectfully asked to be excused, as I did not dare to leave the large number of severely wounded expecting my usual personal care. I was fearful that the shock of hearing of the sudden death of the President might cause trouble in their depressed, painful conditions. One of my patients was profoundly depressed. He said to me, "Doctor, all we have fought for is gone. Our country is destroyed, and I want to die." This officer, the day before, was safely recovering from an amputation. I called my lady nurse. "Please closely watch Lieutenant. Cheer him as much as possible, and give him 2 ounces of wine every 2 hours," etc., etc. This brave soldier received the greatest kindness and skillful care, but he would not rally from the shock, and died in a short time. Among my relics I have a photograph taken a few days later in full staff uniform as I appeared at the obsequies. The crape has never been removed from my sword. I have my cuffs stained with the martyr's blood, also my card of invitation to the funeral services held on Wednesday, April 19th, which I attended, having been assigned a place at the head of the coffin at the White House, and a carriage immediately preceding the catafalque in the grand funeral procession from the White House to the Capitol, where, during the public ceremonies, I was assigned to a place at the head of the casket as it rested beneath the rotunda. One of the most devoted of those who remained in the room with the dying President was Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts. He visited me subsequently and said, "Dr. Leale, do you remember that I remained all the time until President Lincoln died?" Senator Sumner was profoundly affected by this great calamity to both North and South. On my visit to Secretary Seward some time after the President's death, he was still suffering from his fracture and from the brutal attacks of the assassin who made such a desperate attempt to kill him on that fateful night. When I again met Secretary Stanton, we sat alone in his private office. He was doing his utmost to continue what he deemed best for our country. The long continued strain and great burden had left their deep impress upon him. At the close of my call, we shook hands fraternally. After the war had closed, Governor Fenton of New York State, one of the war governors, came to me and said, "Dr. Leale, I will give you anything possible within my power." I responded, "I sincerely thank you, Governor, but I desire nothing, as I wish to follow my mission in life." The city of Washington was wrapped in a mantle of gloom. The President had known his people and had a heart full of love for his soldiers and sailors. With malice toward none, he alone seemed to have the power to restore fraternal love. He alone appeared able to quickly heal his country's wound. In May, there occurred in Washington one of the most pathetic and historic events, the return of the Northern Army for the final review of more than 70,000 veterans. A grandstand had been erected in front of the White House for the new President, his cabinet, officers of state, foreign ministers, and others. I had a seat on this grandstand, from which on May 24th we watched one of the most imposing parades recorded in history. Among the many heroes, I recall the passing of stately General William Tecumseh Sherman on his majestic horse, which had been garlanded with roses. After we had been sitting there for several hours, a foreign official tapped me on the shoulder and said, "What will become of these thousands of soldiers after their discharge?" I answered, "They will return to their homes all over the country and soon be at work doing their utmost to pay off the national debt." He replied, "Is it possible? No other country could expect such a result." All had lost comrades. Many were to return to desolate and broken homes. Amidst all the grandeur of victory, there was profound sorrow. Among the thousands of passing veterans, there were many who looked for their former commander-in-chief, but their father Abraham had answered to his last bugle call, and with more than 300,000 comrades, had been mustered out. End of Lincoln's Last Hours by Charles A. Leale, M.D. Recording by John Leader, Bloomington, Illinois.
A Midsummer's Night Trip, a chapter from the book Danger Signals, by John A. Hill and Jasper E. Brady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. It is all of 20 years now since the little incident happened that I am going to tell you about. After the strike of '77 I went into exile in the wild and woolly West, mostly in bleeding Kansas, but often in Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. The Santa Fe goes almost everywhere in the Southwest. One night in August I was dropping an old Baldwin consolidator down a long Mexican grade, after having helped a stock train over the division by double heading. It was close and hot in this sagebrush waste, something not unusual at night in high latitudes, and the heat and sheet lightning around the horizon warned me that there was to be one of those short, fierce storms that come but once or twice a year in these latitudes, and which are known as cloudbursts. The alkali plains, or deserts, as they are often erroneously called, are great stretches of adobe soil, known as "dobe" by the natives. This soil is a yellowish brown, or perhaps more of a grey color, and as fine as flour. Water plays sad havoc with it if the soil lies so as to oppose the flow, and it moves like dust before a slight stream. On the flat, hard-baked plains the water makes no impression, but on a railroad grade, be it ever so slight, the tendency is to dig pitfalls. I have seen a little stream of water, just enough to fill the ditches on each side of the track, take out all the dirt, and keep the ties and track afloat until the water was gone, then drop them into a hole 8 or 10 feet deep, or if the washout was short, leave them suspended, looking safe and sound, to lure some poor engineer and his mate to death. Another peculiarity of these storms is that they come quickly, rage furiously for a few minutes, and are gone, and their lines are sharply defined. It is not uncommon to find a lot of water or a washout within a mile of land so dry that it looks as if it had never seen a drop of water. All this land is fertile when it can be brought under irrigating ditches and watered, but here it lies out almost like a desert. It is sparsely inhabited along the little streams by a straggling offshoot of the Mexican race, yet once in a while a fine place is to be seen, like an oasis in the Sahara, the home of some old Spanish don with thousands of cattle or sheep ranging on the plains, or perhaps the headquarters of some enterprising cattle company. But these places were few and far between at the time of which I write. The stations were merely passing places, long side tracks with perhaps a stockyard and section house once in a while, but generally without buildings or even switch lights. Noting the approach of the storm, I let the heavy engine drop the faster, hoping to reach a certain side track over 20 miles away, where there was a telegraph operator, and learn from him the condition of the road. But the storm was faster than any consolidator that Baldwin's ever built, and as the lightning suddenly ceased and the air became heavy, hot, and absolutely motionless, I realized that we would have the storm full upon us in a few moments. I had nothing to meet for more than 30 miles, and there was nothing behind me, so I stopped and turned the headlight up, and hung my white signal lamps down below the buffer beams each side of the pilot, this to enable me to see the ends of the ties and the ditches. Billy Howell, my fireman, and a good one, hastily went over the boiler jacket with signal oil to prevent rust. We donned our gum coats, I dropped a little oil on the Mary Ann's gudgeons, and we proceeded on our way without a word. On these big consolidators you cannot see well ahead past the big boiler from the cab, and I always ran with my head out the side window. Both of us took this position now, standing up ready for anything. But we bowled safely along for 1 mile, 2 miles, through the awful hush. Then, as sudden as a flash of light, boom went a peal of thunder, as sharp and clear as a signal gun. There was a flash of light along the rails, the surface of the desert seemed to break out here and there with little fitful jets of greenish blue flame, and from every side came the answering reports from the batteries of heaven, like sister gunboats answering a salute. The rain fell in torrents, yes, in sheets. I have never before or since seen such a grand and fantastic display of fireworks, nor heard such rivalry of cannonade. I stopped my engine and looked with awe and interest at this angry fit of nature, watched the balls of fire play along the ground, and realized for the first time what a sight was an electric storm. As the storm commenced at the signal of a mighty peal of thunder, so it ended as suddenly at the same signal. The rain changed in an instant from a torrent to a gentle shower. The lightning went out, the batteries ceased their firing, the breeze commenced to blow gently, the air was purified. Again we heard the signal peal of thunder, but it seemed a great way off, as if the piece was hurrying away to a more urgent quarter. The gentle shower ceased, the black clouds were torn asunder overhead. Invisible hands seemed to snatch a grey veil of fleecy clouds from the face of the harvest moon, and it shone out as clear and serene as before the storm. The ditches on each side of the track were half full of water. Ties were floating along in them, but the track seemed safe and sound, and we proceeded cautiously on our way. Within 2 miles the road turned to the west, and here we found the water in the ditches running through soil so dry, carrying dead grass and twigs of sage upon its surface. We passed the head of the flood, tumbling along through the dry ditches as dirty as well could be, and fast soaking into the soil. And then we passed beyond the line of the storm entirely. Billy put up his seat and filled his pipe, and I sat down and absorbed a sandwich as I urged my engine ahead to make up for lost time. We took up our last routine of work just where we had left it, and life was the same old song. It was past midnight now, and as I never did a great deal of talking on an engine, I settled down to watching the rails ahead, and wondering if the knuckle joints would pound the rods off the pins before we got to the end of the division. Billy, with his eyes on the track ahead, was smoking his second pipe and humming a tune, and the Mary Ann was making about 40 miles an hour, but doing more rolling and pitching and jumping up and down than an 8-wheeler would at 60. All at once I discerned something away down the track where the rails seemed to meet. The moon had gone behind a cloud, and the headlight gave a better view and penetrated further. Billy saw it too, for he took his pipe out of his mouth, and with his eyes still upon it said laconically, as was his wont, "Cow." "Yes," I said, closing the throttle and dropping the lever ahead. "Man," said Billy, as the shape seemed to assume a perpendicular position. "Yes," I said, reaching for the 3-way cock and applying the tender brake without thinking what I did. "Woman," said Billy, as the shape was seen to wear skirts, or at least drapery. "Mexican," I said, as I noted the mantilla over the head. We were fast nearing the object. "No," said Billy, "too well built." I don't know what he judged by. We could not see the face, for she was turned away from us, but the form was plainly that of a comely woman. She stood between the rails with her arms stretched out like a cross, her white gown fitting her figure closely. A black shawl like mantilla was over the head, partly concealing her face. Her right foot was upon the left-hand rail. She stood perfectly still. We were within 50 feet of her, and our speed was reduced to half when Billy said sharply, "Hold her, John, for God's sake." But I had the Mary Ann in the back motion before the words left his mouth, and was choking her on sand. Billy leaned upon the boiler head and pulled the whistle cord, but the white figure did not move. I shut my eyes as we passed the spot where she had stood. We got stopped a rod or two beyond. I took the white light in the tank and sprang to the ground. Billy lit the torch and followed me with haste. The form stood still upon the track, just where we had first seen it, but it faced us, and the arms were folded. I confess to hurrying slowly, till Billy caught up with the torch, which he held over his head. "Good evening, señor," said the apparition, in very sweet English, just tinged with a Castilian accent. But she spoke as if nearly exhausted. "Good gracious," said I, "what ever brought you away out here, and hadn't you just a lief shoot a man and scare him to death?" She laughed very sweetly and said, "The washout brought me just here, and I fancy it was lucky for you, both of you." "Washout?" I said. "Where?" "At the dry bridge beyond." Well, to make a long story short, we took her on the engine. She was wet through, and went on to the dry bridge. This was a little wooden structure in a sag about half a mile away, and we found that the storm we had encountered farther back had done bad work at each end of the bridge. We did not cross that night, but after placing signals well behind us and ahead of the washout, we waited until morning, the three of us sitting in the cab of the Mary Ann, chatting as if we were old acquaintances. This young girl, whose fortunes had been so strangely cast with ours, was the daughter of Señor Juan Arboles, a rich old Spanish don who owned a fine place and immense herds of sheep over the Rio Pecos, some 10 miles west of the road. She was being educated in some Catholic school or convent at Trinidad, and had, the evening before, alighted at the big corrals, a few miles below, where she was met by one of her father's Mexican rancheros, who led her saddle bronco. They had started on their 15-mile ride in the cool of the evening, and following the road back for a few miles, were just striking off toward the distant hedge of cottonwoods that lined the little stream by her home, when the storm came upon them. There was a lone pine tree, hardly larger than a bush, about half a mile from the track, and riding to this, the girl, whose name was Josephine, had dismounted to seek its scanty protection, while the herder tried to hold the frightened horses. As a peal on peal of thunder resounded, and the electric lights of nature played tag over the plain, the horses became more and more unmanageable, and at last stampeded, with old Paz muttering Mexican curses and chasing after them wildly. After the storm passed, Josephine waited in vain for Paz and the broncos, and then debated whether she should walk toward her home or back to the corrals. In either direction the distance was long, and the adobe soil is very tenacious when wet, and the wayfarer needs great strength to carry the load it imposes on the feet. As she stood there, thinking what was best to do, a sound came to her ears from the direction of the timber and home, which she recognized in an instant, and without waiting to debate further, she turned and ran with all her strength, not toward her home, but away from it. Across the waste of stunted sage she sped, the cool breeze upon her face, every muscle strained to its utmost. Nearer and nearer came the sound, the deep, regular bay of the timber wolf. These animals are large and fierce. They do not go in packs, like the smaller and more cowardly breeds of wolves, but in pairs, or at most 6 together. A pair of them will attack a man even when he is mounted, and lucky he is if he is well armed and cool enough to dispatch one before it fastens its fangs in his horse's throat or his own thigh. As the brave girl ran, she cast about for some means of escape or place of refuge. She decided to run to the railroad track and climb a telegraph pole, a feat which, owing to her free life on the ranch, she was perfectly capable of. Once up the pole, she could rest on the cross tree in perfect safety from the wolves, and she would be sure to be seen and rescued by the first train that came along after daybreak. She approached the track over perfectly dry ground. To reach the telegraph poles she sprang nimbly into the ditch, and as she did so she saw a stream of water coming rapidly toward her. It was the front of the flood. The ditch on the opposite side of the track, which she must also cross to reach the line of poles, she found already flooded. She decided to run up the track between the walls of water. This would put a 10-foot stream between her and her pursuers, and changed her course enough, she hoped, to throw them off the scent. In this design she was partly successful, for the bay of the wolves showed that they were going to the track, as she had gone, instead of cutting straight across toward her. Thus she gained considerable time. She reached the little arroyo, spanned by the dry bridge, and it was like a mill pond, and the track was afloat. She ran across the bridge. She scarcely slackened speed, though the ties rocked and moved on the spike heads holding them to the rails. She hoped for a moment that the wolves would not venture to follow her over such a way, but their hideous voices were still in her ear and came nearer and nearer. Then there came to her faintly another strange metallic sound. What was it? Where was it? She ran on tiptoe a few paces in order to hear it better. It was the rails, the vibration of a train in motion. Then there came into view a light, a headlight, but it was so far away, so very far, and that awful baying so close. The Mary Ann, however, was fleeter of foot than the wolves, and the light grew big and bright, and the sound of working machinery came to the girl on the breeze. Would they stop for her? Could she make them see her? Then she thought of the bridge. It was death for them as well as for her. They must see her. She resolved to stay on the track until they whistled her off, but now the light seemed to come so slow. A splash at her side caused her to turn her head, and there, a dozen feet away, were her pursuers, their tongues out, their eyes shining like balls of fire. They were just entering the water to come across to her. They fascinated her by their very fierceness. Forgetting where she was for the instant, she stared dumbly at them until called to life and action by a scream from the locomotive's whistle. Then she sprang from the track just in the nick of time. She actually laughed as she saw two grayish white wolf tails bob here and there among the sagebrush as the wolves took flight at the sight of the engine. This was the story she told as she dried her garments before the furnace door, and I confess to holding this cool, self-reliant girl in high admiration. She never once thought of fainting, but along toward morning she did say that she was scared then at thinking of it. Early in the morning a party of herders, with Josephine's father ahead, rode into sight. They were hunting for her. Josephine got up on the tender to attract their attention, and soon she was in her father's arms. Her frightened pony had gone home as fast as his legs would carry him, and a relief party swam their horses at the ford and rode forward at once. The old Don was profuse in his thanks, and would not leave us until Billy and I had agreed to visit his ranch and enjoy a hunt with him, and actually set a date when we should meet him at the big corral. I wanted to rest anyway, and it was perfectly plain that Billy was beyond his depth in love with the girl at first sight, though we were not hard to persuade when she added her voice to her father's. Early in September, Billy and I dropped off number 1 with our guns and plunder, as baggage is called there, and a couple of the old Don's men met us with a saddle and pack animals. I never spent a pleasanter 2 weeks in my life. The quiet, almost gloomy old Don and I became fast friends, and the hunting was good. The Don was a Spaniard, but Josephine's mother had been a Mexican woman, and one noted for her beauty. She had been dead some years at the time of our visit. Billy devoted most of his time to the girl. They were a fine-looking young couple, he being strong and broad-shouldered, with laughing blue eyes and light curly hair, she slender and perfect in outline, with a typical southern complexion, black eyes, and such eyes they were, and hair and eyebrows like the raven's wing. A few days before Billy and I were booked to resume our duties on the deck of the Mary Ann, Miss Josephine took my arm and walked me down to the yard and pumped me quietly about Mr. Howell, as she called Billy. She went into details a little, and I answered all questions as best I could. All I said was in the young man's favor. It could not in truth be otherwise. Josephine seemed satisfied and pleased. When we got back to headquarters I was given the care of a cold water Hinkley, with a row of varnished cars behind her, and Billy fell heir to the rudder of the Mary Ann. We still roomed together. Billy put in most of his lay-over time writing long letters to somebody, and every Thursday, as regular as a clock, one came for him with a censor's mark on it. Often after reading the letter Billy would say, "That girl has more horse sense than the rest of the whole female race, and she don't slop over worth a cent." He invariably spoke of her as my Mexican girl, and often asked my opinion about white men intermarrying with that mongrel race. Sometimes he said that his mother would go crazy if he married a Mexican. His father would disown him, and his brother Henry, well, Billy did not like to think just what revenge Henry would take. Billy's father was manager of an Eastern road, and his brother was an assistant to the first vice president, and Billy looked up to the latter as a great man and sage. He himself was in the West for practical experience in the machinery department, and to get rid of a slight tendency to asthma. He could have gone East any time and been somebody on the road under his father. Finally, Billy missed a week in writing. At once there was a cog gone from the answering wheel to match. Billy shortened his letters, the answers were shortened. Then he quit writing, and his Thursday letters ceased to come. He had thought the matter over and decided, no doubt, that he was doing what was best, both for himself and the girl, that his family high ideas should not be outraged by a Mexican marriage. He had put a piece of flesh-colored court plaster over his wound, not healed it. Early in the winter the old Don wrote, urging us to come down and hunt antelope, but Billy declined to go. Said that the road needed him, and that Josephine might come home from school, and this would make them both uncomfortable. But Henry, his older brother, was visiting him, and he suggested that I take Henry. He would enjoy the hunt. It would help him drown his sorrow over the loss of his aristocratic young wife, who had died a year or two before. So Henry went with me and hunted antelope until we tired of the slaughter, and then the old Don planned a deer hunting trip into the mountains. But I had to go back to work, and left Henry and the old Don to take the trip without me. While they were in the mountains, Josephine came home, and Henry Howell's stay lengthened out to a month. But I did not know until long afterward that the two had met. Billy was pretty quiet all winter, worked hard and went out but little. He was thinking about something. One day I came home and found him writing a letter. "What now, Billy?" I asked. "Writing to my Mexican girl," he said. "I thought you'd got over that a long time ago." "So did I, but I hadn't. I've been trying to please somebody else besides myself in this matter, and I'm done. I'm going to work for Bill now." Take an old man's advice, Billy, and don't write that girl a line. Go and see her. "Oh, I can fix it all right by letter, and then run down there and see her." "Don't do it." "I'll risk it." A week later Billy and I sat on the veranda of the company's hash foundry, figuring up our time and smoking our cob meerschaums, when one of the boys who had been to the office placed two letters in Billy's hands. One of them was directed in the handwriting that used to be on the old Thursday letters. Billy tore it open eagerly, and his own letter to Josephine dropped into his hand. Billy looked at the ground steadily for 5 minutes, and I pretended not to have seen. Finally he said, half to himself, "You were right. I ought to have gone myself. But I'll go now, go tomorrow." Then he opened the other letter. He read its single page with manifest interest, and when his eyes reached the last line they went straight on, and looked at the ground, and continued to do so for fully 5 minutes. Without looking up, he said, "John, I want you to do me 2 favors." "All right," I said. Still keeping his eyes on the ground, he said slowly, as if measuring everything well, "I'm going up and draw my time, and will leave for Old Mexico on No. 4 tonight. I want you to write both these parties and tell them I've gone there, and that you have forwarded both these letters. Don't tell them that I went after reading them. And the other favor, Billy, read this letter and see me off tonight." The letter read: Philadelphia, May 1st, 1879. Dear Brother Will, I want you and Mr. A. to go down to Don Juan Arboles by the 1st of June. I'll be there then. You must be my best man, as I stand up to marry the sweetest, dearest wild flower of a woman that ever bloomed in a land of beauty. Don't fail me. Josephine will like you for my sake, and you will love her for your brother, Henry. Most engineers' lives are busy ones and full of accident and incident, and having my full share of both, I had almost forgotten all these points about Billy Howell and his Mexican girl, when they were all recalled by a letter from Billy himself. With his letter was a photograph of a family group, A bewhiskered man of 35, a good-looking woman of 20, but undoubtedly a Mexican, and a curly-headed baby, perhaps a year old. The letter ran: City of Mexico, July 21st, 1890. Dear Old John, I had lost you, and thought perhaps you had gone over to the majority, till I saw your name and recognized your quill in a story. Write to me. I am doing well. I send you a photograph of all there are of the Howell outfit. No half-breeds, for your uncle this time, William Howe. End of A Midsummer's Night Trip.
Never Again by Edward Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Never Again, a protest and a warning addressed to the peoples of Europe, by Edward Carpenter. Never again must this thing happen. The time has come, if the human race does not wish to destroy itself in its own madness, for men to make up their minds as to what they will do in the future. For now indeed is it true that we are come to the crossroads, we stand at the parting of the ways. The rapid and enormous growth of scientific invention makes it obvious that violence 10 times more potent and sinister than that which we are witnessing today may very shortly be available for our use, or abuse, in war. On the other hand, who can doubt that the rapid growth of interchange and understanding among the peoples of the world is daily making warfare itself, and the barbarities inevitably connected with it, more abhorrent to our common humanity? Which of these lines are we to follow? Along which path are we to go? This is a question which the mass, peoples of Europe in the future, and not merely the governments, will have seriously to ponder and decide. That bodies of men, as has happened 100 times in the trenches in northern France and even on the eastern front, should exchange morning salutations and songs in humorous amity, and then at a word of command should fall to shooting each other. That peasants and artisans, and shopkeepers and students and schoolmasters, who have no quarrel whatever, who on the whole rather respect and honor each other, should with explosive bombs deliberately blow one another to bits, so that even their own mothers could not recognize them. That human beings should use every devilish invention of science with the one purpose of maiming, blinding, destroying those against whom they have no personal grudge or grievance. All this is sheer madness. Only a short time ago a private soldier said to me, "Yes, we had got to be such friends with those Bavarians in the trenches over against us, that if we had returned there again, I believe nothing could have made us fight with each other. But of course that point was perceived, and we were moved to another part of the line." What a criticism in a few words on the whole war! 100 times this or something similar has happened, and 100 and 1,000 times these enemies, who have madly mutilated each other, have, a few minutes later, been only too glad to dress each other's wounds and share the last contents of their water bottles. By all the heart-rending experiences which have now become so common and familiar to us, by the fact that today there is hardly a family over the greater part of Europe that is not grieving bitterly over the loss of some dearest member of its circle, by the white faces of the women clad in black, whom one sees everywhere in the streets of Berlin and Brussels and Paris and Vienna, of London and Milan and Belgrade and Petrograd, by the sufferings of famine-stricken Poland, ravaged already 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years by opposing and alternate armies, by the awful sufferings of the 6 or 7 million Jews of the Russian Pale, hounded homeless in winter to and fro over the frozen earth, the old men and women and children perishing of exposure, fatigue, and starvation, by the agony of Serbia and the despair of Belgium, this must not be again. By the 5 or 6 million actual combatants already slain, and the strange spectacle of millions of women, over 500,000 in Britain, more in France, multitudes in Germany and America, manufacturing man-destroying explosive shells in ceaseless stream by day and night, and it is estimated that on the average some 50 shells are expended for every 1 man slain. By the terrified faces, as of drowning men, of those suffering in countless hospitals from shell-shock, by their trembling hands and limbs and horrible dreams at night, pursued by an ever-living horror, by the curses of the tender-hearted friend who collects in no-man's land between the lines the scattered fragments of his comrade's body, the dabs of flesh, the hand, the head he knows so well, a boot with a foot still in it, and puts them all together in a sack for burial. By the silent stupefaction of wives and mothers trying vainly to picture themselves a death which cannot be pictured, by the insane laughter of those who, having witnessed these things, can no longer weep. This must not be again. By the beach at Gallipoli, covered with the prostrate and writhing forms of men, exhausted and emaciated with dysentery, who have crawled down from the hills only to lie out there in the terrible sun, tormented with flies and thirst, or to shiver through the frosty night, waiting for the tardy arrival of the hospital ship. By the hundreds of bodies thrown at the last into the sea at sunrise for their unceremonious end. And each poor body, for all its loathsome state, so loved by some one far away. By the dear Lord, who, in the beautiful legend, descended for 3 days into hell, that he might redeem mankind, but these have lived in an actual hell for weeks and months together. This must not be again. By the growth and expansion of science, God forgive the word, which will inevitably make each future war more devilish and inhuman than the last. By the cry of the black and colored peoples of the earth, who have for long enough already said how hard and cruel the faces of the white men seem to them, and who now think how black their souls are. By the hardness of heart, the insensitiveness of a certain kind, which during a century or more now has been bred by the institutions of commercialism. By the habitual betrayal, through long periods of prosperity and peace, of men by their fellows, of the weak by the powerful, of the generous by the mean, of the simple and thoughtless by the crafty and selfish. By the huge dividends declared by armament firms, by the international agreements of these firms with one another, even to cozen their own respective governments. By the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of innocent folk trampled under foot in the ditch of competition, the mad race in which the devil takes the hindmost. By the treacherous internal warfare of the ordinary industrial life of every country, the secret betrayal and murder of bodies and souls for profit, at last written out in letters of blood and fire across the continents for all to behold, this must not be again. Let the Allies by all means accuse Germany of world ambition and world plunder, and let the German people accuse their Prussian lords, but let every nation also search its own heart and accuse itself. For have not the lords of every nation set before themselves the same goal, the goal of world ambition and glory and empire and plunder? And have not the mass peoples of every nation stood meanly by and acclaimed the fraud, nor spoken out against it, silently consenting to these things in the prospect of some advantage also to themselves? Have not all the nations without exception acted meanly and dastardly towards the outlying black races, and even towards those more civilized peoples, whom they thought weaker than themselves? And now, in the stress of war, are they not finding that their own rights and liberties are being slowly filched from them? Yes, that is the end of glory and of greed. But the day of glory is departed. The newspapers, it is true, still keep up the phrase. They talk of a battalion covering itself with glory. But the men themselves do not talk so. They know too well what it all means. They see no glory in covering themselves with the blood of their brothers of the opposing trenches, with whom a few moments before they were joining in songs and jokes. They only say, "Now that we have begun, we will see it through, but it must not be again." Never, I think, in all the history of the world has there been a thing so great in its way as the present British Army and Navy. This enormous force, raised, except for a small remnant, by voluntary enlistment from all classes of the nation, and inspired more by a general and protective sense towards the motherland than by anything else, has fulfilled what it considered to be its duty and its honour with a devotion and a heroism unsurpassed. It were impossible to stay and recount its many wonderful deeds. A young officer said to me one day, "Horrible as the whole thing is, yet it almost seems worth while when you think of the splendid things done, and done too in such a simple matter-of-fact way. When you think of all the love and devotion poured out, and the lives our men have given one for the sake of another. Great indeed is the spirit of such an army, great its magnanimity, its simplicity of mind, its unself-consciousness, its single concentration on its purpose. Yet perhaps the most surprising thing about our men is that they have done all this with so little hatred in their hearts for the enemy. Whatever the Germans may have felt, and whatever the French, the Britishers have just done their fighting in their own nonchalant way because they had to, with scarcely a shadow of malice or revenge, rather with that respect for a doughty opponent who always distinguishes the true fighter. Think of that quaint story, Between the Lines, by Boyd Cable, of the German Burschen in their trenches, singing with pious enthusiasm the song of hate, probably commanded and compelled, poor devils, to sing it, and our men for days secretly listening, learning the words, practising the tune on their muffled mouth-organs, till having got it all complete, they one morning burst it forth in full chorus on the astonished Teutons, nor failing at the end to blaze out Gott strafe England at the top of their voices, as if they really meant it, and then subsided into a roar of laughter. They simply would not take the German hate seriously. Well, what can an enemy do with such an army? It would seem indeed to be invincible. The other surprising thing about this army is, but it is also in part true of the Russians and others, that the members of it not only bear so little malice in their heart of hearts against the enemy, but that all the time they, or 9/10 of them, are giving their life blood for a country which, in hardly any available or adequate sense, can really be said to belong to them. Not one man of ours in 10, probably not one in 100, has any direct rights or interest in his native soil, and the motherland has too often, at any rate in the past, turned out a stepmother who disowned him later when crippled in her service. He is told that he is fighting for his country, but he finds that his real privilege is to die at the foot of a trespass board on some rich man's estate, singing bravely to the last that Britons never, never shall be slaves. He is told that he is defending his hearth and his home, and to prove that this is so, he is sent out on a far campaign to further some dubious scheme in Mesopotamia. I think we cannot refuse to say that the good temper and the single-heartedness and the single-mindedness of the British soldier are beyond all praise. But, in another way, how admirable and how great has the French soldier proved himself to be! The passion of patriotism, the sheer love of their own country, in the case of the French more truly their own than in the case of the British, has swept through France in a wave of devotion which consumed in its flame, one may almost say, the energies and the treasures of every household. To protect their beautiful land, their divine mistress, from violation by the German hordes, was a thing for which all men, artists, literary men, and all, were glad to die. When at Meaux the French army, reorganized and reinforced, broke through the German centre and fell upon von Kluck's left flank, his right being already threatened by the French Sixth Army, they were surely not men who fought, but spirits rather, many of them almost ghosts, white with the fatigues and privations of a long retreat. But to save their beloved Paris they faced the enemy with a fury that nothing could resist. A miracle was wrought. Talk of angels at Mons, it was devils at Meaux. And Germany in that moment was defeated, even though it took 2 years more to make her acknowledge her defeat. Think of Lieutenant Péricard, who in a trench full of corpses at Boisbrûle cried, suddenly entranced, in a loud voice, "Debout les morts!" and in a moment, as it were, the souls of their dead comrades were around his men, inspiring them to victory. When again at Verdun, week after week, and month after month, the French army endured almost hourly mass attacks of the enemy battalions and the deluge of their shells, 8 million shells it is estimated the Germans threw in 10 weeks, it still, though heavily punished, stood solid, and the whole of France stood solid behind it. France never doubted the conclusion, and the conclusion was never doubtful. We have spoken of glory, but the day of la gloire has departed. France herself has ceased to speak of it, and there can be no better proof than that of the change that has come over the minds of men. France has emerged from the war a changed nation. The people who in 1870 made ribald verses and sang cynical songs over the plight of their country are now no more, and France emerges serious, resolute to the great work which she has before her, of building the great first democratic state of Europe and becoming the cornerstone of the future European Confederation. And what shall we say of the German army? In the moment, and merely for the sake of brevity, I leave the Belgians, Russians, Italians, and Serbians aside. When I think of the great German army now scattered over Europe, fighting along that immense line, including the Austrian portion, of some 1,400 miles in extent, when I think of this on the whole so wonderfully good-hearted, genial, sociable people, these regiments of Westphalians, Württembergers, Saxons, Bavarians, Hungarians, these men and boys from the fields and farms of Posen and Pomerania, the forests of Thuringia, the vineyards of the Rhine, or the vegetable gardens of the Palatinate, these students from the universities and scholars from the technical schools, plunged in this insane war, fighting in very truth for they know not what, and pouring out their life-blood like water in obedience to the long-prepared schemes of their rulers, I am seized with an immense pity. They have been told that they are fighting to save their fatherland. And as far as our argument is concerned, it does not matter how falsely they have been instructed, or what grain of actual truth there may be in the contention. The point is that the vast majority of them believe this to be true, and they too, dear children, are giving their lives for their hearths and homes. They too are leading this hateful existence in the trenches and mines, called to it by what seems to them good conscience, and carried onward, in company with those they have left at home, in the mad mill-race of public opinion. However, we may blame the German High Command, and certainly we must blame those in power, who over such a long period deliberately prepared this war, and at the last so suddenly launched it upon Europe. However, we may blame the German High Command, and certainly we must blame those in power, who over such a long period deliberately prepared this war, and at the last so suddenly launched it upon Europe. However we may blame the German High Command, we cannot refuse to acknowledge the really great qualities of their general army, its extraordinary courage and devotion, its versatility and resource. As to its good-heartedness, that is proved by the endless stories of spontaneous friendliness shown by the German troops even to their enemies, the individual rapprochements on occasions, the succor to the wounded, the Christmas songs and celebrations, and by the fact of advances of this kind so often coming first from the German side. As to its good sense, that element certainly has not been wanting. Among the stories above mentioned, as coming from the front, is one which I have every reason to believe is true. The Saxons one day in their trenches, 30 or 40 yards away, put up a blackboard on which was written, "The English are fools." The board was of course peppered with bullets, and went down. Presently it reappeared with "The French are fools" written on it. Being duly peppered again, it went down, and came up with "The Russians are fools." Same treatment. But when it, or a similar board, appeared for the 4th time, lo, the inscription was "The Austrians are fools," and when it appeared for the 5th time, "The Germans are fools," and the 6th time, "We are all fools." I don't think there could be much better sense than that. And to think that the insane policy of a government or governments should bring about the wholesale slaughter of such men as all these that I have described. To think that the longer such a war goes on, the less heroic and generous it becomes, and the more dominated by hatred and revenge, by the wish to score a military victory, or the desire to secure mere political and commercial advantages. To think that nations who consider themselves civilized should be thus acting, so contrary to the natural laws and instincts of humanity that often in order for a bayonet charge men must be primed with liquor to the verge of intoxication. We need not go further. Of the 3 great nations primarily involved, those indeed of which we can speak most confidently, knowing them best, it is intolerable to think that they should thus mutilate and destroy each other. All we can say is, never again must this thing happen. When one thinks of the whole dread coil and entanglement, and what it is for, the mind reels in despair. When one thinks of the marvellous scientific ingenuity and skill directed in a kind of diabolic concentration on the one purpose of slaughter, of the huge guns, the 12.5s weighing 40 tons apiece, and boxed and rifled to the nicety of the 1000th part of an inch, I have watched them being made at Sheffield. Of the larger 15-inch guns, with range of 13 or 14 miles, so accurate that the shells thrown at that distance will deviate hardly a couple of yards to the right hand or the left of their line of fire, and in the Jutland battle the firing opened at nearly 11 miles. Of the still larger guns, even now being constructed. Of the shells themselves, varying from a few pounds to nearly a ton in weight, and so delicately fashioned that the moment of their explosion can be positively timed to the 10th part of a second. When one thinks of the ingenuity put into airplanes and airships, and almost entirely with a view to the destruction of life, of the automatic steering of submarine torpedoes by means of gyroscopes, so that when deviated by any obstacle or accident from their set course, they will actually return of themselves to that course again. Of the everlasting duel going on in any one country between armor plates and projectiles, but of course always between the armor plates of one firm and the projectiles of another, since obviously for any one firm to prove its own inferiority in either line would be bad business. Of the competition even now in progress between the Russian universities for the invention of a new explosive or a new gas more devastating than any hitherto produced. Of the weighty advisory committee of scientific experts sitting permanently in Britain for the discussion and handling of the technical problems of the war. When one thinks of what a paradise all this ingenuity, all this expenditure of labor and treasure might make of our mortal earth, if it were only decently employed. That Great Britain alone has already spent on the war enough to provide every family in the whole kingdom with a comfortable cottage and an acre of land. When further one thinks of all the mass of human material there is, such as we have already described, of the very finest quality, and fit to build the most splendid races and cities the sun ever shone upon, and then that it is being used for these utterly senseless purposes, how heart-rending the waste and the folly! How disgusting the sin of those who were responsible! But today, surely, the armies themselves of these three countries are beginning to see through the illusions which have been dangled before them so long by those in power, the my country right or wrong kind of patriotism, which has so often been evoked only in order to serve the plots of private schemers. They are surely beginning to see that the directing of state policy and foreign relations must no longer be left in the hands of a few high-born diplomats, mostly ignorant of the actual modern world amid which they live, but must be subject to the severest scrutiny and surveillance by the people at large and their representatives. They are beginning to see that if courage, devotion to an idea, love of the father or motherland, fidelity of comrade to comrade, efficiency, daring in adventure, exactness in organization, and so forth, are the qualities which in the past have made the profession of arms great and glorious, it is these very qualities which will be demanded and evoked for all future time in the great free armies of industry. For with the cessation of militarism as the leading principle of national life must inevitably come the liberation of industry, else the last state of our societies will indeed be worse than the first. Truly there is nothing very exhilarating about industry as it has in modern times been conceived, and one does not altogether wonder that all down the centuries the man with the sword has despised the man with the hoe, since the latter has generally been little better than a slave. But when once labor is freed, or rather when once it frees itself, from the thraldom of the old feudal system, and finally from the fearful burden of modern capitalism, when once it can lift its head and see the great constructive vision of the new society which awaits it, then surely it will perceive that all the great qualities we have named as exhibited in the past in the old destructive warfare, and now become the splendid heritage of the peoples of Europe, will be necessary and will have a field for their exercise in the beneficent constructive conquests of nature and the building up on earth of that great city of the sun which for so many ages has been the dream and inspiration of man. And of the old mad warfare it will then say, "This odious and inhuman thing must never be again." In conclusion, and to look to the future, I think we may see that the new conception of life will only come through the peeling off in the various nations of the old husks of the diplomatic, military, legal, and commercial classes, with their antiquated, narrow-minded, and profoundly irreligious and inhuman standards, those husks which have so long restricted and strangulated the growing life within. It will only come with the determination of the workers, that is, of everybody, to produce things useful, profitable, and beautiful, in free and rational co-operation, things useful because deliberately made for use, things profitable for all because not made for the gain of the few, and things beautiful because of the joy and gladness wrought into their very production. Simultaneously with this peeling off of the old and disclosure of the new, will of necessity appear, indeed it is taking shape already, the blossom of international solidarity and federation, the common cause of humanity and of labor liberated over the world. Naturally, such process will not mature all at once. It may be that the four Western nations, England, France, Italy, and Belgium, combining with some of the neutral states, will constitute the first European federation, or at any rate the nucleus of a federation, destined, as it expands, to absorb within its borders Germany herself, of course when she shall have taken on her true republican form, and the other states in due succession. Such federation, when firmly consolidated, might, it is not unlikely, still retain for a long period a military system of some kind, if only for its own protection against outlying and non-European dangers, but that military system would be small and secondary. It might reasonably be no more dominant or meddlesome than the military system of China has been during the last 1,000 years, in comparison with the massive imperturbability of the great Chinese Empire itself. Meanwhile, let us remember how important it is for the future of the world that each nation and people should be free to contribute its special quality and character to the whole, nor be ridden over roughshod by others. That each should contribute, in trade or otherwise, its special gifts or facilities, and that the internationalism which already rules in labor affairs, and in commerce and science and fashion and finance and philanthropy and literature and art and music, should at last be recognized in politics. Let us further remember how important it is that every man and woman should insist on the rights of personality, to preserve sacred his or her most intimate sense of selfness and duty, the very essence of freedom. Though I do not, for instance, think that a refusal to fight under any condition or circumstances can reasonably be maintained to its logical conclusion, and though I certainly would not engage myself to refuse to fight in any and every case, still, I do honor and respect the genuine conscientious objectors, of whom there are great numbers, very sincerely. Some of them may be narrow-minded and faddist, as conscience often is. But let us remember that the great things of history have been initiated by such folk. It was they who barred and broke the gladiatorial games at Rome. It was they who steered the Mayflower across the Atlantic and started the great Republic of the United States. And it is they who are possibly sowing the seed of a great movement which will spread all over Europe, and ultimately, by opposing compulsory military service, inaugurate a world era of peace. For certainly without conscription the continental powers would never have become involved in the present war. Let us recognize the right and the duty of each man to ponder these world problems for himself, to play his part and to make his own voice heard in the solution of them. Let us recognize the falsity of science divorced from the heart, and begin today to create a political, an economic, and a material world which shall be the true and satisfying expression of the real human soul. Let us acknowledge even at the last that the war may have been a necessary evil to show us by contrast the way of deliverance. Let us render homage to those who have given their lives in it. Let us vow that their great sacrifice shall not be in vain, but shall consecrate for us a new purpose and a new ideal. Let us believe that love, not hatred, is the power by which in the end the world will be saved. And let us pray that a heroism equal to that, shown today in the cause of destruction, may urge us in the future towards a great and glorious constructive era in social life, and inspire us with a new hope. Out of purgatory to build a paradise, in which the ugliness, vulgarity, sordidness, and cruelty of the present scheme of things will be repeated. August 1916. End of Never Again by Edward Carpenter. Read by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire on January 1st, 2008.
The Philosophy of Bird's Nest by Alfred Russel Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Philosophy of Bird's Nest, from Contributions to the Theory of Natural Selection, a series of essays by Alfred Russel Wallace. Instinct or reason in the construction of birds' nests. Birds, we are told, build their nests by instinct, while man constructs his dwelling by the exercise of reason. Birds never change, but continue to build forever on the self-same plan. Man alters and improves his houses continually. Reason advances, instinct is stationary. This doctrine is so very general that it may almost be said to be universally adopted. Men who agree on nothing else accept this as a good explanation of the facts. Philosophers and poets, metaphysicians and divines, naturalists and the general public, not only agree in believing this to be probable, but even adopt it as a sort of axiom that is so self-evident as to need no proof, and use it as the very foundation of their speculations on instinct and reason. A belief so general, one would think, must rest on indisputable facts, and be a logical deduction from them. Yet I have come to the conclusion that not only is it very doubtful, but absolutely erroneous; that it not only deviates widely from the truth, but is in almost every particular exactly opposed to it. I believe, in short, that birds do not build their nests by instinct, that man does not construct his dwelling by reason, that birds do change and improve when affected by the same causes that make men do so, and that mankind neither alter nor improve when they exist under conditions similar to those which are almost universal among birds. Do men build by reason or by imitation? Let us first consider the theory of reason, as alone determining the domestic architecture of the human race. Man, as a reasonable animal, it is said, continually alters and improves his dwelling. This I entirely deny. As a rule, he neither alters nor improves, any more than the birds do. What have the houses of most savage tribes improved from, each as invariable as the nest of a species of bird? The tents of the Arab are the same now as they were 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and the mud villages of Egypt can scarcely have improved since the time of the Pharaohs. The palm leaf huts and hovels of the various tribes of South America and the Malay archipelago, what have they improved from since those regions were first inhabited? The Patagonians' rude shelter of leaves, the hollowed bank of the South African earthmen, we cannot even conceive to have been ever inferior to what they now are. Even nearer home, the Irish turf cabin and the Highland stone shelty can hardly have advanced much during the last 2,000 years. Now no one imputes this stationary condition of domestic architecture among these savage tribes to instinct, but to simple imitation from one generation to another, and the absence of any sufficiently powerful stimulus to change or improvement. No one imagines that if an infant Arab could be transferred to Patagonia or to the Highlands, it would, when it grew up, astonish its foster parents by constructing a tent of skins. On the other hand, it is quite clear that physical conditions, combined with the degree of civilization arrived at, almost necessitate certain types of structure. The turf or stones or snow, the palm leaves, bamboo, or branches, which are the materials of houses in various countries, are used because nothing else is so readily to be obtained. The Egyptian peasant has none of these, not even wood. What, then, can he use but mud? In tropical forest countries, the bamboo and the broad palm leaves are the natural material for houses, and the form and mode of structure will be decided in part by the nature of the country, whether hot or cool, whether swampy or dry, whether rocky or plain, whether frequented by wild beasts, or whether subject to attacks of enemies. When one particular mode of building has been adopted, and has been confirmed by habit and by hereditary custom, it will be long retained, even when its utility has been lost through changed conditions, or through migration into a very different region. As a general rule, throughout the whole continent of America, native houses are built directly upon the ground, strength and security being given by thickening the low walls and the roof. In almost the whole of the Malay Islands, on the contrary, the houses are raised on posts, often to a great height, with an open bamboo floor, and the whole structure is exceedingly slight and thin. Now what can be the reason of this remarkable difference between countries, many parts of which are strikingly similar in physical conditions, natural productions, and the state of civilization of their inhabitants? We appear to have some clue to it in the supposed origin and migrations of their respective populations. The indigents of tropical America are believed to have immigrated from the north, from a country where the winters are severe, and raised houses with open floors would be hardly habitable. They moved southwards by land through the mountain ranges and uplands, and in an altered climate continued the mode of construction of their forefathers, modified only by the new materials they met with. By minute observations of the Indians of the Amazon Valley, Mr. Bates arrived at the conclusion that they were comparatively recent immigrants from a colder climate. He says, "No one could live long among the Indians of the upper Amazon without being struck with their constitutional dislike to the heat. Their skin is hot to the touch, and they perspire little. They are restless and discontented in hot, dry weather, but cheerful on cool days when the rain is pouring down their naked backs." And after giving many other details, he concludes, How different all this is with the Negro, the true child of tropical climes! The impression gradually forced itself on my mind that the Red Indian lives as an immigrant or stranger in these hot regions, and that his constitution was not originally adapted, and has not since become perfectly adapted, to the climate. The Malay races, on the other hand, are no doubt very ancient inhabitants of the hottest regions, and are particularly addicted to forming their first settlements at the mouths of rivers or creeks, and in land-locked bays and inlets. They are a preeminently maritime or semi-aquatic people, to whom a canoe is a necessary of life, and who will never travel by land if they can do so by water. In accordance with these tastes, they have built their houses on posts in the water, after the manner of the lake dwellers of ancient Europe, and this mode of construction has become so confirmed that even those tribes who have spread far into the interior, on dry plains and rocky mountains, continue to build in exactly the same manner, and find safety in the height to which they elevate their dwellings above the ground. Why does each bird build a particular kind of nest? These general characteristics of the abode of savage man will be found to be exactly paralleled by the nests of birds. Each species uses the materials it can most readily obtain, and builds in situations most congenial to its habits. The wren, for example, frequenting hedgerows and low thickets, builds its nest generally of moss, a material always found where it lives, and among which it probably obtains much of its insect food; but it varies sometimes, using hay or feathers when these are at hand. Rooks dig in pastures and plowed fields for grubs, and in doing so must continually encounter roots and fibers. These are used to line its nest. What more natural? The crow feeding on carrion, dead rabbits and lambs, and frequenting sheep walks and warrens, chooses fur and wool to line its nest. The lark frequents cultivated fields, and makes its nest on the ground, of grass lined with horsehair, materials the most easy to meet with, and the best adapted to its needs. The kingfisher makes its nest of the bones of the fish which it has eaten. Swallows use clay and mud from the margins of the ponds and rivers over which they find their insect food. The materials of birds' nests, like those used by savage man for his house, are, then, those which come first to hand, and it certainly requires no more special instinct to select them in one case than in the other. But, it will be said, it is not so much the materials as the form and structure of nests that vary so much and are so wonderfully adapted to the wants and habits of each species. How are these to be accounted for except by instinct? I reply, they may be in a great measure explained by the general habits of the species, the nature of the tools they have to work with, and the materials they can most easily obtain, with the very simplest adaptations of means to an end, quite within the mental capacities of birds. The delicacy and perfection of the nest will bear a direct relation to the size of the bird, its structure and habits. That of the wren or the humming-bird is perhaps not finer or more beautiful in proportion than that of the blackbird, the magpie, or the crow. The wren, having a slender beak, long legs, and great activity, is able with great ease to form a well-woven nest of the finest materials, and places it in thickets and hedgerows which it frequents in its search for food. The titmouse, haunting fruit trees and walls, and searching in cracks and crannies for insects, is naturally led to build in holes where it has shelter and security, while its great activity and the perfection of its tools, bill and feet, enable it readily to form a beautiful receptacle for its eggs and young. Pigeons, having heavy bodies and weak feet and bills, imperfect tools for forming a delicate structure, build rude, flat nests of sticks, laid across strong branches which will bear their weight in that of their bulky young. They can do no better. The Caprimulgidae have the most imperfect tools of all, feet that will not support them except on a flat surface, for they cannot truly perch, and a bill excessively broad, short, and weak, and almost hidden by feathers and bristles. They cannot build a nest of twigs, or fibrous hair or moss, like other birds, and they therefore generally dispense with one altogether, laying their eggs on the bare ground, or on the stump or flat limb of a tree. The clumsy, hooked bills, short necks and feet, and heavy bodies of parrots render them quite incapable of building a nest like most other birds. They cannot climb up a branch without using both bill and feet. They cannot even turn round on a perch without holding on with their bill. How then could they inlay or weave or twist the materials of a nest? Consequently, they all lay in holes of trees, the tops of rotten stumps, or in deserted ants' nests, the soft materials of which they can easily hollow out. Many terns and sandpipers lay their eggs on the bare sand of the seashore, and no doubt the Duke of Argyll is correct when he says that the cause of this habit is not that they are unable to form a nest, but that in such situations any nest would be conspicuous and lead to the discovery of the eggs. The choice of place is, however, evidently determined by the habits of the birds, who, in their daily search for food, are continually roaming over extensive tide-wash flats. Gulls vary considerably in their mode of nesting, but it is always in accordance with their structure and habits. The situation is either on a bare rock or on ledges of sea cliffs, in marshes or on weedy shores. The materials are seaweed, tufts of grass or rushes, or the debris of the shore, heaped together with as little order and constructive art as might be expected from the webbed feet and clumsy bill of these birds, the latter better adapted for seizing fish than for forming a delicate nest. The long-legged, broad-billed flamingo, who is continually stalking over muddy flats in search of food, heaps up the mud into a conical stool, on the top of which it lays its eggs. The bird can thus sit on them conveniently, and they are kept dry, out of the reach of the tides. Now I believe that throughout the whole class of birds the same general principles will be found to hold good, sometimes distinctly, sometimes more obscurely apparent, according as the habits of the species are more marked or their structure more peculiar. It is true that, among birds differing but little in structure or habits, we see considerable diversity in the mode of nesting, but we are now so well assured that important changes of climate and of surface have occurred within the period of existing species, that it is by no means difficult to see how such differences have arisen. Simple habits are known to be hereditary, and as the area now occupied by each species is different from that of every other, we may be sure that such changes would act differently upon each, and would often bring together species which had acquired their peculiar habits in distinct regions and under different conditions. How do young birds learn to build their first nest? But, it is objected, birds do not learn to make their nests as man does to build, for all birds will make exactly the same nest as the rest of their species, even if they have never seen one, and it is instinct alone that can enable them to do this. No doubt this would be instinct if it were true, and I simply ask for proof of the fact. This point, although so important to the question at issue, is always assumed without proof, and even against proof, for what facts there are opposed to it. Birds brought up from the egg in cages do not make the characteristic nest of their species, even though the proper materials are supplied them, and often make no nest at all, but rudely heap together a quantity of materials, and the experiment has never been fairly tried of turning out a pair of birds so brought up into an enclosure covered with netting, and watching the result of their untaught attempts at nest-making. With regard to the songs of birds, however, which is thought to be equally instinctive, the experiment has been tried, and it is found that young birds never have the song peculiar to their species if they have not heard it, whereas they acquire very easily the song of almost any other bird with which they are associated. Do birds sing by instinct or by imitation? The Honourable Daines Barrington was of the opinion that notes in birds are no more innate than language is in man, and depend entirely on the master under which they are bred, as far as their organs will enable them to imitate the sounds which they have frequent opportunities of hearing. He has given an account of his experiments in the Philosophical Transactions for 1773, volume 63. He says, "I have educated nestling linnets under the 3 best singing larks, the skylark, woodlark, and titlark, every one of which, instead of the linnet's song, adhered entirely to that of their respective instructors. When the note of the titlark linnet was thoroughly fixed, I hung the bird in a room with 2 common linnets for a quarter of a year, which were in full song. The titlark linnet, however, did not borrow any passage from the linnet's song, but adhered steadfastly to that of the titlark." He then goes on to say that birds taken from the nest at 2 or 3 weeks old have already learnt the call note of their species. To prevent this, the birds must be taken from the nest when a day or 2 old, and he gives an account of a goldfinch which he saw at Knighton in Radnorshire, and which sang exactly like a wren, without any portion of the proper note of its species. This bird had been taken from the nest at 2 or 3 days old, and had been hung at a window opposite a small garden, where it had undoubtedly acquired the notes of the wren without having any opportunity of learning even the call of the goldfinch. He also saw a linnet, which had been taken from the nest when only 2 or 3 days old, and which, not having any other sounds to imitate, had learned almost to articulate and could repeat the words "pretty boy" and some other short sentences. Another linnet was educated by himself under a Vengolina, a small African finch, which he says sings better than any foreign bird but the American mockingbird, and it imitated its African master so exactly that it was impossible to distinguish the one from the other. Still more extraordinary was the case of a common house sparrow, which only chirps in a wild state, but which learnt the song of the linnet and goldfinch by being brought up near those birds. The Rev. W. H. Herbert made similar observations, and states that the young whin-chat and wheat-ear, which have naturally little variety of song, are ready in confinement to learn from other species, and become much better songsters. The bullfinch, whose natural notes are weak, harsh, and insignificant, has nevertheless a wonderful musical faculty, since it can be taught to whistle complete tunes. The nightingale, on the other hand, whose natural song is so beautiful, is exceedingly apt in confinement to learn that of other birds instead. Bechstein gives an account of a redstart which had built under the eaves of his house, which imitated the song of a caged chaffinch in a window underneath, while another in his neighbor's garden repeated some of the notes of a blackcap which had a nest close by. These facts, and many others which may be quoted, render it certain that the peculiar notes of birds are acquired by imitation, as surely as a child learns English or French, not by instinct, but by hearing the language spoken by its parents. It is especially worthy of remark that, for young birds to acquire a new song correctly, they must be taken out of hearing of their parents very soon, for in the first 3 or 4 days they have already acquired some knowledge of the parent notes, which they will afterwards imitate. This shows that very young birds can both hear and remember, and it would be very extraordinary if, after they could see, they could neither observe nor recollect, and could live for days and weeks in a nest and know nothing of its materials and the manner of its construction. During the time they are learning to fly and return often to the nest, they must be able to examine it inside and out in every detail, and as we have seen that their daily search for food invariably leads them among the materials of which it is constructed, and among places similar to that in which it is placed, is it so very wonderful that when they want one themselves they should make one like it? How else, in fact, should they make it? Would it not be much more remarkable if they went out of the way to get materials quite different from those used in the parent nest, if they arranged them in a way they had seen no example of, and formed the whole structure differently from that in which they themselves were reared, and which we may fairly presume is that which their whole organization is best adapted to put together with celerity and ease? It has, however, been objected that observation, imitation, or memory can have nothing to do with a bird's architectural powers, because the young birds, which in England are born in May or June, will proceed in the following April or May to build a nest as perfect and as beautiful as that in which it was hatched, although it could never have seen one built. But surely the young birds, before they left the nest, had ample opportunities of observing its form, its size, its position, the materials of which it was constructed, and the manner in which those materials were arranged. Memory would retain these observations till the following spring, when the materials would come in their way during their daily search for food, and it seems highly probable that the older birds would begin building first, and that those born the preceding summer would follow their example, learning from them how the foundations of the nest are laid and the materials put together. Again, we have no right to assume that young birds generally pair together. It seems probable that in each pair there is most frequently only one bird born the preceding summer, who would be guided to some extent by its partner. My friend, Mr. Richard Spruce, the well-known traveler and botanist, thinks this is the case, and has kindly allowed me to publish the following observations, which he sent me after reading my book. How young birds may learn to build nests. Among the Indians of Peru and Ecuador, many of whose customs are relics of the semi-civilization that prevailed before the Spanish conquest, it is usual for the young men to marry old women, and the young women old men. A young man, they say, accustomed to be tended by his mother, would fare ill if he had only an ignorant young girl to take care of him, and the girl herself would be better off with a man of mature years, capable of supplying the place of a father to her. Something like this custom prevails among many animals. A stout old buck can generally fight his way to the doe of his choice, and indeed of as many does as he can manage, but a young buck of his first horns must either content himself with celibacy or with some dame well stricken in years. Compare the near parallel case of the domestic cock and of many other birds. Then consider the consequences amongst birds that pair, if an old cock sorts with a young hen, and an old hen with a young cock, as I think is certainly the case with blackbirds, and others that are known to fight for the youngest and handsomest females. One of each pair being already an old bird will be competent to instruct its younger partner, not in the futility of chaff, but in the selection of a site for a nest and how to build it, then how the eggs are hatched and young birds reared. Such, in brief, is my idea of how a bird on its first espousals may be taught the whole duty of the married state. On this difficult point I have sought for information from some of our best field ornithologists, but without success, as it is in most cases impossible to distinguish old from young birds after the first year. I am informed, however, that the males of blackbirds, sparrows, and many other kinds fight furiously, and the conqueror of course has the choice of a mate. Mr. Spruce's view is at least as probable as the contrary one, that young birds, as a rule, pair together, and it is to some extent supported by the celebrated American observer, Wilson, who strongly insists on the variety in the nests of birds of the same species, some being so much better finished than others, and he believes that the less perfect nests are built by the younger, the more perfect by the older birds. At all events, till the crucial experiment is made, and a pair of birds raised from the egg without ever seeing a nest are shown to be capable of making one exactly of the parental type, I do not think we are justified in calling in the aid of an unknown and mysterious faculty to do that which is strictly analogous to the house building of savage man. Again, we always assume that because a nest appears to us delicately and artfully built, that it therefore requires much special knowledge and acquired skill, or their substitute, instinct, in the bird who builds it. We forget that it is formed twig by twig and fibre by fibre, rudely enough at first, but crevices and irregularities, which must seem huge gaps and chasms in the eyes of the little builders, are filled up by twigs and stalks pushed in by slender beak and active foot, and that the wool, feathers, or horsehair are laid thread by thread, so that the result seems a marvel of ingenuity to us, just as would the rudest ean-end hut to a native of Brobdingnag. Levaillant has given an account of the process of nest building by a little African warbler, which sufficiently shows that a very beautiful structure may be produced with very little art. The foundation was laid of moss and flax, interwoven with grass and tufts of cotton, and presented a rude mass, 5 or 6 inches in diameter and 4 inches thick. This was pressed and trampled down repeatedly, so as at last to make it into a kind of felt. The birds pressed it with their bodies, turning round upon them in every direction, so as to get it quite firm and smooth before raising the sides. These were added bit by bit, trimmed and beaten with the wings and feet, so as to felt the whole together, projecting fibres being now and then worked in with the bill. By these simple and apparently inefficient means, the inner surface of the nest was rendered almost as smooth and compact as a piece of cloth. Man's works mainly imitative. But look at civilized man, it is said. Look at Grecian and Egyptian and Roman and Gothic and modern architecture. What advance, what improvement, what refinements! This is what reason leads to, whereas birds remain forever stationary. If, however, such advances as these are required to prove the effects of reason as contrasted with instinct, then all savage and many half-civilized tribes have no reason, but build instinctively quite as much as birds do. Man ranges over the whole earth, and exists under the most varied conditions, leading necessarily to equally varied habits. He migrates, he makes wars and conquests, one race mingles with another, different customs are brought into contact. The habits of a migrating or conquering race are modified by the different circumstances of a new country. The civilized race which conquered Egypt must have developed its mode of building in a forest country where timber was abundant, for it is not probable that the idea of cylindrical columns originated in a country destitute of trees. The pyramids might have been built by an indigenous race, but not the temples of El Uxor and Karnak. In Grecian architecture almost every characteristic feature can be traced to an origin in wooden buildings. The columns, the architrave, the frieze, the fillets, the cantilevers, the form of the roof, all point to an origin in some southern forest-clad country, and strikingly corroborate the view derived from philology, that Greece was colonized from northwestern India. But to erect columns and span them with huge blocks of stone or marble is not an act of reason, but one of pure unreasoning imitation. The arch is the only true and reasonable mode of covering over wide spaces with stone, and therefore Grecian architecture, however exquisitely beautiful, is false in principle, and is by no means a good example of the application of reason to the art of building. And what do most of us do at the present day but imitate the buildings of those that have gone before us? We have never been able to discover or develop any definite style of building best suited for us. We have no characteristic national style of architecture, and to that extent are even below the birds, who have each their characteristic form of nest, exactly adapted to their wants and habits. Birds do alter and improve their nests when altered conditions require it. The great uniformity in the architecture of each species of bird, which has been supposed to prove a nest-building instinct, we may, therefore, fairly impute to the uniformity of the conditions under which each species lives. Their range is often very limited, and they very seldom permanently change their country, so as to be placed in new conditions. When, however, new conditions do occur, they take advantage of them just as freely and wisely as man could do. The chimney and house swallows are a standing proof of a change of habit, since chimneys and houses were built, and in America this change has taken place within about 300 years. Thread and worsted are now used in many nests instead of wool and horsehair, and the jackdaw shows an affection for the church steeple which can hardly be explained by instinct. In the more thickly populated parts of the United States, the Baltimore oriole uses all sorts of pieces of string, skeins of silk, or the gardener's bast to weave into its fine pensile nest, instead of the single hairs and vegetable fibers it has painfully to seek in wilder regions. And Wilson, a most careful observer, believes that it improves in nest building by practice, the older birds making the best nests. The purple martin takes possession of empty gourds or small boxes stuck up for its reception in almost every village and farm in America, and several of the American wrens will also build in cigar boxes with a small hole cut in them if placed in a suitable situation. The orchard oriole of the United States offers us an excellent example of a bird which modifies its nest according to circumstances. When built among firm and stiff branches the nest is very shallow, but if, as is often the case, it is suspended from the slender twigs of the weeping willow, it is made much deeper, so that when swayed about violently by the wind the young may not tumble out. It has been observed also that the nests built in the warm southern states are much slighter and more porous in texture than those in the colder regions of the north. Our own house sparrow equally well adapts himself to circumstances. When he builds in trees, as he no doubt always did originally, he constructs a well-made domed nest, perfectly fitted to protect his young ones. But when he can find a convenient hole in a building or among thatch, or in any well-sheltered place, he takes much less trouble, and forms a very loosely built nest. A curious example of a recent change of habits has occurred in Jamaica. Previous to 1854, the palm swift, Tachornis phainocobia, inhabited exclusively the palm trees in a few districts in the island. A colony then established themselves in 2 cocoa-nut palms in Spanish Town, and remained there till 1857, when one tree was blown down, and the other stripped of its foliage. Instead of now seeking out other palm trees, the swifts drove out the swallows who built in the piazza of the House of Assembly, and took possession of it, building their nests on the tops of the end walls and at the angles formed by the beams and joists, a place which they continue to occupy in considerable numbers. It is remarked here that they form their nests with much less elaboration than when built in the palms, probably from being less exposed. A still more curious example of change and improvement in nest building was published by Mr. F.A. Pouchet in the 10th number of the Comptes Rendus for 1870, just as the first edition of this work appeared. 40 years ago M. Pouchet had himself collected nests of the house martin or window swallow, Hirundo urbica, from old buildings at Rouen, and deposited them in the museum of that city. On recently obtaining some more nests he was surprised, on comparing them with the old ones, to find that they exhibited a decided change of form and structure. This led him to investigate the matter more closely. The changed nests had been obtained from houses in a newly erected quarter of the city, and he found that all the nests in the newly built streets were of the new form. But on visiting the churches and older buildings, and some rocks where these birds build, he found many nests of the old type along with some of the new pattern. He then examined all the figures and descriptions of the older naturalists, and found that they invariably represented the older form only. The difference between the two forms he states to be as follows. In the old form the nest is a portion of a globe, when situated in the upper angle of a window 1/4 of a hemisphere, and the opening is very small and circular, being of a size just sufficient to allow the body of the bird to pass. In the new form the nest is much wider in proportion to its height, being a segment of a depressed spheroid, and the aperture is very wide and shallow, and close to the horizontal surface to which the nest is attached above. M. Pouchet thinks that the new form is an undoubted improvement on the old. The nest has a wider bottom, and must allow the young ones to have more freedom of motion than in the old narrower and deeper nests, and its wide aperture allows the young birds to peep out and breathe the fresh air. This is so wide as to serve as a sort of balcony for them, and 2 young ones can often be seen on it without interfering with the passage in and out of the old birds. At the same time, by being so close to the roof, it is a better protection against rain, against cold, and against enemies than the small round hole of the old nests. Here, then, we have an improvement in nest building, as well marked as any improvement that takes place in human dwellings in so short a time. But perfection of structure and adaptation to purpose are not universal characteristics of birds' nests, since there are decided imperfections in the nesting of many birds which are quite compatible with our present theory, but are hardly so with that of instinct, which is supposed to be infallible. The passenger pigeon of America often crowds the branches with its nests till they break, and the ground is strewn with shattered nests, eggs, and young birds. Rooks' nests are often so imperfect that during high winds the eggs fall out, but the window swallow is the most unfortunate in this respect, for White of Selborne informs us that he has seen them build, year after year, in places where their nests are liable to be washed away by a heavy rain, and their young ones destroyed. Conclusion. A fair consideration of all these facts will, I think, fully support the statement with which I commenced, and show that the mental faculties exhibited by birds in the construction of their nests are the same in kind as those manifested by mankind in the formation of their dwellings. These are essentially imitation, and a slow and partial adaptation to new conditions. To compare the work of birds with the highest manifestations of human art and science is totally beside the question. I do not maintain that birds are gifted with reasoning faculties at all approaching in variety and extent to those of man. I simply hold that the phenomena presented by their mode of building their nests, when fairly compared with those exhibited by the great mass of mankind in building their houses, indicate no essential difference in the kind or nature of the mental faculties employed. If instinct means anything, it means the capacity to form some complex act without teaching or experience. It implies innate ideas of a very definite kind, and, if established, would overthrow Mr. Mill's sensationalism and all the modern philosophy of experience. That the existence of true instinct may be established in other cases is not impossible, but in the particular instance of birds' nest, which is usually considered one of its strongholds, I cannot find a particle of evidence to show the existence of anything beyond those low reasoning and imitative powers which animals are universally admitted to possess. End of the Philosophy of Birds' Nests, by Alfred Russel Wallace.
Literary Blunders. Chapter 7. Schoolboys' Blunders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The blunders of the examined form a fruitful source of amusement for us all, and many comical instances have been published. The mistakes which are constantly occurring must naturally be innumerable, but only a few of them rise to the dignity of a blunder. If it be difficult to define a blunder, probably the best illustration of what will be found is in the answers of the boys under examination. All classes of blunders may be found among these. There are those which show confusion of knowledge, and those which exhibit an insight into the heart of the matter while blundering in the form. Two very good examples occur to one's mind, but it is to be feared that they owe their origin to some keen spirit of mature years. the quality by which we are unable to believe that which we know is untrue. Surely this must have emanated from a wit. Again, the whole Homeric question is condensed into the following answer. Some people say that the Homeric poems were not written by Homer, but by another man of the same name. If this is a blunder, who would not wish to blunder so? A large class of schoolboys' blunders consist in a confusion of words somewhat alike in sound, a confusion that is apt to follow some of us through life. Matins has been mixed up with patterns, and described as something to wear on the feet. Nonconformists are said to be persons who cannot form anything, and a tartan is assumed to be an inhabitant of Tartary. The gods are believed by one boy to live on nectarines, and by another to imbibe ammonia. The same desire is to make an unintelligible word express a meaning which has caused the recognized but absurd spelling of sovereign, more wisely spelt Sovran by Milton, shows itself in the form Titarak, explained as the title of Herod, given to him because he invented or was fond of tea. A still finer confusion of ideas is to be found in an answer reported by Miss Graham in the University Correspondent. Esau was a man who wrote fables, and who sold the copyright to a publisher for a bottle of potash. The following etymological guesses are not so good, but they're worthy of registration. One boy described a blackguard as one who has been a shoeblack, while another thought he was a man dressed in black. Polite is said to be derived from Pole, owing to the affability of the Polish race. Heathen means covered with heath, but this explanation is commonplace when compared with the brilliant guess, heathen, from Latin he, thum, faith, and in not. The boy who explained the meaning of the words fort and fortress must have had rather vague ideas as to masculine and feminine nouns. He wrote a fort is a place to put men in, and a fortress a place to put women in. A little book entitled English as She is Taught, which contains a considerable number of genuine answers to examination questions given in American schools, with a commentary by Mark Twain, is full of amusing matter. A large proportion of these answers are of a similar character to those just enumerated, blunders which have arisen from a confusion caused by similarity of sound in the various words. Thus, in Austria the principal occupation is gathering ostrich feathers. The boy who propounded this evidently had much of the stock in trade required for the popular etymologist. Ireland is called the Emigrant Isle because it is so beautiful and green. Guerrilla warfare was where men rode on gorillas. The Puritans found an insane asylum in the wilds of America. Some of the answers are so funny that it is almost impossible to guess at the train of thought which elicited them, as climate lasts all the time and weather only a few days. Sanskrit is not used so much as it used to be, as it went out of use 1500 B.C. The boy who affirmed the imports of a country are the things that are paid for, the exports are the things that are not, did not put the theory of exchange in very clear form. The knowledge of physiology and of medical subjects exhibited by some of the examined is very amusing. One boy discovered a new organ of the body called a crone. He had a chronic disease, something the matter with the crone. Another had a strange notion how to spell craniology, for he wrote, "Chronology is the science of the brain." Brain spelled B-R-A-N-E. But best of all is the knowledge of the origin of Bright's disease, shown by the boy who affirms that John Bright is noted for an incurable disease. Much of the blundering of the examined must be traced to the absurd questions of the examiners. questions which, as Mark Twain says, would oversize nearly anybody's knowledge, and the wish which every examinee has to bring in some subject which he supposes himself to know is perceptible in many answers. The date 1492 seems to be impressed upon every American child's memory, and he cannot rest until he has associated it with some fact. So we learn that George Washington was born in 1492, that St. Bartholomew was massacred in that year, that the Britons were the Saxons who entered England in 1492 under Julius Caesar, and to cap all that, the earth is 1492 miles in circumference. Many of the best known examination jokes are associated with scriptural characters. One of the best of these, if also one of the best known, is that of the man who, paraphrasing the parable of the Good Samaritan, and quoting his words to the innkeeper, "When I come again I will repay you," added, "This he said knowing that he should see his face again no more." A school board boy, competing for one of the Peak prizes, carried this confusion of widely different events even further. He had to write a short biography of Jonah, and he produced the following: He was the father of Lot, and had two wives. One was called Ishmael, and the other Hagar. He kept one at home, and he turned the other into the desert, when she became a pillow of salt in the daytime and a pillow of fire at night. The sketch of Moses is equally unhistoric. Moses was an Egyptian. He lived in an ark made of bulrushes, and he kept a golden calf, and worshipped brazen snakes, and ate nothing but quails and manna for 40 years. He was caught by the hair of his head while riding under the bough of a tree, and he was killed by his son Absalom as he was hanging from the bough. But the ignorance of the schoolboy was quite equalled by the undergraduate who was asked, "Who was the first king of Israel?" and was so fortunate as to stumble on the name of Saul. Finding by the face of the examiner that he hit upon the right answer, he added confidentially, "Saul, also called Paul." The American child, however, managed to cover a larger space of time in his confusion when he said, "Elijah was a good man who went up to heaven without dying, and threw his cloak down for Queen Elizabeth to step over." A boy was asked in an examination what did Moses do with the tabernacle, and he promptly answered, "He chucked it out of the camp." The scandalized examiner asked the boy what he meant, and was told that it was so stated in the Bible. On being challenged for the verse, the boy at once repeated, "And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp." The book might be filled with extraordinary instances of school translation, but room must be found for one beautiful specimen quoted by Moore in his diary. A boy having to translate "They ascended by ladders" into Latin turned out this: "Ascendebant per adolescent tenores," the comparative degree of lad. The late Mr. Barrett, musical examiner to the Society of Arts, gave some curious instances of blundering in his report on the examinations of 1887, which is printed in the programme of the Society's examinations for 1888. There were occasional indications that the terms were misunderstood. Presto signifies turn over, lento with style, staccato was said to mean stick on the notes, or notes struck and at once raised. The names of composers in order of time were generally correctly done, but the particulars concerning the musicians were rather startling. Thus Purcell was said to have written, among other things, an opera called Edba and Aeneas. One stated that he was born in 1543 and died in 1595, probably confusing him with Tallis; that he wrote masses and reformed the church; others that he was the organist of King's College Chapel, and wrote madrigals. One stated that he was born in 1568 and died in 1695. Another, not knowing that he had so long passed the allotted period of man's existence, gave his date 1693 to 1685, thus giving him no limit of existence at all. One said he was a German, born somewhere in the 19th century, which statement another confirmed by giving his dates as 1817 to 1846, and further credited him with the composition of The Woman of Samaria, and as having transposed plain song from tenor to bass. Bach is said to have been the founder of the Thames School, the composer of The Seasons, the celebrated writer of opera comique, and having gone through an operation for one of his fingers, turned his attention to composition, wrote operas, and lastly, that he was born in 1756 and died in 1880, and that his fame rests on his passions. The facts about Handel are pretty correct, but we find that Weber wrote Parsifal, The Flying Dutchman, Der Ring der Nibelungen. His dates 1813 to 1883. Mendelssohn was born in 1770 and died in 1827. Beethoven's dates. Studied under Haydn, and that he composed many operas. Gounod is said to be a rather modern musician. He wrote Othello, Three Holy Children, besides Faust and other works. Among the names given as the composer of Nouvelle de Figaro are Donizetti, William Sterndale, Bennett, Gounod, Sir Michael Costa. The particulars concerning the real composer are equally interesting. His real name is spelled Mozart, Mozzart, Mosarde, Mosarde, etc. He was a well-known Italian, wrote Medea and others. His first opera was Idumea or Idomio. He composed Lieder und wrote Don Pasquale, Don Giovanni, the Zauberflaut, fugues, and his Requiem, and it is crowning glory of his marvelous career. Care. He was a German, born 1756 at a very early age. If the dates given by another writer be true, born 1795, died 1659, it is certain that he must have died before he was born. Mr. Barrett again reported in 1889 of some of the strange opinions of those who came to him to be examined. The answers to the question, Who was Rossini? What influence did he exercise over the art of music in his time? Brought to light much curious and interesting intelligence. His nationality was various. He was a German by birth, but was born at Pesaro in Italy. He was born in 1670 and died in 1826. He was a Frenchman, a noted writer of the French. The place of nativity was Pesaro in Genoa. He was an Italian and made people feel drunk with the sparks and richness of his melody. He composed Oberon, Don Giovanni, Der Frey, Stabat Mater. He was an accomplished writer of violin music and produced some of the prettiest melodies. It is to him we owe the extension of chords struck together in arpeggio. He was the founder of some institution or another. The great aim of his life was to make the music he wrote an interpretation of the words it was set to. He broke many of the laws of music. He considerable altered the stage. He was noted for using many instruments not invented before. In his composition he used the chromatic scale very much, and goes very deep into harmony. He was the first taking up the style, and therefore to make great change in music. He was the cause of much censure and bickering through his writings. He promoted a less strict mode of writing and other beneficial things. And finally, Gaetano Rossini was born at Pesaro in 1792. In the year 1774 there was a war raging in Paris between the Gluckists and the Piccinists. Gluck wanted to do away with the old restraint of the Italian aria and improve opera from a dramatic point of view. Piccini remained true to his old Italian style, and Rossini helped him to carry it on still further by his operas. The child who gave the following brilliant answer to the questions, What was the character of Queen Mary? Must have suffered herself from the troubles supposed to be connected with the possession of a stepmother. She was wilful as a girl and cruel as a woman, but, adds the pupil, what can you expect from anyone who had 5 stepmothers? The greatest confusion among the examined is usually to be found in the answers to the historical and geographical questions. All that one boy knew about Nelson was that he was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral amid the groans of a dying nation. The student who mixed up Oliver Cromwell with Thomas Cromwell's master Wolsey produced this strange answer. Oliver Cromwell is said to have exclaimed as he lay a-dying, "If I had served my God as I served my king, he would not have left me to my enemies." Miss Graham relates in the University Correspondent an answer which contains the same confusion with a further one added. Wolsey was a famous general who fought in the Crimean War, and who, after being decapitated several times, said to Cromwell, "Ah, if I had only served you as you have served me, I would not have been deserted in my old age." The Spanish Armada, wrote a young man of 17, took place in the reign of Queen Anne. She married Philip of Spain, who was a very cruel man. The Spanish and the English fought very bravely against each other. The English wanted to conquer Spain. Several battles were fought in which hundreds of the English and Spanish were defeated. They lost some very large ships, and were at a great loss on both sides. The following description of the Nile by a schoolboy is very fine. The Nile is the only remarkable river in the world. It was discovered by Dr. Livingstone, and it rises in Mungo Park. Constantinople is described thus: "It is on the Golden Horn, a strong fortress, has a university, and is the residence of Peter the Great. Its chief building is the Sublime Porte." Amongst the additions to our geographical knowledge may be mentioned that Gibraltar is an island built on a rock, and that Portugal can only be reached through the St. Bernard's Pass by means of sledges drawn by reindeer and dogs. Turin is the capital of China, and Cuba is a town in Africa, very difficult of access. One of the finest answers ever given in an examination was that of the boy who was asked to repeat all he knew of Sir Walter Raleigh. This was it: "He introduced tobacco into England, and while he was smoking he exclaimed, 'Master Ridley, we have this day lighted such a fire in England as shall never be put out.' Can that, with any sort of justice, be styled a blunder?" The rule that the king can do no wrong was carried to an extreme length when a schoolboy blunder of Louis XIV was allowed to change the gender of a French noun. The king said "un carrosse," and that is what he is now. In Cotgrave's dictionary carrosse appears as feminine, but Menage notes it as having been changed from feminine to masculine. It has already been pointed out that some of the blunders of the examined are due to the absurdity of the questions of the examiner. The following excellent anecdote from the late Archdeacon Sinclair's Sketches of Old Times in Distant Places shows that even when the question is sound, a difficulty may arise by the manner of presenting it. I was one day conversing with Dr. Williams about schools and school examinations. He said, "Let me give you a curious example of an examination at which I was present in Aberdeen. An English clergyman and a Lowland Scotsman visited one of the best parish schools in that city. They were strangers, but the master received them civilly and inquired, 'Would you prefer that I should speer these boys, or that you should speer them yourselves?' The English clergyman, having ascertained that to speer meant to question, desired the master to proceed. He did so with great success, and the boys answered numerous interrogatories as to the Exodus from Egypt. The clergyman then added how he would be glad in his turn to speer the boys, and began, 'How did Pharaoh die?' There was a dead silence. In this dilemma the Lowland gentleman interposed, 'I think, sir, the boys are not accustomed to your English accent,' and he inquired in a broad Scotch, 'Who did Pharaoh dee?' Again there was a dead silence, till the master said, 'I think, gentlemen, you can't speer these boys. I'll show you how.' And he proceeded, 'Fat cam the Pharaoh at his hinder end in his latter days?' The boys with one voice answered, 'He was drooned,' and a smart little fellow added, 'Only Lassie could ha' told you that.' The master then explained that in the Aberdeen dialect to dee means to die a natural death, or to die in bed. hence the perplexity of the boys who knew that Pharaoh's end was very different. The author is able to add to this chapter a thoroughly original series of answers to certain questions relating to acoustics, light, and heat, which Professor Oliver Lodge has been so kind as to communicate for this work, and which cannot fail to be appreciated by his readers. It must be understood that all these answers are genuine, although they are not given verbatim ad literam, and in some instances one answer is made to contain several blunders. Professor Lodge expresses the opinion that the questions might in some instances have been worded better, so as to exclude several of the misapprehensions, and therefore that the answers may be of some service to future setters of questions. He adds that of late the South Kensington papers have become more drearily correct and monotonous, because the style of instruction now available affords less play to exuberant fancy, untrammelled by any information regarding the subject at hand. End of chapter.